Morning, Bandit. What about here? Oh, holy shit, chat. I'm tired. Yo, is it rewind? You've already played 2 hours? Dang. Yo, Sixless was a room. Chat, I changed my entire layout. Bree, what are you doing? Bree. So, one of my accounts that I had notifications on for you for some reason, right? And I don't have that account anymore because it got banned or something. But every time you tweet, I still get notifications for it, but I can't click on them or anything. If I click on them, nothing happens. But I just randomly get your tweets in my notifications. Like at the top of my screen, they'll just pop up. Just woke up. What are you doing? I just woke up too. Which region is NGX play in? Mina. 6. What is it? Barbecue sauce? Did you hear this game so long? Yeah, it's really long. My account's closed, maybe that's why. I don't know. But I can't turn them off, so they're just permanently there. Chat, I shaved my face last night and I feel weird. Cause like I'm used to always having like facial hair. But now I don't, see? No facial hair, it just feels weird. Looks nice? No. Got the face shirt on again? Yeah. I did. The shirt's actually very comfortable. I need this shit to start, bro.
Spring 2023. How do you feel about the overall level of play in this lobby?
Мы играем против достаточно хороших команд. Есть, конечно, исключения. Команды, которые играют довольно-таки странно, делают странные мувы и доставляют некие
I have a lot of homies that play in EU.
Если сравнивать с прошлыми сезонами PMPL, как СНГ, которого сейчас нет, и европейского, я думаю, этот сезон не самый сложный.
What would you say would be your goals as a team that you set for yourself going into 2023?
Выигрывать все, что только можно.
Okay, well, very simple indeed, but hopefully you'll be able to take as many W's as you want. But as always, like to end these interviews, what would you like to say to the fans that are supporting you this scrim and also Demuete throughout this season?
Продолжайте болеть за нас, следить за нашими выступлениями. Спасибо вам за поддержку.
You heard it here, guys. Keep doing the things. Well, thank you very much, Discrim, for this interview, and best of luck for the rest of the PMPL season.
Hey, shit to start early, bro. Like I said, the mobile esports space. Really good, though. Bro's alive? Dude, I've been alive. What do you mean? What do you mean I haven't been alive? What does that mean? I was playing PUBG Mobile last night, bro. Are you watching any team in particular, just friends playing? Basically Kitsune and them. Adder. You been stream much? No. I'll start streaming again regularly. Hopefully. I changed my layout, so I'm gonna start grinding the layout out, and then I might play PMPL next season. Chat, should I play PMPL next season? If y'all want me to play PMPL next season, y'all gotta get me streaming more, so that way I get better. Because I'll only play PMPL if I get better. Right now I'm ass. Bree, shut the hell up, bro. No one asked for your opinion, Bree. Yo, was it 50? Play PMPL? Alright, bet.
2:45 and the bell went off. Thank God. Many people think I'm
That guy got body. Holy shit.
I walk alone and I avoid sunlight with a chalky tone. I get home and don't say hi. It ain't no one there. I don't care. I walk in and go right up the
stairs. I want to shave my head.
Just wait for dark because that's
I'm so tempted to shave my head.
Tap tap on a glass, go to piece of ass. So young and pretty, it's too bad she passed. But she comes to my room and we talk at night. She's demonic and bloody, but she holds me tight in my bedroom. With her, I'm never alone, and I kiss her cold lips until the morning come and she gone. I can still hear her voice loom, but she only exists in the dark of my room. I can't ignore you. Do anything for you, lady. I do adore you. I can't ignore you. Do anything for you, lady. I do adore you. I try to smile. least that's something. She don't talk much when she do it gets cold. Usually we just lay there when we hold each other. We're lovers, we don't need others. One
Cut
of
it.
my mother's cats jumped up on the covers and it's
What did Diablo?
because she don't like pets, so
I think that's how I say your name. I feel like I always mess it up.
baby, it's bloody, it's gone, it's doomed. Please come back.
If you're playing Farlight, I think you get views. Nah, Farlight's a good game, but the aim assist is so strong that I don't want to play it because it's like almost like no skill.
Is asking you which team you think might become the champion. So right now you have until after the show to pick your team. I would say picking Major Pride might be a smart idea if you want to win something. No, just a
Yeah, what's
tip
the
to you.
what's the team that competed against
Yeah, but,
CIS?
like your predictions haven't been going the best now, have they?
Don't have to predict the
Anyway.
obvious color.
I think that Gladiators and
There's also a survey. This is kind of like just to gather your guys' feedback on what you
whatever the team in first right now. Can't remember their name. Holy shit. The team with Nomi and all of them on it. I think they can compete against CIS.
See how we have been doing, all of us, over the last couple of weeks. Now, I myself got 69, nice, and I'm literally just gonna sit there because I don't see a point in changing that great number.
Just pick Avalanche the entire day. You'll be safe. You'll be able to keep that perfect point amount. Yeah, but my average has been going down. So and so Kalaris has been able to overtake me because that's the thing. Kalaris overtakes me without being here, which I don't know how I feel about that. But John and Blank, especially Blank, has been catching up. So I'm a bit. I don't feel very comfortable right now. I feel a bit spooked out.
Yeah, Blank has been.
What would that GG's gonna win? I mean, GG's like 40 points behind right now, Casper.
Paying off. That's why his picture's like that. Because it's just like a reconstruction of what he's looking like.
Like Nomi and Gladiators are CIS? Oh wait, I forgot that. For some reason I thought CIS was his own fucking region, bro. I'm so dumb, bro.
I need to cast. I need to use my.
I was like, bro, what are you talking about? I was like, Gladiators and these dudes are cracked, bro. Of course they can be a CS. I'm so tired, bro. I woke up like 10 minutes ago and then I was like, yo, I'm gonna stream this shit.
You need to just do the same pose while we're looking.
I'd love to see you dominate other games though, competitively Warzone. I mean, I played Apex and I was pretty dominant in Apex until I decided that the game was gonna die, and then it did die. I was so right, and everybody was like, "You just can't do this and this." I'm like, bro, this is what's gonna kill the game, and it literally did kill the game, and the game got shut down because the game died because of it. And I literally called it. I called it perfectly, bro. And everybody called me crazy. I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
Because we still have 6 maps, it is gonna be.
But I was pretty good at that game.
Quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, there can still be a lot of movement in those 6 matches. Of course, 6 matches means that the teams that are in the top 8, especially the bottom half of that top 8
region. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was thinking CIS was his own region, so I'm like, yeah, these guys aren't CIS.
Major Pride do not remain on top. That 6 matches in the grand scope of things is still a pretty hefty amount of games. So Major Pride, sure, with those 207 points, are looking very comfortable, Janiro, but Gladiators and Mad Bulls are hot on their heels, and I can tell you, if they have a bad day, Gladiators and Mad Bulls will be
TP win after being a million points behind. GG to win 40 points behind. Caspers.
He's aiming for 10 elims a game.
Your fucking cheeks, brother. You should have made it to Americas.
We have seen this entire tournament yet, if that is something they are willing to achieve today.
Yeah, but also that's a big if, because Major
But
Pride
you
has
didn't,
been
because you're a
consistent
fucking
over the
shitter.
last couple of phases, so, you know, expecting their downfall
Yeah.
whilst the other teams.
Also, Casters, this is a good region. You don't have teams like YKG.
That actually does take place, but I'm looking more towards the.
Even though YKG is a good team, they're just choke artists. They.
When we're looking at the difference between Nexus Gaming, the Muerte, even your AR Esports, if they have
Met you a couple times, I was raking early, got the pred, you killed me over and over. Same Lama, rip.
They are very likely looking at
Unfortunate.
that opportunity to just push themselves up into that top 8 position, which is a scary one to be in because you're absolutely right. It's going to be coming down to
Wait, what is top 8?
last map and how teams perform there before we can conclusively say which teams are in the top 8.
I mean, even if you're looking at this graphic right now, you can see that between 8th and 9th, there's only 1 point separating Kanina Power and Nexus Gaming. And really, the thing is, for all of these teams on the second half of the graphic on the right, Nexus Gaming, excuse me, Demuerte, ARR Esports, this is 100% something that is possible for them to achieve in these 6 matches. They could easily reach the extra points that they currently need to get above Kanina Power, and we see Kanina Power can be a bit inconsistent from time to time. So there is that room to make
So
it
the
happen,
top.
but it's down to the wire here, Janiro. You need to perform.
Wait, is this not the
today, and if
EU
you don't,
Championship?
you
What the
might
fuck
lose
is
out on
this?
the
Pokemon
championship, and you want an
Europe?
opportunity to qualify for
What is the
another
EU
round.
Championship?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's top
a little
18
bit
for
of a one, but again, as we said,
Turkey.
it's going to be coming down to the last
And
map to decide
then-
which teams are going to be heading over. But But also keep
Oh, okay, so all you need is top 8.
Because we're currently looking at EU.
Alright, let's see. My boys in top 8. Alright, yeah, my boys are in 4th and 2nd right now.
And when we're comparing Major Pride up against Foot Esports, Major Pride at the moment seems to be doing quite well
chilling.
when it comes to
We're easy top 8. There's no way we don't get top 8.
damage that they're dealing, but it does bring kind of
I didn't make America's said last night on stream, bruh. I've been saying that for months. Even after playing with him, bro, I was like, this kid's fucking retarded. Sure, he can outgun kids every once in a while, but a majority of the times he's throwing your games because he's doing stupid shit. And I'm like, why aren't you guys subbing Juancho? Juancho doesn't consistently do stupid shit. He may do stupid shit every once in a while, but he's gonna get frags and he's gonna be smart. Play for the team. And guess what? The last day of fucking PMPL when y'all put Juancho in, y'all were first in points for that day. Like, I need y'all to put me as a coach so that way I can be like, yo, Fate, don't do this shit. Put this motherfucker in. Like, I'm telling y'all, bro. I was saying it from, I even told Tinsa. I was in VC with Tinsa one day, and I'm like, yo, Tinsa, you need to not let Jason play the finals. He's going to throw your finals. Put Juancho in. Even though Juancho isn't doing as good as Jason number-wise, Jason throws too many of your games. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what happened? He didn't listen to me. I even DM'd Fate too, bro. I'm like, bro. And then y'all played him, and y'all did shit. And I'm just like, bro.
But then we're looking at the other side of the coin, and we're looking at teams like the Muerte, who do have a really good start.
So mean? No, I'm realistic. It's not mean. It could be mean and realistic at the same time. Never mind. Yeah, but I'm realistic, right? I'm not gonna say like, oh, this guy's such a great player, you know. So like, no, he's ass. He's cocky as fuck, bro, but he's not good. He has an ego for no reason. Like, bro.
I mean, the thing is, we see what teams, like you taken Demuerte as an example, can do at their peak. Phase 1 Demuerte was absolutely golden.
Alright, what song we listen to?
I see them play the way they did back then, but we haven't seen them get even remotely close back to that play.
The society we live in.
And this can be like their new normal. Chances are, if they go in the championship, they could perform there, right? But it's just inconsistency is your biggest foe when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports and really any battle royale.
Where do you take the rose?
It is rough.
Alright, so you carry me to America's next season? Alright, Caspers. Here's the deal. I'll play America's if you 1v1 me for an hour or two every day. So that way I get good CQC. And then that's all I need. Like, my only like bad side is just CQC. Mechanics. So imagine me with good mechanics, I would literally just farm. It'd just be too free for me. That's why I never switched, you know. I never changed my layout until now, bro. I had to be like, you know, mechanically ass, or else the region would just be done for, bro. No one would want to play because I'd win everything, you know. It'd just be too free. I got the brain, I got the rotations, the IGLing ability, like the survivability, dude. I'm just correct. Except I just can't shoot my gun. That's all it is. And what's crazy is that I'm like so smart that when Fate put me in during the last PMPL, we went from like 11th overall to 3rd in like 2 or 3 days for me playing, because we had gotten first 3 days in a row from me playing just IGLing, because I just know how to play the game. But like, I had like 11 kills in like 20 games because I just couldn't shoot my fucking gun. Like, if I could just learn how to shoot my gun, I would actually just be too cracked. I'd be like Coops, but with the IGM ability. Wait, does he not see the nade indicator when he's in that building? Yeah, watching you. Also, Caspers, I have a damn, you need you retweet. Holy fuck! Oh, you spaced the U in the. Fuck, I'm retarded, bro. Damn, you're too unfactual. I'm just too cracked. Play Wild Rooms with us tonight. What time do y'all play? I usually go to sleep around like 1 a.m. 12 to win. But I'm down to play. I changed my entire layout. I feel like a bot right now, but like it's more like fluent. I feel like because I changed it to Juancho's layout, which is better. But I had to switch a few things around because I had my shoot button on my left finger, but I forgot when I used to fight, I broke my left finger and I can't move it fast. Like I can move my right one way faster, so I had to switch it. We're from like 12 to 6 a.m. Oh, I gotta fuck up my sleep schedule then. Let's get it. Alright. I'll use that as an excuse to stream them so I can actually make content.
Such a strong player, hyper aware of his surroundings at pretty much any point in time in these matches. And no, I don't think he's going to be the MVP of the season. I feel like it's close between two other players right now. But if I had to pick like a newcomer that has impressed and potentially like the newcomer MVP of the tournament, I feel like Wait might be the player I would pick right now.
Okay. Well, I mean,
It's like DM me on Discord or something.
Yesterday,
Yo, just shoot. He's one shot. He doesn't know he's one shot though. They're both one shot. Oh. Bree, if you 1v1 me every day, I'd get worse.
I mean, they need to show up today as well. This, yeah.
POV breaching with the boys.
Absolutely love it. It's these moments as well.
MP is running away with this. Yeah, there's almost no way MP loses.
Quite often does bring out, which is
Like literally, there's almost no way. Like if we go to the scores real quick.
Another team that on phase 3 really stepped up and they were able to get themselves chicken dinners consistently. It feels like here in the finals.
If we do earlier, I'll let you know too. I mean, I'll stay up because like I'm in my phase where I want to get cracked as fuck, right? And so I'll grind like hours and hours on end to get better. Because I'm just like so bored right now that I just want to be good again so I can do something. Because like right now, all I'm doing is I'm playing Overwatch comp. And the thing about Overwatch comp is I'm good at Overwatch. I can actually play comp in Overwatch. But my peak will be like a bottom tier 2 player. Because the game has been out for literal 6 years. There's no way I'm going to be able to compete against people that have been playing the game for 6 years. It's just, I'm too far behind, you know? It's like if like a random dude came to PUBG Mobile and was like, yo, I'm gonna compete in this game. Like, it's too late for you, dog. But like, I'm like competing against like tier 2 players, but like I'm at the bottom, like the very bottom of the tier 2. And like, I could grind and be like mid tier 2, but it'll take me like another year or so. And I'm not trying to do that. But yeah.
Actually the side of Excuse Me and Game Lord that get the elims, but you need placement
15
points
kills.
if you want to contest
Jesus.
for top 8.
10 kills. They'd be fine.
Yeah,
Wait, they have 4 wins so far? They have a 33% win rate. Jesus Christ. And they've gotten third 4 times. They have a 50%. Wait, no, wait, hold up. That's just, they have a 66% top 3 rate. That is actually absurd. The fact that DP has 3 wins and they're in 6 is crazy to me because they fucking 15th, 15th, 9th, 14th, 12th, 11th, 11th. Oh, wait, no, that's skills center. Holy fuck. 15th.
Like you can take the example versus Gladiators. They like to, as we saw in the interview yesterday, where Kitsune said, we love to have control of the terrain. If you spot a team
there's not like no way football suits in Turkey as well. Does football still have the same roster? Holy fuck, the point spread. Jesus Christ.
Be willing to make sure you control them as much as possible. Do not
what the fuck happened here? 18 kills? 21 kills? 21 kills again? Holy fuck, bro. Bro, in those 3 games, they have enough points to be, wait, what is that? So 21, 21, 20. That is 60. For the 3 wins, they have 90 points. They have enough points in those 3 singular games to be 3rd place right now. Or to be 2nd place, actually. They have enough points to be 2nd place off of 3 games. Apex, I don't like Apex that much. I don't like BRs anymore. Unless it's PUBG Mobile. But it's because I'm good at PUBG Mobile is why I like it. Football says new roster? Wait, I didn't even check the roster. What happened with the old football team? Footballers. Who the fuck are these guys? All I know is SUG are frauds, bro. SUG are fucking world champion frauds. I don't care what anyone says. I've said this since day 1, chat. I've said this since day 1 of them winning. I even said it during the finals that these dudes are fucking ass before they even won. I called this shit, bro. These guys are fucking mid as fuck. Can this shit start?
When we're looking at today,
See this watch, bro? Breeze and Nitro. Yeah, so he's like me but better, you know? He's an IGL who doesn't frag as hard, but he has fraggers on his team, so he doesn't need to frag as hard.
But then it comes down to being able to translate that and actually
Like, I've never really fragged hard
some of these maps.
unless I was like a co-IGL. Because when I was co-IGL, I would just IGL late game. So early game, I would just farm kills. That's the only time I'd ever really get kills.
I don't think they're going to reach it, but even if you
Except
get
like Worlds,
close,
because
if
there's
they
no
get
IGLing needed there because I was the
games,
only one alive.
9 in
So it was
the
just
league,
whatever I felt like doing, I would do.
every single match,
You know?
like, okay,
That's
that
like the
is
only time I've ever been like
because that's something
like
that's
semi-IGL
achievable
type
for
shit
me compared to
and
10 elims, a
frag.
game that's like 60 elims on the
Actually,
day.
I think there was one PMPL I did good.
That's
frag
impressive.
wise.
I don't expect that to happen.
It was in
If
Americas.
does,
I was like
would that be a record?
13th in frags.
I don't recall a team
That's just
getting,
luck.
like that would be really, really nuts if that happens.
Yeah,
Who
it
else
does
is not
also beg the
Fireflux with 2 new
question
players?
of when it comes to
Oh.
pressure here today, because teams
Yo,
are aware
Robs.
that these are gonna be the
Robs,
final
Robs.
few maps.
Rob's my guy. Buddy. We're gonna take a look at this real quick. We're gonna take a look at this. Alright? Alright, Robs? What are you doing in 4th place right now, Robs? But why are you in 4th place right now, not first, my guy? I'm gonna need you to be in 1st place after tonight, alright? Let's go to the not Liquipedia. Where is it at? The Esports page. How many kills you got right now, Robs? What am I looking for? Am I looking for Europe? Where is Europe at? I don't even see Europe on here. European Spring? Is this it? Yes, this is it. Overall players. Unlucky? You just get unlucky circles? I only watched like the last day or yesterday. 12 matches of the finals. Let's see. Effect is fragging out. Dude, Robs, where you at, bro? Wait, did I just see your name? Wait. I did see your name. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Robs. Okay, 13 kills. 13 kills. Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. You know, at least you're positive right now. We'll do better day. Dude, you got this. Is Freela. No me fragging out. Holy shit, the placement by these dudes. The placement gap is insane. One placement's actually crazy right now. Oh wait, no, they only have 5 games. I thought it was for the entire time.
Would go through to the
Look
regional
overall? Yeah, I'm
championships
looking at
just because of
overall.
how much
Wait,
of an
how do I look at
improvement
overall?
they've had. And I know they
Wait,
can
let me
do
go back,
better
let me go
here in
back.
these finals. However, there are some teams towards that top side, like Kazakh team, Sly Europe, Dark Project, who've really put in the work this finals to be where they are currently. And it's hard to take that away from them.
Everybody here has earned that spot, has earned the right to write their name on the tables, no matter where it does fall. But
Robs, you're in second. You almost top fragged the league stage. All right. Wait, your entire team almost did. What the fuck?
Mad Bulls duking it out in second place, and that
Yo, we're farming.
bubble, all important here to see who's going to move forward to the regional championships. Playing path.
Y'all are high-key farming, bro.
Down towards where they
What do I have in the league stage? I had
side, a little bit away from
546
Impala.
points. Nice.
Yeah, quite a far jump.
Oh, are these the 3 teams that get DQ'd? Imagine 3 teams getting DQ'd and you still didn't qualify.
To be a Mad Bulls
Just
drop here
close.
alongside with Dark Project. See if anything too crazy happens in that location. Obviously, when we're looking at this one, John, you are thinking about Dark Project in this same
All right,
arena.
Robs,
as
you
Mad
got
Bulls,
this.
Because Dark Project want to hold on to this position in 6th place, where it is very volatile.
You have superpower
currently.
teams? Yeah, your
23
teammate's
points down to
pretty goated.
115 in 10th place. That is
All right, y'all better
just
win this game.
from 6th down to 10th, which is pretty insane. So Dark Project don't want to lose members early versus Mad Bulls, and equally Mad Bulls would love to get a full squad wide
Striker
here,
got 9 kills with the
start
DBS
their
the first
off
day?
strong
Jeez.
with 4 eliminations, as they are currently in 3rd place, looking to jump ahead of Gladiators.
That's what they'll be looking to do. Playing path out to the west. The circle pops to Los Leones.
Yo,
Nobody
Zvays.
there just yet, but Canina Power look like they're on the road that way.
God, this
Could
is
be
a
breaking
bad
out
zone for like
to
everyone.
The largest city in the game.
Except KP.
Fairly soon. That southeast shift.
KP
not
and
going to
VP should
favour
have a
teams
free
like
rotation
the Mad
inside
Bulls that we're
circle.
talking about, or the Gladiators, who are in a similar position.
Yeah, towards La Copa. Luckily, everyone else is in a similar story right now. Obviously, some teams have headed further down. towards that
VP should
southeast, so like you
rotate
say,
to this
they
mountain right
now
here, and then
have made
KP is
their
just
way
gonna
up
take
towards
somewhere
Los
over here
Leones.
probably.
They're on that
Or they could play, I don't know. Depends on first circle shift and where they like to play more. You're hungry? Eat some food, man. The fuck? Easy. I haven't ate today, but you know, I don't have anything to eat actually. I went to go get some cereal. I don't have any cereal. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make some eggs and bacon. I don't have any eggs or bacon. And then I'm just like, bro, what else is there to eat for breakfast? And I was like, fuck it, I'm eating lunch. And I go to get some soup, and I'm like, fuck, I ate all the soup yesterday. And then I'm like, yo, I'm gonna just make a sandwich. And I'm like, shit, I don't got no meat. And I'm literally just like, damn, it's over. And so I ate an ice cream sandwich for breakfast. Wait, how much delays are in stream? Probably like 20 minutes, bro. I think Rob's in here. Either Rob's died hella early, or there's just a mad delay. But usually there's like a 20-minute delay. Like almost an entire game delay sometimes. Back when I used to play, that's how long it was.
And in general, excuse me, took fewer
So do you actually have 6? Look,
pretty much everywhere at that stage.
I need to go to the grocery store.
Been afforded that position, and I feel like they've done pretty well. I think they outperformed probably my expectations in this lobby.
Time DoorDash, bro. See, the cool thing is, I would love to DoorDash myself some like Chick-fil-A, or you know, I don't know, some good restaurant. But guess what? There are no Chick-fil-A's or good restaurants around me. There is no fucking DoorDash where I'm at. There's no people that do DoorDash around where I'm at. You literally cannot DoorDash yourself something. It's impossible. You order the DoorDash and you wait like 2 hours, and it's like there are no dashes around. You know, you try to Uber yourself some food, bro. There's no fucking food. It's just, you know, or not no food, but no Uber drivers, bro. It's just like that thing. That isn't a thing around here. I live in the middle of nowhere, bro. I would pay like $20 for someone to drive to an hour to Chick-fil-A for me, bro.
Point in time, you're probably getting a 7th or an 8th place, which
Octavian, bro. I remember Octavian.
Money in terms of those placement points, and that is the.
He used to win cards all the time.
Nexus as well, not having the best time here.
Were you North Pole? No, North Carolina, close.
Eliminations down to 2. They have slipped down.
What's up, Don?
Their 4th place spot, and I think
all right, chat. Based off of first shift, okay. I'll ask y'all after first shift. So people always ask me at the beginning of games, like, oh, who do you think's gonna win this game? I'm like, bro, I don't know. It's first circle. I don't know. Like, no one's rotated yet. No one's positioned themselves. Like, how am I supposed to just guess off of that? But after the first shift, you can take a guess after the first shift on who's going to win and be pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you were
6 hours later, the game's ended like 2 hours ago. Yeah, probably.
Between EXO and Doran and sometimes some of the other players on this Nexus roster, but you're right, it's just a little bit of underperformance.
Yeah, this guy's got a banger beard, bro. Look at that beard.
Situations, and it's the worst time for it to happen, right? I mean, it's absolutely devastating to not see Nexus go forwards.
You want bacon? Then just get bacon.
I feel like might be a little bit of a slip. I mean, it is a slip.
Chat. Real question: should I get an E-girl?
Whose spot do they take right now? Because I don't think anyone in the top 8 currently wouldn't deserve a spot forwards.
Yeah, I think maybe they could pick up Kanina Power's position, possibly Kazakh's. They're not far behind right now, 118 points, 2 points.
Hold up, I never posted those live on Instagram.
And I think for Nexus, you can kind of see just from who they're fielding today, like what the problems are, what the issues are.
So hit the like button. Hit the like button on YouTube right now. Hit it.
They're currently running
hit it.
With Kapahar,
No.
Octavian, Keme, and Doran. And that's a difficult decision to make because realistically, you want the
They think you're a God 6. You know which team's going to win before the match even starts? Yeah, exactly. That's what they be saying, bro.
Really big mistakes late into the tournament. It's like you're forced to try and just take people out who are underperforming.
My desk is messy as fuck, bro. I gotta like get a weird ass angle.
It's a really awkward decision, and this is where you really want everyone to be playing at their peak of level. So a frustrating experience it must be right now for Nexus trying to figure that one out. But I'm still glad that they're not afraid to make these switches in and out, whatever benefits them best.
This sometimes just needs that little bit of confidence in these calls.
Thoughts on racism? 6, there should be more racism, Chad. There isn't enough. I will single-handedly be more racist just to help balance it out, you know? But towards white people. Because white people, they do some weird shit. Chat. See, I'm not a racist. It's just I hate a lot of people.
and potentially waiting to
Like, when I say a lot of people, a
establish
majority of
third-party
people I just
off-angle is
dislike.
anyone who crashes into their
Is it
rotation
racist?
path.
No. It's just I have a hate for everyone. No matter your skin color. I'm just a hater.
He plays on that high ground, gets that scouting done early. So for Tixi, it is slightly more rough for him.
That's
You
why
have that
whenever someone calls me
balance
racist, I'm
side
like,
to
no.
the buggy is not perhaps on its back.
Actually,
The rest
I
of the
just
team is
fucking
gonna
despise
make the move
people.
now, though. I think they realised that waiting any longer for maybe Tixi to get into position is going to be a mistake. So what they have to do is just hope that the position that they've just cleared earlier on is still free, and Tixi can rotate through there. In the meantime, Unicorns will up towards that northern
Casper,
side.
you're Indian? Yeah. Casper's Indian. You know, I have to like, you know, control myself when Casper's around before I say anything, you know. Bro hates everyone equally. I do hate everyone equally.
Backed off behind the truck again, back into the buggy. I don't think, excuse me, are going to want to go fully in.
Fucking Harvey, bro.
But make quite
Harvey, why don't you have mod?
right now. We've seen some bold splits pay off
Wait, I can't mod
in the
you.
past couple of days.
Oh, wait, can I mod you now?
Although I wouldn't call it bold.
I have reached the number of maximum mods. I can't mod anyone else.
Further to the south, corralling them south of Los Leones.
I'm yellow. Wait, Casper, I thought you were Indian.
To take a way more aggressive approach in these games. Like the amount of space that they are maintaining,
Yes.
it's pretty godly. I won't lie. It's
Fuck,
quite
you don't have a
difficult to
player
deal with.
photo.
The fact that they're
You're
so
Trinidad
confident in their 2-2s as well,
Tobago.
to hold them out, is really
I have a
causing
homie
lot of
from
problems
there.
for these other teams in
Ice.
the lobby.
Old
Next circle does shift
player.
up towards
Old
that
PUBG
northern
player.
side. Los Leones will
Dude,
no longer be
can you
that
win a
focus
fucking
on
tournament, you shitter, bro? Like, Jesus Christ. 16th, 8th, 10th, 9th, 6th, 4th, 7th. You're looking like me, bro. Jeez. What the fuck? Your highest place is PUBG Mobile Dead in March? What the fuck is this?
You can head into. I think we've had circles
What is this?
in Lavandita before, but
Dead
most
in
teams will
March.
be avoiding that position like the plague.
Oh, wait, this is on Liquipedia now?
Most teams will be heading down from San Martin through that valley side and looking for some of these high
What?
priority compounds, which there is a few.
I mean, you say no one's going to send into the Lavandita crater, but we didn't expect the Kazakh team yesterday to send into prison so early
You suck.
into the game
Be-
when they had other options and
You
other
swallow.
choices. So maybe.
Oh, no, Tixie, don't die. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought
Just
Tixie was
go
driving in the
in
middle
and
of all
on
them.
the eastern side, as if you can get
Alright,
there, 'cause
GG's got a good spot.
stanchioned out on the west side, and the Gladiators are bearing
Dude, I won
down
like 4
on them from the
tournaments.
north.
Well, they aren't on
Dueling
Liquipedia,
across the ridge line
so it
still.
don't matter,
I think
kid.
there's a full crash on the cards. You can
El
see Tixi
Bozo.
repositioning
Wait,
away,
you got
Gladiators
second? No,
looking like
never
they're
mind. You got
about to
second in
disengage
frag. It's
here.
not second in a tournament.
Yeah, nice and quick. Rotate into this position, looking for a central spot. I think they can head further.
It's okay.
down this route side.
My Liquipedia is
Considered
just me
on
playing like
contact, does
PMPL
get a
once a
nice
year.
cheeky knock, which is
Hold up,
good for
let me
them.
show you. This shit's
Yeah, I
funny.
mean, Lavandita, I really still don't think there's going to be many teams heading in there early. You essentially just blocking up
Look.
all your sight lines. It's a place you want to send later on.
It's
when you
literally
have,
just like I
other
play like
teams
once a
that
year,
are
so I
around you.
didn't even
The
play. This
circle
wasn't
looks
even
like
me.
it's going
Well,
that
this
way.
wasn't me.
It's
I
the
was a
last
sub
pick
for this
for
team,
sure. And I
and
think the
I didn't play
Kazakh team
this.
heading towards prison
But I did play
on
this
that
New
edge
State
side,
mobile
there's a lot
mashup.
of other teams that have
I got a
to
free
pass through that
$1,000.
way. But for Lavandita,
Free 1K for getting like dead last or some shit like that.
Nexus
What was it?
will surround
Yeah,
the
we got
crater,
like 11th to 14th.
holding out on the edge.
But
of it.
look,
I think that's a little bit
I
smarter
played in
than
2021. I
just
played one
frustrating
tournament
inside.
and I made it to Americas.
From that
And then I
position,
played one
a lot of
tournament
teams to go
in
out to their
2022,
south, actually.
made it to
So,
Americas.
potential for a couple
Went to
of
Americas
there.
here, bruh. I was just too
Teams are
cracked.
starting to lose
Just too
players
cracked,
to
chat. I play
hours
once a
bring them
year
up to that damage
and just
next
go to
level.
Americas every
So,
year. Out of
just
boredom.
about to lead Shifu, so lose Shifu. So just 2 players remain on both.
This is
of
more
those rosters.
prizeful
Both
than Red
players,
Eyes.
one on the southeast
Hold up, chat.
side.
You wanna see a real
Everyone's
Liquipedia?
in this next circle already.
All
so
right.
not too much movement in the next 2 minutes.
yeah, not much so far. On those ridge sides, Lavandita looking outwards. Nexus getting some
Where is it
scouting
at?
done. AAR on that northern edge towards Junkyard. Again, a lot of little areas
Wait.
to just tuck yourself into.
Chat, where the fuck is Call of Duty
I
at?
think that especially with this
Oh, there it
particular
is.
circle, it's a little bit more difficult to play center because there's not.
Here's a real
many
Liquipedia for you guys.
compounds towards this center side, which means you're going to be folding yourself into a lot of
That's what a real
engagements
Liquipedia
early
looks
on.
like, chat.
You can play on the edge quite easily with this circle, and that's purely because there is so many little compounds to be playing around with. So for a lot of these teams towards the center side, this is a bit of a
You
bubble
play make
decision. Looking
PVC.
for a
Okay,
priority
look.
position towards that end game.
I'm not saying someone on my team threw my PMGC, but someone on my team that's name starts with a T threw my PMGC on the last day of Americas. We were like 20 points from qualifying. Throw.
Shockwaves being slapped back
After
in the
throw,
right
after
is
throw, after throw.
Very, very powerful now.
My favorite one was like, hey,
One can step to
T, I have no gun. I need you to refrag me. I'm gonna bait this guy. All right, walk left with me. And I say on the count of 3, let's go. 3, 2, 1. I jump out. He tracks me through the air, right? And is just shooting at me. Misses his shots and everything. And you know what happens to T? He goes the other way. I'm like, bro, I explained exactly what should have happened. You would have got the trade. I wouldn't have died. You would have won the fight off drop. That's a free kill for you. A free trade for me because there's no gun for me. And he threw that. We got 0 points second because we all died off drop because of that. The next game, he panics because he was like kind of IGLing or wanted to IGL, something like that. And I'm like, all right, we go to the top hill and then we look from this side and we see where we want to go from here. And he drives to the top of the hill, doesn't stop, drives over it, and goes farther inside the zone because the inside zone's like he's going toward the inside circle. Like we're outside of circle by like 100 meters on top of this hill. But the whole point of going to this was to look inside and see where we can go. And he doesn't stop there. He drives up on it, goes past it, and then dies. And then, you know, a person that's name starts with J, as in Jason, follows directly behind him and then dies as well. And me and F, you know, are sitting there just like, I DM him, I'm like, bro, my PMGC.
Really nicely positioned on that high
I was like, it was.
Don't have terrible positions either, and in fact,
in the very last game, or like the second to last game, I like solo squad to like 4th or 3rd with like 3 kills. Why are you saying the hard R? Because I'm a fucking racist, bro. You got a problem with it? You got a problem with me being a racist? You gonna stop me? You gonna stop me? Exactly.
They'll have to reposition in stage 3, so it's not devastating.
Tizen knows going left means? No, he's dyslexic. It's okay, it's my fault. I should have known he was dyslexic. I should have said go on the right, and he would have been like, ah, I got you. What's in your shirt? It's Fate. It's cute Fate.
We'll have to push further in.
Further?
In a very strong spot.
I like their accents.
Taking that risky play doesn't always work out, but when it does,
I haven't been to a different region yet. I don't play the game like that anymore. I'm not good enough to go to another region anymore. I'd say I'm like top 20 in North America if I like played without practicing. I think I could be like a top 10 player in North America next season. I like really want to grind, but like I'm not gonna grind just to not be on a team. So I need to know that like a team will give me a chance if I start grinding hard again, and then I will, you know, sweat my ass off. Because like the reason I stopped trying in like 2020, 2021 is because I lost the passion for the game, and a lot of like of the old pros lost their passions too around that same time because that's when the scene went downhill. But they just kept playing because you know they were good at the game. But like I didn't find a point of playing comp because I didn't have the passion to play comp anymore. Like chat, you remember how on stream if someone fucked up on my team, I would like yell at them and be like, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing, bro?" It's because I had the passion, I had the fucking fire to like win because I wanted to win so fucking bad. I would yell at my teammates because I held them to a high ass standard. Alright? And when they would fucking not meet that standard, it would piss me off because I wanted my teammates to be on the same level as me, if not better than me. And like over the years, I mean, y'all could tell I slowly started losing that passion, right? And I stopped caring if my teammates messed up. That's when like I just no longer had passion. But like, oh no, some part of me has like a little of that passion coming back, you know.
The south side has its own battles to be fought out.
What's the reason to lose your passion?
Following for the last while.
I don't know. It's just
going to be fraught as well. You can see
it just slowly went away. Like one of the guys I watched from Overwatch that I watched. I don't play with him because he's like way better than me. But he won Worlds twice in a row, and he was talking about stuff like this. And he lost his passion for comp, so he just retired and started doing content. And like he won Worlds twice, and that's why he lost his passions, because he won Worlds back to back. His first year playing he won, and his second year playing he won. And so like he was saying the reason he lost his passion is because he just won, and there was no one like stopping him from winning. Like it wasn't even close. It was 4-0s. They 4-0'd in the finals twice. And so it wasn't like that with me because I wasn't winning everything, but it was just like, I don't know. It was just, I was just smarter than everyone when I played. When I would had the passion, everyone was like beneath me brain wise. It was just no one could compete like with how smart I was, and I just like hated that like whenever I played with the teams, like not teams, but with other players on my team, they just weren't on that level with me. And I got offered to play in Japan for the PMJL, but I didn't want to go to another region where they didn't even speak English. Because I had played with like Grunto, and they barely spoke English, and it was rough. It just wasn't fun. So, you know, that would make me lose my passion even quicker. It was just stuff like that. Yeah, rip GG. But MP went out too. So, you know, GLD has 4 up with 3 alive, you know. But like, a part of me, that passion's just coming back a little bit, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, making a new layout, like, seeing PMPL, you know, like, it's just, I feel like playing again and grinding. But I need a team for me to, like, fully grind, you know? I'm with MO4 now. Dude, put me as, like, a sub or something. I just want, like, sub, start, it doesn't matter to me, bro. Just get me in there. Give me a chance, you know, just to be on a fucking team. And I'll, like, coach. Like, if I'm a sub for a team, I'll still, like, grind. And then I'll just coach them and shit, you know? Like, win-win.
So he sacrificed himself for a good cause.
Hopefully. I mean, you'd imagine, right? Like, that's what you're going to be
Get ready for GG. Hopefully it comes back.
Where you can. Game Lord.
I mean,
getting punished right now.
I don't know how much longer I'll play PUBG Mobile. Because, like, if Warzone has comp, because I heard something about Warzone Mobile having comp, I'll probably play that too. You play PMPL TG, you gonna get mad at your team saying no to Warzone? No, I don't. So that was when I was younger, when I had like an insane passion to win. Like me, I will explain to you what you did wrong and like why we should have done this now, because I'm more mature than I used to be. Because I was fucking like what, 18? I was young. I was a kid. I'm still a kid, but you know, I was more like, you know, hyper aggro type shit, you know. W kills. Let's go.
Victor not losing his life in the process is a really big thing.
Robs, my boy. Robs, W. Holy shit, 7 kills is what we needed.
Now move in for Game Lord. Shockwave are looking to hold out the Mad Bulls from the western side. Kazakh have skirted underneath, and you can see just how open this push is. The Mad Bulls really have their work cut out.
Yeah, I mean, for Mad Bulls pushing.
Dude, Plasma, you think MP won't do good? I think MP has a solid team.
Going to push them even more towards this circle.
I think Golden, or not Golden, fucking
what you'd hope is the circle was a little bit further towards that west.
Game Lord, holy shit. I just got the G's mixed up. I went through my brain, Gladiators, Game Lord, Golden. I just went through like all these different teams that start with G until I could figure out GLD, bro. My brain just stopped working.
Frozen's already through, and the rest of the team needs to back him up off the back of this one.
This is their tournament test almost, Blank, because they've been given this opportunity with Major Pride going down early, but unfortunately it is just such a hard push. You could see, yeah, these nades, I mean, they get it open onto Terminus, and if Seiko gets spotted by Zerich here, it is tradable.
Oh, that's...
So the smoke clears, and that's going to be easy life.
Oh, it's Snowsix. Or Snowix, whatever his name is. He played for,
it's really not going to matter too much. Fleet K now solo for Mad Bulls on the west coast.
Where's it gonna suck balls? Yeah, it's gonna suck balls, but like if there's comp, I'm probably just gonna win everything because it's gonna suck so bad. Warzone is just, from what I've seen, it's purely positioning, and like PUBG Mobile is the best game for positioning. It's just gonna be free. Like in Apex Mobile, whenever we did time drops and shit like that and scrims, my team's positioning was always the best because I just had common sense, you know. All the other people at the top of Apex Mobile were like COD Mobile MP players. Or like maybe a few BR players, but BR players were so bad at like rotations and shit. It was just, they weren't good at it.
Which is an opportunity for them to maybe ladder up just that little bit.
Play with Fade again? Maybe. How come we don't have super chats at Super Secret 6? I was just donate. Like the donation thing is weird because it's like it won't let me enable it because it requires me to send in like my credit card or some shit, and I don't have that card anymore. So I've messaged YouTube and I'm like, yo, so and they're like, don't reply.
However, those players on the western edge of Game Lord can have pretty good broadsides down towards Becker and Tapok. And now with Aces and Elementrix starting to make their rotate through, it's just a matter of time before Robs, as well as Victor.
Dude, Caster, GG is not winning. If anyone, GLD is gonna win.
We'll have to wait and see, really.
This is the fight that concluded.
If GLD do good this game, then there's a chance that they can win. But as of right now,
we're now down to 9 of them.
Gladiators has 5 games now to average 8 more points than MP does. And MP's not the team to get no points that many games in a row.
They're going to head out to the east and probably into a slightly easier fight against Virtus Pro on their rotational path on the hillside.
Muerte. Malloy checking his angles at the moment. Sly Europe will have a tough task ahead of them. Gonna have to hold off against Virtus Pro as well as Muerte as they crest this roadside. Virtus Pro, luckily for Sly Europe, taking shots up towards Muerte early. And I think this is a problem for Virtus Pro that happens quite often, is that they are not the best at picking their fights, but I'm glad that they are at least picking their fights now. Excuse me, we'll take down one player from Kazakh team.
Do you still some part of you to come back to food? Yeah, I do. A little part of me.
A knock gone both ways here. Black is really out in the open. Havlik and Beck both trying to ride on up. It's only Beck who gets there, I would say unscathed, but that's not entirely true. With 2 players active,
as if you're retarded. Wrestling me, I'm like, at this point, if someone does some stupid shit on my team, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dog? That's like the most I'll say. I'm not gonna like chew you out like I used to, bro. I'm not built like that anymore, you know.
It's gonna be pretty much impossible here. Furia looks to regroup. Muerte not able to control. So
oh my god, was that a headshot? 1 tap, 96 damage headshot? Bro, right lean, please. There we go.
Position to be in.
All right, double run in the open and just outgun them.
This is where, excuse me, has to step up, hit some shots, but
oh wait, this guy has an angle on them. What the fuck?
In the meantime, AAR did lose one player, and they have been far too passive.
Where's Golden at? I can't see. Did they die? They're not Golden. Fucking GLD. No, they are. That's the top.
But Game Lord coming on a hot streak this game might be looking for some more eliminations of their own as AAR.
What game are you playing lately? I've been playing Overwatch.
Very close now, and Game Lord
that's like the only game I play.
This game on this tournament as well, they have really started to.
I play the game a lot.
But unfortunately, Akashi.
When I say a lot, I mean I've been playing it like 8 hours a day. But I'm gonna start playing Pokemon again more and streaming. I need to build my fan base back up, chat. I need to. You guys still watch me even though I stream like once a month. I need to reward you guys with regular streams and content and improving my gameplay so you guys have something to watch. That's not Ash Cheeks gameplay.
Right now, Game Lord crumbling.
Bro, Caspers, do you have a job? If not, you're gonna rank grind to conquer with me. We have a month.
By VP on the way up here the entire time, but use these smokes to just
big fan. Thank you, Prim. Appreciate you.
From that south side. Slowly eat their way in. Hayes though has a good spray over towards Milky Way, and he just remains in the vehicle. Could not get the seatbelt off in time before
Game Lords has 8 kills, 1 up.
There is always a
Slide me RP if GG wins. Alright, I'll buy you RP if you rank grind to conquer with me, dog. Are you going to people at Rage? That's Mina, right? With Coops. I will watch the region with Coops with him because Coops, I'm like a fanboy of Coops because he's so good, you know? So like, I remember Coops used to be this little dude who would always frag out, but his team would get 16th place in PMPL. Good times. Casper, how are you silver? Do you just not play the game, bro? I'm pretty sure you can still play with me because I'm only diamond. But like, I was watching someone stream, bro, Casters, and they had conquer lobbies, and it was like 20 people alive, like circled like 6 or 7. And I'm like, bro, this is like better than scrims, like actual scrims in T1. I'm like, I need to get this high rank. I would actually get good at the game again. People will tomorrow you do scrims. I'll see if I can find a scrim team. Me, Valak, and Juancho are gonna make a team, but we don't have a PMPL slot. And Juancho's gonna play with Execute, and Valak's playing with like TP or not TP, yeah TP. So I don't have anyone. So I'm just sitting here doing nothing right now. Wait, his teammate just fucking bailed him out so hard. Groza did.
They still have to move further in, and excuse me, have started to encroach on this ground.
What's up, Brand? What's your view on SE Top? The GOAT. He's like one of the GOATs.
The fact that Stun grenade goes through the
J6,
smoke.
I just play rooms 24/7. Literally, I haven't played a classic since last year August. Jesus Christ.
Actually, the killer for him. Excuse me, 3 players still alive. Furia, the lead singer of the group right now.
Where do you play rooms at? Where are they running rooms at that much?
Realizes the team now has to think about moving across. As they're clumped up towards that northeast side, but excuse me, now taking a little bit of a different approach to their end games. Go for a bit of a wider split here, trying to retain as much high ground as possible.
Casters, do they have an open customs room?
As possible, but they will have to move forward and down off this ridge.
All they're waiting for is Reflect. He's got a Groza, but not a lot of ammo to back it up. Moves over.
There used to be a what do you call it? There used to be a server a long time ago when Zaniel would run it, where it would just be customs like for like 12 hours a day.
With Octavian still inside the building, this would be good for their placement point count, that's for sure. Right now, excuse me, is in a godly position.
It's nasty.
This oversight is disgusting, and 8 eliminations is what we talked about at the start of the day. We want to see, excuse me,
You practice scrims recently? No, not really.
on that final day. They got nothing left
There's
to
soul
lose here.
customs?
They
The fuck
have
is
to
that?
try and get into that top 8. They had a great turn up in phase 3. It's time to transition that.
This is in general a resurgence game. All 5 of these teams are teams that have been lackluster in these finals. A lot of them getting in late. ARR 7 eliminations, Shockwave with 7 as well, excuse me, as you just highlighted on 8. 3 for Nexus and 3 for Virtus Pro, but still getting this late into the game is really good news for these teams who have been underperforming so far.
AS customs, HQ
seem
customs.
to have managed to find themselves a little bit of safety up on the north side. The next zone will just fully close straight into the center. So it is going to be a descent for excuse me on the cards. If ARR can just hold out for the time being, they might have a little bit better luck. But if excuse me still have vehicles, there's mobility there.
Yeah, I think AR realize that they need to
What
go
if Chad? I gotta do something for someone.
right now. Understanding that position up on high is so unbelievably good. They just need to not peak, and they've slowed things down massively. You saw, excuse me, looking for as many angles that they could find, anyone to just peek their head out, but everyone was refusing to do so. Luckily, they'll be able to get an easy couple of eliminations over towards Nexus as they leave the building. A lot of smokes go down here. Excuse me, look to make their push.
Furia seeming, oh no, they've seen him. Seiko goes down, so Shockwave are out of it. I imagine it's only a matter of time before Virtus Pro start to fall. Into the bus, okay, this is really last ditch effort here. Coming through from excuse me, Furia wants to just try and suppress this ridgeline. Tapok out and spraying the van, needs to eat a couple of bullets in response. Volley is there and may be able to do a little bit of damage to excuse me. We'll find some, bring them down to half HP, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
This is a really good position from excuse me. Getting 2 players off to the side like this really crunches AR into an awkward position.
Fulton Drago 6. I watched him play like one day or some shit at finals. I can't remember if it was finals or not. But he just, there was no reason for him to be in the spots he was in. It was just like, but like his gun skill is fine. It's just his positioning is pretty bad, but that's always fixable. Positioning is always fixable. Everything's fixable if they're willing to fix it, you know?
Falling back, Beck consumed by it as well, and ARR are just going to take it down. Excuse me, give up the ghost.
I mean, excuse me doesn't want to give anyone else in
Our
this lobby
Esports
any points right now. Anything that they've picked up is a score bank towards their 8th place finish. They've realized it's so close and on the line that it's just not worth it. They know they're in a losing position. Send out into the blue zone. Take your own life, essentially. Don't give off those elimination points. But yeah, a really smart decision at the end there. And I think for excuse me, they did
Alright, do they have the scores already on the Wikipedia?
From his position for that to be a game-winning play. And already it was looking very dire as soon as the circle starts to close in. But AR take a very, very safe spot over towards that northern side, push out. It looked a bit dicey with Game Lord, but again, a very chilled out game, I'd say, for AR.
A redemption game for our top 5 performers. Excellent stuff. A lot of points accrued for them as well. So hopefully we've got an exciting final day on our hands. It's already started off pretty well. Let's head back over to the desk.
6 feet of pure sexiness.
What a way to
Talking about my
start
feet?
off the finals, Max. I mean, maybe not.
Thoughts on Stevo 6?
Actually, no. I want to look at that. I want to look at the prediction because Sly again was in a really good position. They had that opportunity to potentially even get that chicken dinner, but they fell short. So, what exactly?
Six of Fate told you to go play with his team, would you? Yeah, I like playing with Fate. Fate's a very good player. He's a very well balanced player.
Really good dip
to play from that was just north of the road, and my game plan was, okay, they're going to make sure that Demuerte and VP cannot pose a threat, they're not able to cross, especially Demuerte. But then they just move downhill a little bit and allow Demuerte to just flood in that position in the south, and then Sly just get overwhelmed because they don't have the high ground position, they can't really find any coverage. So it's just, yeah, they gave a small opportunity and then Demuerte took it, which is good from Demuerte. We said was a little bit silent, so they do get a few eliminations here, but what a comeback from ARR on this game. And I gotta say, the position and the reason why you guys all picked ARR makes also a lot of sense, because from the northern side, not many teams were there. La Bandita outskirts allows you to get a lot of information on where teams are positioned for the late game. So,
Casters, are you trying to play with Steve though?
Game Lord, I have to add to that. So yeah, ARR, no, also a very solid prediction, and in this case, the execution was almost flawless on their end. And 10 eliminations for this match. You know,
he's not that good.
Good start for this final day.
Yeah. Yeah, and excuse me, one of the teams that we highlighted as well, saying that coming into the finals, they really didn't get those elimination points or those podium finishes, but they've actually stepped up on this first map that we've already seen.
Like, none of these dudes are good. I've never even heard of Zed before, but he had a 1.2 KDR.
To a good, successful,
I don't know how many games he played,
potential final day. I mean, Furia getting 50% of those, that is not something to not be proud of, because Kitsune said he wanted 10 elims. We said, you know, if we're looking at 7,
really 8
elims on a day that per game, that's actually impressive. And Furia's off to a good start with 5.
Yeah, maybe he was predicting the eliminations per game of Excuse Me. No, the redemption's on. I'm not too sure, but a great game. I am so shocked that Excuse Me were able to get away with as much as they have this game. At one point, they're across the road against Kazakh team. I think there was Demuerte that was looking at them. There was also Shockwave. And they just push in the field and are allowed to get a res back as a 3-man team. Kazakh die around them. Shockwave lose 3 players. Demuerte are focused onto Sly and VP at that time. And they just get access to the best position in that late game circle. Of course, they have to leave, so ARR do get it. But it was the high risk, high reward situation where the fact that they were left alive and to make it in that spot allows them to get there in second place with so many eliminations where you could not escape their gaze. So, excuse me, we said it at the start of the day, right, Janiro? We want to see podium finishes, and that's what we got in the first game. So that's a good way to kick off your final day.
Yeah, let's talk about Nexus as well, Max. It's one of the teams that we talked about that we are expecting to be showing up today, because they're a little bit at that cutoff point. From what we've seen,
this is the old Rad from Aces. Oh, that makes sense. Rad was cracked.
Going to be performing today.
Actually, I'm looking back on their rotation right now. The thing is, they were in that position upon phase 3.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna go get another ice cream bar because I don't have anything to eat.
And they're making sure that teams around them, so that's good to see that they're trying to be aggressive as much as they can. But I do have to echo a point that John Blank made during the cast too, is that it's weird that we're not having Doran on and that Kime is playing. I think that it's been proven that that roster would be just a little bit more efficient in these matches when it comes to taking those aggressive fights. So we'll see. And also Exo Machina not playing at the standard we expected after how he popped off during phase 2 and phase 3. So I feel like the potential is still there, but I need to see a little bit more after this game, because I feel like this was a little bit of a given.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're looking at the damage coming out from ARR, excuse me, the team that we highlighted coming into the saying, okay, we want them to show up Gladiators. I mean, they have 8 limbs. Even though maybe, you know, that's not the 10 limbs that they're supposed to, it's still something to not take away from them. Shockwave has woken up as well. That's a team kind of that has been flying on.
Kind of when AP have a bad game, both teams are dead.
Feels like having 7 limbs, it's a good start of today. And it gives me hope that they are really pushing for finishing in top 8.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to bounce this point over to another point, which is in this game, we actually saw Gladiators die early. We saw Mad Bulls die early. We saw
I'm about to eat half my hair, aren't I?
What does that do? That offers a huge opportunity for the teams on the first page to maybe close that gap with the top 3, maybe even overtake their positions if this is something that keeps happening throughout today. And not only that, that allows more points to be spread throughout the bottom teams to potentially also climb their way higher up and maybe reach the top 8 for the very first time. So this is huge. This was a huge opportunity for teams to try and climb up as much as they could. And in this case, ARR and Excuse Me were the one to just get as many points as they possibly could. So if this happens again, no top 3 might not be as clear cut as we initially expected.
Absolutely, but also having the awareness and the confidence to be able to take advantage of these opportunities that are given to you is something as well that I'm
chat opinions on Millie Bobby Brown.
Because if you're not too sure, you're waiting maybe a couple of seconds before you.
All right, chat.
That does kind of
real question now.
So happy to see that
who do you think
but we're not going to be
the hottest woman is?
And historically there are a couple
Of all
teams
time.
that have performed very well here. So you've got your Gladiators, Major Pride, your Dark Project, Kanina Power, and Mad Bulls. I think Kanina Power here, Max, is one of those teams that we consistently mention that, yes, at Sandhawk, we are expecting them to perform well simply because of their drop location. But now that it's the finals day, are we expecting any teams to be interrupting that?
Gladiators could be an issue. I'm looking also at your Major Pride, which are really good at defending.
But you always say
those
nice to him,
bridge
should say
slash
nice.
River crosses location. So I like to see if that's going to go. Though going back to your Kanina Power, I want to see Kanina Power have a good game when the circle goes to the west. Every time it goes to the east, they tend to make it into that late game. It's pretty much a given because, as you said, their drop location and they rotate pretty quickly in a central position. I want to see them get a podium finish or at least even a top 5 when the circle goes hard to the west. And
Marilyn Monroe?
this crosses against teams that
True,
are strong,
good-
like
good
your
pick.
Gladiators, like your Major Pride, also potentially your Mad Bulls and Shockwaves. So yeah, Kanina Power, I want to see a little bit more here because you can't just expect the circle to always come your way. Sure,
I'm gonna have to
there's a
go
lot of luck factor
with my
in
girlfriend,
mobile,
chap.
but you also make your own luck to some extent, and I feel like that's Kanina Power. Can try
If
and
she's
work
watching.
on things
If
on
she's
how
not
they
watching, then we're
approach
going
most
with
of
a Megan Fox.
Yeah, create your own luck. But we also have the overall standings in terms of where we're currently situated when it comes to the teams and the points that they have been gathering over the course of the finals. Major Pride breaking that
Who is this?
200-point barrier, sitting at 200
Salem.
total. But as we said it earlier, when we're looking at team
Is this
2
search
to
word?
8,
Search
it's
safe
already
with
very
stream?
close. I mean, you get a couple of good games, you can completely change up the rankings. And with the game that we've just seen come out of, excuse
Wait,
me,
I feel this
they've
is a
already
bad
pushed
picture.
themselves up a little further.
Yeah, it's not as safe.
Chat.
Game Lord, if they just give himself a chip,
Hear me out.
potentially on the next
MILF.
game. They've struggled, only 15 placement
It's
points.
the MILF.
Yeah.
For
It's the
59
MILFness
wins,
that's attractive.
that's
You know what I
not a
mean?
good ratio. It's fair to say, okay, Game Lord, we need to see them get to that late game, but right now, one
Megan the
game
Stallion for me?
would
Dude,
be
Megan the
tough if
Stallion's
they push
ass
in
is
the
too
top
fat
three
for
and
me,
they
bro.
could contest against it. So yeah, we'll see how that
Like,
things are gonna be.
I'm telling you, I couldn't
The
handle any of that, bro.
Kazakh team
That's what you're
has
doing,
fallen
chat.
off ARR. One other game like this, no, even just a podium finish, they're on the top page, and ARR, this would be the
Like,
clutch
chat.
we need from them on this final day.
Absolutely. And Sandhawk, this is the first, but also the
She got
penultimate
too much
Sandhawk
cake
that
for
we're
me.
going to be seeing in spring 2023. We have
I
once
also
again our
only really
broadcasters
like
ready to
Asians and
walk you through
Latinos.
all the action that we're going to be
It's like the
seeing.
only
So
people I
Jonathan
like.
Blank, take it away.
We do. but
Chat.
We only have 2 more Sandhawks left, Blank. I know.
what
I
is
know
the-
it's very sad. We'll
what is
see.
the new
Don't worry, I'm sure
Scream
in future
cast?
tournaments. So you know what? Let's make it a good one. Let's make
2022
it a good penultimate
Screamcast?
Sandhawk. We've still got one more today as well.
Dreamcast.
Yeah, this has to be a Northwest
20.
finish, 100%. It has to be, otherwise I'll be extremely
What I
sad
had.
overall. But yeah, heading
Is
up
this
towards
it?
Sandhawk now.
Is this it?
There's a lot of teams that have done
This
fairly
shit.
well on Sandhawk so far.
I fucking
Saw
love
the
her, bro.
Performance breakdown beforehand.
Chat.
Major Pride, Mad Bulls, Gladiators, Dark Project, Kanina Power. I would
She
say
is
the
so
usual
bad,
suspects,
chat.
Kanina Power,
Let me-
Dark
ah!
typically have
Chat.
had,
I would
at
sacrifice
least have had very good games on
fucking
Sandhawk
the
for
entire
time.
continent of fucking the world
On the other hand, Dark Project has had a bit of a resurgence here on Sandhawk
For her.
in the finals, but Major Pride, Gladiators, and Mad Bulls all just really trying to push as hard as they can towards that top side. We have a bit of a leftover from my previous.
Nicki Minaj back in the day.
construction. But that works out. actually.
DSL.
That works out absolutely fine for us because this is. That's
Who is the
exactly
striker guy?
where Gladiators are going to go, just like that. But yeah, a little bit of a difficult jump over towards this side of the map. Obviously, the Kawi Kampong. I think for Sly Europe heading down towards Docks is going to be a little bit more difficult as well. And getting Reflect over towards that western quarry building maybe a little bit more
Hold on,
dangerous
where's
as
my chat
Verspawn
at?
can drop quite quickly in towards that position. And they will have to worry about perhaps Kazakh team dropping slightly early.
She's pretty but not
alongside
bad. Dude,
them.
she's bad as
Overall,
fuck. Dude, I don't know
should
what
be
you're
okay
talking
for
about,
most
dude.
teams. I think we'll just have a bit
Ugh,
more
she's
crunch
so
towards
fine.
this eastern
You know who's
side,
even
as
better,
all
chat?
teams
My
will have to
girlfriend,
take
bro.
some time to get
Cap,
towards their
we're not
spawns
dating.
and obviously more time to loot up.
A little bit more mobility.
Ruby Rose?
To them.
Nah.
No one really
Chat,
getting
old Doja
too
Cat. Hear me out. Old
hot
Doja Cat,
with it.
though.
I mean, maybe Octavia
Old Doja Cat was
close
bad
to
as fuck.
Lucci from Kanina Power in the northeast, but
So
they
many
look
hot
like they
chicks
are
nowadays.
diverging.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, we
It's
need to go
not
back to
Northwest
the old
Blake,
times
but
when you'd be like, yo, who's the
easily
hottest
nasty
woman? And like
circle
7
to
people
the
would say the
north.
same person. Now it's like,
Pretty
there's so many
consistent
bad bitches,
overall.
bro.
I mean, a lot
That
of
just
teams
like
too
any of
happy with
them,
this, especially
or
teams like
it's just
Mad
any of
Bulls,
them, bro. You know what I
Major
mean?
Pride, have been afforded some
Think a
really good
handful of
games
the
as
baddest
well from a lot of
bitches,
these
and they're like
southern
miles above what we had like 30 years ago, you know?
For some of these guys, Shockwave up towards that northern edge, towards Hattin, not to go towards the secondary drop spot.
Doja Cat like went downhill. No cap. When she shaved her head and shit, she went downhill. She needs to put the wigs back on or something, bro. Holy shit, this zone is fucking AIDS.
But we will expect Nexus to remain around Cow and Tapmock, mainly because there will be a fair few teams trying to go for this western bridge rotate up towards that northwest side.
I'd be going to get a coffee and see my models just chilling. Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. You go to Starbucks, bro. The fucking cashier at Starbucks is like the baddest bitch you've ever seen. And they're like some random. Like, why she shave her head though? I don't know. I mean, black women shave their head and like look good. But like, I don't think Doja Cat looks good with it. I like her with hair.
Not being cautious enough, and ARR taking some very aggressive rotations over their way. I feel like I sound like Optimus Prime transforming.
Your Wi-Fi went out for 10 minutes. Casters, we're talking about the baddest bitches. And
from like the 90s cartoon.
How did I pull up my history?
The Shiloh phase of their history. Striker.
We're talking about the baddest bitches, and I pulled out this card, chat. Or Casper.
Maybe a little bit of an answer here, but immediately behind cover.
Kazakh team.
I pulled her out. What's your opinion on her, Caspers? She's bad as fuck. She's so bad. Oh, fuck it. What's her name? What's the Iggy Azalea, bro? Iggy Azalea bad as hell, chat. Alright.
Where they can get looted up. So utility is going to be a bit of a problem.
Bad as hell.
Some of these teams on the eastern edge, I'm looking at Dark Project, Need Power, Dagestan, as well as Kazakh team.
You think is that no dudes flirt with them? Well, majority of the, like, if you take a guy like Casper and you put him in a room with a hot chick, he's not going to flirt with a hot chick because he has no chance with her, you know? In his mind, he has no chance. But maybe she thinks he has a chance, you know what I mean? She looks like she's from a horror movie, not gonna lie. Are you stupid, Casper? Iggy the baddest, like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, some of them pics of Iggy. Have you seen the OnlyFans pics of her, bro? They're so, like, it's not even, like, about the OnlyFans pics making you horny. It's just, like, their aesthetic is fucking, the quality on those pictures are, like, insane. Iggy was top tier before she's top tier now, bro. Iggy left the BBC. Well, I got a small white cock. That should be enough for her. You know what I mean? That'll be enough. Just take it or leave it, Iggy.
No one's really stepping too super hard. Mad Bulls behind Sly Europe on their rotation up the center of that mainland. To look at on the back of the bike, trying to see them nice and close to a compound, to a position. The Unicorns of Love leave one
Dude,
player
chat.
Paradise Resort.
I've always said it, you know, you can't be 6'5", good hair, blue eyes, you know, good genetics. You gotta have one downside, and unfortunately the one downside was my cock.
Up towards that northern side and actually get ahead of Major Prize. This is a real big changer for Mad Bulls. It looks like they've gone for a bit of a sneak play because Major Pride certainly would not be down this
Smallwood chat. It's not about the size, it's about the flow in the ocean or whatever it is.
Further north in the Mad Bulls. So for Major Pride, they've probably stuck around a little bit, realized that where the hell are the Bulls, and they've decided, you know what, they're far.
Wait, did he just knock one out of the car?
Mickey Beast getting a massive amount of damage over their way, already pulling the pin on this one, and Tudica's incredibly low.
Throw it before you get knocked!
It was needed.
Oh my god, chat. Yo, I'd farm this region, no cap. These guys are cheeks. Casper, how many kills he's dropping right now in this tournament?
Just a little bit further down the ridge line. Does need to be a bit careful for the remaining line of fire. Actually, Zerich very much covered off by Beast's position as he swung out nice and low. We'll be pinging this one away. Smoke necessary here for Mad Bulls to go for this res, but they might just be down to 3. It's looking very tricky to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, Beast have a broadside on this. They're going to have to basically pick him up and go, and it's going to be unlikely they'll be able to find this one. So already Frozen sends away. There is
remember when UO was good? Dude, the good times. That was when they had good players.
In fact, it is. So Mad Bull certainly down to 3, but could be down even to 2 going forward.
This is an insane gold show.
Make their way up. That is from the south side of boot camp. Furia behind a tree, struggling a little bit. Elementrix to the Vector with absolutely no ammo left in the back pocket either.
Are they shooting his car or his bike side?
A little bit more there. Auto shotgun in hand now for Elementrix, but M4 to try and blast a couple of shots over towards Havlik. Neither of the two players go down, but Havlik doesn't take any damage, which is a preferable trade there. Excuse me, maintain position in a fairly central compound on the playable land.
This is a pretty nice spot a lot of times. I actually much prefer this spot to currently where it skews me. Have their split towards that western side. Luckily they're not all inside that compound, but that one just keeps you out of dodge for a long while, but it also does make your rotation in that end game quite difficult. It's very obvious where you're coming from. You get shot at by teams over towards
why is this
Western Island
the
as
entire
well.
team of DMR just fully outside circle?
Opts for a bit more of an aggressive approach, a bit more difficult to maintain and hold on to, because it has quite a few angles that you can come at it in terms of a crash.
This is such a bad zone
this
for
should
Gladiators,
be
dude.
better for their overall performance in the entirety of the match. Now, Gladiators moving through, you wonder if they are aware of Virtus Pro's position down towards their south side. Again, this is a bit of a weird decision coming through from Virtus Pro, one that perhaps
Do you use
Gladiators
shotguns much? I mean, I don't play the game much, but I'll pick up a DBS and shit. I'd rather pick up a DBS than any other gun, really, or any other CPC gun.
They were just taking
DBS
over
M4,
the Virtus
DBS
Pro
DP.
position. I think they knew the Virtus Pro were hiding out, trying to move in from the south. Yeah, and they're just going to leave Virtus Pro
Okay.
backwards. I think they
Good
spotted
knock,
major
good
prize.
knock.
They've taken a knock actually here. You know, almost
Good
down and
thirst.
flushed away by Tenchik. Sly Europe taking the fight to them. It's the second time Major Pride are going to potentially go down.
Okay,
early
you have
here if they
no
don't
fucking
clean things up.
headphones on,
Toshiba
bud. You didn't even
will
hear him
fall
run in.
caught with a nade in hand, and Monkey won't waste any time getting the flush there. Tenchik now with Reflect.
Wait.
Two players active. That nade out through the window looks pretty good. But isn't going to find a knock, not just yet. Pushing through, no me in effect, close to Tenchik here. A 2 versus 1, Tenchik repositions, doesn't shut the door in time, but won't get flushed out immediately. Reflect, looks like he just wants to get away from it, but won't be allowed to do so. The trap cinches shut, and Monkey finds the final blow.
Yeah, I'm not saying they got molested, but they got
I think
molested.
it's definitely a big misplay on Toshiba's side. I think pulling out the Molotov in close range combat like that is not the play. I think far too many times.
Was so Mortal Cracker just hacked? He was a very smart player, but he wasn't like cracked. He just was smart.
On Molotovs and grenades, and although all those things are really good, and I'm glad to see a lot of EU start to utilize them a lot better, I think at the end of the day, we have to understand that we can go back to basics, which is just taking the clear gunfight. And I think that's something that Major Pride does very well, as opposed to a lot of these other teams, as they realize, you know what, we can just fight and go for gun trades, which is absolutely fine. And a lot of times catching people off guard like that with Molotovs in hand, with grenades in hand, it's just a free elimination because there is that delay before you pull your weapon back out of the holster. So Major Pride does that quite decently. That could have been a very, very bad situation for them if Toshiba just holds the angle. Unfortunately, doesn't.
I zoned out, my bad, chat.
With 3 eliminations total, they do lose a player though, which will adjust how they'll play this end game out, as will it do so.
Alright, I have the coach scrims at like 2, but like I can just watch the scrims and then type to them, so I'll just do that, chat.
Over on that western edge, and Virtus Pro just swing back across the river over towards these warehouses on the north side of boot camp.
So I'd say, without Happy J playing as 3, should have pretty good sight lines to Virtus Pro here, but Malloy not going to protect them just yet, instead falling back over that hill, get a little bit closer to the next zone. The circle closing. Kazakh have gone for a rotation. The question is, where will they find landfall? Because if they try and get all the way around to Kao, Kapahala is that backstop. Mad Bulls, look what they've managed to do. They've gotten all the way to a 2-2 split either side of the road of Tatmok.
Alright.
2-1 split.
A 2-1 split.
Game Lords actually have a good spot inside circle if it shifts to them. If it doesn't shift, okay. Okay, they actually have a really good spot on edge.
Goodness me, what a good start for them. Fortunately, Nexus over towards their northern side.
Your team got a good IGL, but who are you talking to?
Great at holding on to Lumberyard, honestly. It's been a bit weird, and most times we have seen Nexus hold on to Lumberyard.
GG wins this. Honestly, I'm with you on this one, low key. GG has a good spot. They're 4-man up.
Very sloppy. So I think
Mr. Milky Way just got fucking shit on, bro.
They've been making recently. This could be a very different change of pace for them over towards Lumberyard. But again, have to play.
Caster, was it better playing with Juansha or Jason? Look, I'll answer this for you. It was better playing with Juansha.
A lot of times in the past. Major Pride still racking up those elimination points, though. They realize after that last game, They certainly dropped off just a little bit, and Gladiators with 7
The team you
eliminations were able
coach?
to catch up slightly.
It's a girl
They
team.
keep
I coach a
going.
girl team.
Excuse me, lid up on the entrance there. Havlik very, very low. 4 players are alive for them, and they need some answer over towards Aces. Tapok being so close, this is probably an unknown position, it feels like, at this stage. Certainly
GGT
playing it that
yeah.
way.
That's what I was saying.
Furia. A little bit
Or
closer
thinking,
to come
not
for
saying.
Electrics.
I was thinking
Sees
that they take
from Kanina Power, who's been trying to
the
get
hill
across
directly
these
above
hills.
this team right here,
Kanina
above
Power
AAR.
with only 2 and make that 1 as Fleek's.
Juancho's actually pretty good. Well, yeah. Juancho's really good. He just never gets playing time, so he can never like improve and be better than just good, you know.
Trix gets knocked as well. ARR get turned around on, and excuse me, are holding it down on the junction.
Yeah, doing a good job. They are taking some frags backwards and forwards, but they're getting more of the flushes over towards AR at the moment. Elementrix very low, but should be able to get raised back up again. We're over towards Dark Project with Kazakh, Ingush, DBS. Getting some damage over. Striker's out of the game, though, which is now a test for Kazakh team. Doesn't look like they're going to pass this phase either, Blank, because that is 2 very, very quick flushes. Kazakh now with a chance, but Madness has that DBS. He's repositioning, doesn't have any teammates. All of these teams in Cal going down gives Nexus a really good spot in Tap Mock. Shockwave might be able to take it from them, but once this concludes, there's very little threat from the northeast. Kazakh looking for that last player. The DBS, it becomes pretty nasty to work with. Keeps
Wait, shoot your shot.
diving, dodging, trying to stay out of the way of these bullets. Kazakh is just Kaz now with the UMP.
We're perk, yeah,
Trying to
we're
send the
perk.
bullets in, but that DBS is so devastating at close range. Next circle will be shifting shortly. Excuse me, still yet to get their player back upon his feet as he crawls back to the rest of the squad. Difficult push for them. We'll have to smoke it out.
Ivanesk, I think, just about tagged
Yo, if he
on
bounces
there.
off the roof, that'd be
Kazakh
some good shit.
might not know exactly where they're playing, but that nade is still cooking. Puts it on the inside and makes a little bit of a, I wouldn't say misstep, just doesn't get the read quite right here as Madness gets his teammate back to his feet. Immediately unloads around the corner to fade away. This is very well put back together for the duo for Dark Project, even though they are only 2.
Becker gets knocked out by Tulika, which gives Black a little bit of a saving grace there from excuse me, and Nexus continues to take control over towards Lumberyard and Tap Mock.
They're looking pretty good. I mean, we saw Nexus last game in a way that we haven't for a while. Madness, I mean, this is a replay. Really nice setup there. Just able to nail both of those pumps. Very, very nice stuff.
Major Pride's currently taking a lot of punishment down towards Paris Resort as they all try and move through. Game Mode currently at 4 though, made an early rotation towards this compound, haven't done much else other than that. Shockwave over towards that northwest side, and Gladiator is now pushing in. A fast push as well, over towards Shockwave position. Snowix fairly open to a Kitsune off angle here. It's Maku just jumping over the top, scouting, jump spotting.
They should be able to hear him fairly soon. Meku will pulls the pin and maybe actually underarming the nade here. If Snowix gets caught out, then disaster. But the nade doesn't quite find him. So no info either on those hit markers. Tixie is now in front of Shockwave on the northwest side. There's both of them looking for that little opening, that foot in the door. Meku backed off the ridgeline, does deal some damage back out their way. Snowix footsteps, that will give the close ridge info. I think they were aware of it either way.
Does drop turn
These two
DPS
teams
work?
have been
Look
embroiled
good.
in this rotation for a
Yeah.
while as it comes to a head. Kitsune getting that scouting information.
Snowix now with a nade. Looking to pop that one over the top.
Alright, SW are free
Won't
kills for
find
these guys,
anything,
bro.
though. Again, these teams have to push through one another. Tixie on the off angle with the nade gets a large amount of damage done, and Meku should try and follow up on that one. Snowix just has to send back.
Dude, they're low as fuck.
So close for Meku. Snowix as well, just looking for this heal. Gladiators have done better work to get closer
Alright,
to
Gladiators
this circle.
take this hill.
But Aza
Depending on where
has a
zone
really
shifts.
solid
Okay, he
angle
got a knock.
against them. That's a big nade. That's the opening that the Gladiators have been looking for. And it might just afford them the chance to rotate straight on through. Yeah, Terminus is now under pressure by the blue zone, and this is the navigational strength of the Gladiators' position. To keep everyone going right up and against the wall. Shockwave are going to fall on the northwest side.
Unicorns will love heavy damage to them as well, and they'll go down. Also, on Kitsune, he needs to just scout out 4 players for them. Circle moves down towards that southeast side. Dagestan out as well.
This is a rough zone
Nexus
for Game Lord, or
still
not
remaining
Game Lord,
towards
fucking
Lumiere.
Gladiators.
In a strong spot as
Game Lord
for-
Loki got a juice
Have
spot,
to
not
move
gonna
out
lie.
at some point though, John. Excuse me, down towards the southwest too. Gladiators now moving towards Elementrix's position. All is lonesome. It's going to be difficult to hold this down versus Gladiators. They just start to push through, and they will sweep this western edge as best as possible.
It's going to be very hard, as you say, for Elementrix to slow things down. Shockwave try and move up north, but Dark Project still have a player waiting around. Will spot Seiko. He's now the last player for them. Elementrix on the inside. Gladiators need to be careful, and Elementrix immediately lights one up, tries to go for the flush, and manages just about to get it, which brings Gladiators down to 2, and Matic gets spotted as well. That's, excuse me, on that southwest side, going to light up the crossfire, and the Gladiators are being pulled apart. You said it was going to be hard to stop them, but right now, you might have to eat your words.
Hard to stop the sweep for sure, yeah. I mean, if they're going to make that kind of play, it is difficult, especially with the sight lines they have down towards the position. Goodness me, I mean, Gladiators are in a whole world of hurt now. Predictions come through, you gone for Nexus?
I have.
I've gone for the wildcard play, Mad Balls, 2 players inside the shack, see what they can get done. Meantime, this is Unicorns Love versus Dagestan. This fight went wrong for both teams, honestly.
Looks like it went pretty right for Zero. Able to get 1, 2, 3. Is he looking for the 4th as well? I mean, we didn't catch this one, but keep the last standing for Dagestan. Didn't look like he lasted too much longer. Are you having flashbacks to when Nexus lost the what should have been a
GG
convincing
throwing.
win
Well,
for
they had a really bad
from this position?
place to go,
I'm
which was
having
unfortunate.
so many flashbacks to when Nexus is unable to get the win from this spot.
Yeah.
It should be an easy spot to win from as well. Again, so much cover to work with. Not many sight lines looking over their way right now. So many teams towards the center taking a huge amount of damage, but next circle will be up towards that northern side. So again, Nexus in this one in a really fantastic spot. Leaving it might be slightly difficult as Doran starts to scout out forward up towards the fence.
Shotgun should be abandoned comp.
Question is, do you need
I
to?
low-key
Gaylord
agree.
Will be challenging onto top of the tables. Major
Because,
Project
like,
will
any
be able to
gun
win
that
one
just
out. All 4 of them
one
still
taps if they
alive.
just walk around the corner
Now
is
they
like
have
pretty
that pole
stupid, especially in
position on
TBP.
Robs. They can
It's even
look
more
to
dumb
regroup,
because you can just
but it is
TPP someone and then
open
walk out,
downhill
instant one shot
ahead
them
of
before
the
they can even
Monterrey.
interact. You know,
Apollodoya's right
it's
close
like in
with them as
COD.
well.
In
So
COD, there's
Monterrey
GA
decides
on
what
certain
they'll
guns. Like you can't use snipers,
Teams probably starting to get
shotguns,
back. You can see
and LMGs
where game
to make
mode is
it more
coming
competitive.
from. It is
It's
open
basically AR, SMG. You know,
around that
AR,
area.
SMG pistols
Apollodoy
to make it more
silent in
competitive.
the grass.
There's no guns that just
First
instantly
time
one
any
tap
of
you
our
and
players
shit.
gone for a full 1v4.
So like you have a
They just
chance of
drive
winning the
straight
trade if you
past
get
him.
shot. You know.
Completely unnoticed, apparently.
I wonder if they did notice him and he just didn't want to get too busy with it. Meku, last player standing for the Gladiators, moves up to the rooftop, does shimmy across, and stays in cover. There we go. Apollodoy is down, but there is still one more player out there. Robs doesn't look like he's scouting out that way. Yeah, he turns the corner. There it is. They're going to know now. And looks for the challenge. DBS around the side of the rock against
Shotguns,
Robs.
by the
It's
way.
not even a DBS, the auto shotgun, but it's good enough, especially with Robs as the wielder. And now 4 teams remain.
Yeah, excuse me, we'll have to push in. As Robs is just on a mad dash over towards this position.
Oh.
Aimlord so far, I've never really had a strong play over towards Sandhawk. And
Well, he's revivable.
maybe it won't be the chicken dinner, but certainly getting a good amount of work done here. 7 eliminations once again. This is
It's all good,
kinda
chat. You
how
can get
Game
revived.
likes to play, is a huge amount of eliminations on their side. Circle pushes down towards that south side. Victor goes down too, so obviously now this becomes an awkward 3-way engagement. It'll be difficult to get these players flushed though. At least one goes down.
Unfortunately,
and
lost Robs.
Nexus are going to have to figure out their way across the road, but if they can get rid of Game Lord,
Boom,
that's going to be
boom.
made so much
What's up, John?
easier. If they have smokes to get across, yeah, okay, there's already one being dropped on
The
that
shotguns
road
weren't a
to
thing. There were super people
isolate
getting
some
moved
angles
forward. Yeah, it's
against
just
the
them
Mad
being
Bulls.
bad though.
Rez onto
But
Victor,
you can't
and these
1v4s
forwards
easily
into
anymore
the
because
circle.
one of those 4
Barrow does
players
need to shimmy closer.
just has to shoot
And
one
now
shot
Rex
and
is gonna
insta
take
one
that
tap you. You
opportunity
know.
to open those smokes, to move closer to Mad Bulls as a duo, and Molotov towards the back. Another nade in hand. Fleet K eats some fire there. and wants to pop the first aid to get himself nice and healthy already. Kapahala somehow gets across, and now they're in the circle as well. But Narvalo's off angle.
How do you
is
miss the
being
nade into the
established.
other
This
room, bro?
is really big for Game Lord to maybe have a shout in here.
Yeah, Dora and Exo Machine around the side. Nate goes through. Good amount of damage coming through from Narvalo, like you said. Has a lovely little off angle on towards his position. Stun grenade.
Like what?
Tulika.
They have. Oh,
More
that
Molotovs
Molly's gonna
coming
fuck
through.
him.
I think he has to come out the backside now. Tulika goes down. Fleek will have to go for something big. Can't find it though. And now just Game Lord and Nexus going toe to toe.
Akashi.
Game Lord wins here. Why did you move down from that rock? That rock was perfect. That rock was literally perfect. You were at.
It's great news, but there's vehicles still in tow. Octavian is across and manages to get some cover. We'll look for the heal as well. Narvalo needs value, but will need to leave this rock as well. And Nexus are not going to be shunted out. Game Lord have to move here. Octavian spots the player descending the hill. Victor launching ordnance over the hill. Octavian moves up. The suppressing on the corner is not going to have an effect here because there's no players behind it. Now Nexus need to maintain control as Game Lord have crunched a little bit closer.
Yeah, limited.
Dude, that Molly is so close to just being so good.
4 Game Lords I have to control now, so a little bit more of an easy spray for them down towards Game Lord and Narvalo. Oh no, being on this corner is really important. Takes a heavy amount of damage though. If Narvalo goes down, the game becomes really difficult for Game Lord.
That smoke is huge. Akashi
Game Lord could lose this game.
Spotted. Octavian has 3 first aids.
Yeah.
And there goes Akashi. First blow dealt to the top of the hill position. Octavian gets that
stay
heal.
crouched.
Nexus
Don't
needs
walk.
to push out.
Fuck.
Victor low and spotted. Narvalo now in a 1 versus 3. Is he
Yeah.
good for it? No, he's not. And Nexus
It's just
finally
unfortunate the zone
tap mod
was shifting
are
toward
able
them.
to claim a chicken dinner.
Really big win coming through from Nexus. Finally they're able to make it happen. It has been a long time coming, really, to be honest.
Did you see with the shotgun one tapping every living being in front of him? Yeah.
That they could have taken, but again, like we said early in that game, there's so little cover to work with as you move forward. I think Mad Bulls were slightly weak on their defense there, or you could say that, you know what, Nexus were very strong on their take. Like the Molotovs through the window were really good. The smoke train across caused some serious panic for Mad Bulls inside that building. Difficult to work with overall.
You don't have any mobility at all as your Mad Bulls there because you can't push out the back, you can't get those off angles because of Game Lord's position, and Nexus can stop them from really doing too much against them. I think that was very well played by Nexus. They seem to have learnt their lesson, but is it too little too late? And will they be able to make it into that top 8 position to get through to the regional finals? Only the next 4 matches will tell. We'll head to a short break and go back over to the desk.
You just got a nade and Molly compounds now? Yeah, that is true. They pull these casters from a Harry Potter convention? Bro, you don't know the casters, bro? The casters the ghosts. Chad, this right here is my goat. Oh, oops, let me do that. This guy right here, Super, my goat. Yeah, we're not watching a 15-second ad. I'm sorry, Super.
I hear the moon singing a tune. Listen, listen, listen. Is she divine?
Who the fuck is this guy?
The wine. Listen, listen, listen. I don't know, so don't ask me why. That's how we are. Listen and I don't know, so don't ask me why.
This guy's a cat, bro. Who does he think he is?
Listen and
वो ये बताओ कि कौन को डालेगा ना मुझे
See the power? Let's get so many viewers. Who is this guy? Is he an emulator? He looks like he's an emulator. Yeah, he's definitely an emulator. Emulator players got zero movement, bruh. Interesting. I said a polisher? Yeah.
Welcome back to the Analyst desk. I'm Jeannie, this is Max, and we're going to be breaking down what we've just seen. Myself and John have done quite an okay job in terms of predicting what team is going to get that chicken dinner. Blank has got a good one himself, but Max, once again, it feels like your predictions
Which team will troll Max? Do you see that?
Which is like really interesting, because it did kind of feel like you got trolled a little bit, because they had all their players and Mad Bulls had only 2, but so the maths is not really mathing.
The max is not mathing. It's not working out. Can we just skip this segment for the next few games? Thank you very much, production. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, Nexus Gaming, and we're talking about the teams that needed to get points right. This is huge for, of course, your Nexus Gaming, because we said it, the top teams not getting as many points as they possibly could. You're not seeing huge games from Mad Bulls, from Gladiators, from Major Pride. So this opens up once a game. 2 games in a row now, the floodgates for some of these teams to close that gap and climb up towards that potential top 8 position, which is the case for Nexus Gaming. And really, Janiro, what a breach that came through from Nexus Gaming. The way they used the Molotovs to block out the windows and the doors so they can't get shut down on their cross above the road. And then they just get even closer, a second molly, you just know exactly where the players are going to be. They're going to be in the corners on top of some furniture to make sure they don't get hit by the molly damage. And it becomes very predictable. You just got to check your angles. So what a game. I feel like they've done so many mistakes in this position before, Janiro, that now they know exactly how to play this game down to the T. And they do get themselves the chicken dinner here with Doran popping off. You know what? Doran is back, baby. We said we wanted to see more Doran, and he's here, and he's bringing the heat.
Yeah, Doran really said, you know what, Max, let me help you out this time around. I'll fulfill one of your wishes. That might not be your prediction, but still one of the things did end up going your way, so that's something to be very happy about. But Nexus had quite an incredible performance this time around. I mean, we said it ourselves. I mean, you said it as well. Just having those mollies spread on the wooden floors, that was an absolute
been a minute, G.
for Mad
I was
Bulls.
gonna set that.
Look, I'm going to describe the Sanhok meta in 2 words, okay?
Yes.
DBS, Molotov, okay?
Right,
that's what you want, because it's all about those breaches in the late game, and you know, if you have that DBS, it's very easy to check those windows, check those doors, check those corners, and it's also very easy to just block out a big portion of these buildings, because, as you might know, Sanhok, compared to like your Miramars or your Wrangle, a lot of the buildings
they reached 41
have wooden
points
floors,
now, bro. They have not made a single dent in the points.
And that's why we want to try
because
to
both teams have done equally
possible,
ass.
which is why I think that if Game Lord held on to their mollies just a little bit longer instead of throwing them like in the open ground, which is where they're the least effective on Sanhok, I feel like this would have been a Game Lord win.
This is their worst 2 games. They have not had 2 games as worse as this back to back.
Out from Nexus Gaming, potentially even they take damage to the Molotov. So I feel like no, the mollies were just a very important resource the Game Lord did not keep. Like here, for example, puts the molly and instantly Tulika forced to move away in a corner. Fleeke cannot go anywhere else because the molly is just shutting down his movement space. And then Nexus just heal up from their wounds, up as a 3 players. And what a bunch of shots that came in from Doran. Absolutely clutch. His first game of the day, and he's clutching it up, securing the win for his team. I want to see him play all of these matches today because he is already looking on fire.
Yeah, he's definitely warmed up and ready to go. 5 elims in total, as we said it. I mean, that is more than 50% of the kills that we've seen Nexus secure this time around. Hadley from Excuse Me also stepping up to the plate in terms of doing some damage, in terms of getting those numbers up. But unfortunately for them, that wasn't enough to get that chicken dinner. But they still had a good performance, and it's one of the teams that we highlighted earlier today, Max, saying we want them to perform. And it feels like 2 games now in a row, they have
they're shit, and it's an RNG game. That's why they're struggling.
Cal caught me catching, drinking my monster. Sorry there. But excuse me, no, good game. They eliminated my prediction. I don't appreciate that, but it's still doing better. They're still doing way better than what it did in the first 2 days of the finals, which I can appreciate. So good on them, getting some points in. They need it, and I'm really actually interested to see what the leaderboards potentially look like, because the fact that the top team's not been getting as many points, Game Lord getting good points here, Nexus 2, I think we're going to have a way bigger shuffle in the rankings than we initially expected, because we saw the top 3 at the start of the day, Janiro, as like these 3 teams that would be almost impossible to take down. But as how things are going, that gap has closed significantly. Look at Game Lord back in top 4. Nexus Gaming has been pretty much 48 hours since we saw them in the top 5, and now they're back up there. Also, Excuse Me, It's all over the place, and I'm loving it for this last day. It makes it so much more intriguing to see who's going to make it in the championship.
Yeah,
I just realized they have like 80
earlier
bonus
today,
points.
we're like, okay, Major Pride, you know, broke that 200-point mark already. But realistically, if they have a little bit of a slower day alongside Gladiators and Mad Bulls, it does allow the remaining teams to fight for the scraps, move up on those ranking tables, and maybe even dethrone them. So far for the last 2 maps, that does seem to be the case. We still
have 4 more
maps coming your way. Erangel will be
good.
that next map. But
I
also
like
another thing that I want to see on the
good.
second page is De Muerte specifically, because they're currently standing on 12th, 115 points. So we haven't seen like any pop off out of your mind crazy gameplay from De Muerte, but we've seen them slowly climbing up, and I feel like with that consistency, potentially we can see them get a chicken dinner, which could push them on to top 8, because it would be a little bit of a sad situation to be in if you've started the season so incredibly strong on phase 1, and then you come into those phase 3, you come into the finals, and you're kind of not really hitting the mark.
I would say for De Muerte, consistency is not going to be enough. We need to see a pop-off game for them, because we said, are they a 12-played team too many times? It's kind of became reality for them. So we need to see a De Muerte chicken dinner. I want to see it happen today.
And I also want to see Max get his prediction right. But Monster, thank you for making it possible for us to go through all these games, because the energy is needed. We're going to be heading into Erangel, the 3rd map of today. It's going to be John and Blank once again.
What the fuck is Rolex doing there?
Thank you very much. We are going to be getting into Erangel.
Like you have like 2 comp players, and then Rolex.
The day. Blank, it has been an absolute treat so far today to see a lot of teams that we've been missing over the last couple of weeks really start to bring it back to Thunder.
Yeah, and I mean, Nexus there on that last game, that has sent them up the rankings, 146 points now.
I think Xenox plays in yeah, he plays in
that brings them to 6th place. So again, now on track to get towards those regional championships. I think Nexus looking in a much better position to where we expected them to be here. Kazakh team did unfortunately drop out though, down towards 9th place, and Dark Project are still in that 8th place position, 128 points. So they need some more points on the day. We only have 4 matches left to go though, as we head into our 3rd of the day, which means we are basically halfway through now.
Yeah, it is very, very much close by.
There is
only one more Miramar. There is only one more
Rolex can be IGL.
2 more Erangels, though, when you include this one. Playing path with an easterly list from Stelba down towards Sosnovka military base. North George, I don't know if Gladiators are going to want to drop out there. Might see them back down towards Ferry Pier, but there's always potential to just jump in and grab some vehicles around that north side of the river, get driving across.
Like,
but
let's go.
You imagine they're just going to want to play it safe for Gladiators.
Let's go to
Stay
Rolex.
in that lead, because they're only 5 points ahead of Mad Bulls now.
Yeah, I think a drop down towards Ferry Pier is probably ideal for Gladiators here. You know, they can work off the back of the circle from there.
Let's see.
Knowing
he didn't play
though,
this. He was a sub.
He
didn't play this. He was a sub.
They have
didn't
been
play this.
dirty by the
The last time he ever played a comp tournament was this. Actually, wait. The last time he actually played a comp tournament was here.
Their normal drop spot.
In 2018 in Star Challenge.
But again, when you don't drop in North George, again, there's always a possibility that we are going to see Gladiators up towards that way. So more than likely it will be free for some time, which means that Gladiators can head up there if they need to. But we're going to get
3 total tournaments. He played 3 total tournaments,
which is going to support a lot of these teams up towards that northeast side. Game Lord, hopefully, and Yasnaya can continue their performance they hit up on that Sandhawk. Still yet to really close down that chicken dinner. It has been a long time. A lot of 2nd places, a lot of 3rd places, but not that chicken dinner coming their way just yet. Lepovka for De Muerte, they have dropped down far now, 12th place. Still need a big game if they want to make it towards that top 8. I think it's going to be
Who's a good 4th then? Literally anyone, bro. Literally anyone but Rolex.
Fairly decent with themselves. I'm curious to see what the roster is currently. I think they are fielding.
You have to pick like current comp players, bro.
EXO, which is, in my opinion, the perfect squad. I think Max was saying it over on the desk there, and this is the one you want to run with. I think that, you know, it might just be a case that, like, you have to threaten Doran with the bench, right? You have to threaten Doran with the bench, otherwise he gets a little bit too aggressive. You know, he takes these crazy off angles. And so they probably said to him, look, man, you're not playing until you start playing with the squad a lot more often. Stop taking these really weird long off angles where you more than likely go down because we need you. Because he's a great fragger, and we saw that in the end game that he does a lot of work for the team, gets a lot of eliminations, but it's not often we see him in those end games. It's not often we're able to see Nexus of 4 when they do feel
Tense is an
dominant. So
IGL
I'm
because he's
glad that
forced
he's come
IGL.
back.
Tense shouldn't be an IGL.
You know, he's hung his head in shame just a little bit, but has come back, you know, with his tie done up properly, top button done up. He's looking smart and he's looking ready to do the job professionally.
He's done all his homework. He's doing brilliant.
I picked Tense over
parents are so
Chico
proud.
though.
Goodness me.
That's what we need. That's what we
Model student coming back in there after being reformed.
Sent to
Throws
isolation.
of detention. Game Lord up in the north side. As you said, try to repeat that performance from the Sanok game. They just got pipped to the post in. I liked some of the rotations from Game Lords. I was a fan of that wide angle from Narvalo.
Spec is good.
Wasn't
Yeah,
a fan
Spec
of
is good, but I
Rods
still take
rolling
Tense over
around in
Spec.
the open and dying. That didn't go well for them.
Yeah, I think he realized he needed to regroup the team just a little bit too late, and by that time, you know, the guys had already from Nexus started to take control of the Mad Bulls position, which gave them just free
I think
shots
Fade over
over their
majority
way.
of players.
Kashi moving through right now from Game Lord, getting their second place in that last game. We're on board with them over in Yasnaya. Looking over towards Gladiators now in Ferry Pier as we pass through the trees. Again, this is a very much important map for some of these teams. Obviously, Erangel, consistent points are available here. And I think for a lot of these lads in the lobby at the moment, looking for a big game, especially Major Pride, they obviously are in 215 points, but they've not had the greatest games today so far. It's still very difficult to catch them up with Gladiators not getting as many points as they might have liked in those games where there was that opportunity to ladder up with Major Pride out early. But 174 to 215. If Gladiators are able to get themselves a massive game with a lot of eliminations, as they were speaking about yesterday in the interview with Kitsune, definitely possible. We have seen jump ups that are absolutely gargantuan of, you know, a 15-point game with eliminations alone on top of the chicken dinner, 25 points. That sits you in striking range. But again, that rests on the back of Major Pride doing badly.
Yeah, when you're sat at 41 points behind, it is very, very tricky
He was a good
to
player
make that
too.
work
Yeah, bro,
over
haven't really
the
played
course
comp
of
in a
4
while.
matches.
When's the last Gorks? When's the last time you've actually watched comp?
They will start
like
Ferry
PUBG
Pier
Mobile
this time
comp
around,
in
so
North
they did
America?
drop down towards that south
Well, like you
side.
keep naming off
Obviously,
like
a big
old players
story as
that don't
well,
even
a
play
big
comp anymore.
thing that is going to be weighing on the majority of this lobby is that 8th place bubble, because it is so volatile. In terms of progressing through to those regional finals, Dark Project, I mean, you talked about this right at the start, Dark Project 128, Kazakh team 125, a 3-point difference here. Teams from, actually, probably only 4 teams looking fairly safe right now, and even then, it is tenuous. Game Lord could very much take that dip all the way down, and I think that probably anyone over to De Muerte in 12th place could take one of these spots. It does need some good performances, but we've seen it from ARR, now we've seen it from Nexus, we've even seen Shockwave have their day as well back on Miramar.
Just saying some good pass players, but you're saying good pass players that would play good currently.
Which is nice to see.
It'd be different if we're just talking about good pass players.
Decided almost immediately. For Major Pride, they've put in a massive amount of work so far. They've put in the hours, and that's why they remain on top at the moment. But again, if you need to have your breakout in day 2, it's not always ideal having your breakout in day 2, just because then you need to have some good games in day 3, right, to hold on to that position. But it does give you a very nice buffer. And I think those final days, there's a lot of pressure on those final days, right? And if you can come into the final day with a 40-point lead, it takes the ease off. Now, those 2 games that they went down in early, they look at the leaderboards, they're like, that's okay. You know, we don't have to feel too bad about those games. We had a load of really strong matches yesterday, and we still have a lead in the lobby. So they can kind of brush that off the shoulders. But Gladiators and Mad Bulls, on the other hand, seeing those games where Major Pride goes down early, and then they're not able to convert that into a big win, there's just more pressure off the back of that, and it's frustrating. You've got to remember not to beat yourself up about that type of thing.
Yeah, it's very easy to get in your own head and lock down your mental game for the rest of the day, and it's something that you desperately do not want to do. Gladiators have been kind of fragging out their mind and keeping those numbers ahead of the Mad Bulls, despite them going down a little bit earlier. Currently, they are 2nd place on elimination points. only to Major Pride. 70 elimination points found over these 14 matches that they've played so far in the finals. 39 placement points though, so 31 more elimination points than placements. Major Pride 65 placement points.
They kept playing, they would have been dominating.
So you can just see where that consistency is coming from.
All right, let me.
Every single game, they're getting a good amount of eliminations and a good amount of placement points, and then they fill that in with some really heavy.
All right, let's check out this guy.
Especially those 3 chickens yesterday they were able to pick up. Maybe not that last one, I think on our angle, that was probably one of the easiest chicken dinners we've seen.
Played on the same team
that was very much a
as Rolex.
Made,
was way better than Rolex, right? He was hard carrying Rolex, right?
Fights, but they opted to just push 2
plays one more season, gets 4th with, what do you call it, in Club Open, which isn't bad, but you need top 3 to qualify. And then after that, he literally just falls off so hard that he literally just can't compete in the game anymore. And he was so bad that he's getting 14th right now in PMCO against randoms. Like, he literally just cannot compete.
Which is quite awkward. There's a lot more crashing capability, a lot more opportunity to not just sit in the top of a tower the entire game, which is nice to see. In the meantime, we're seeing a lot of teams rotating in as speedily as possible, but getting shot at in the process. Only lost 1 player though.
Kelly trying to try out for teams. He wants to take your arm free though. He'd have to sign his wife out of his Discord and shit.
Yeah, we haven't really talked a lot about.
You gonna watch Party Mina tomorrow? Yeah, I'll watch Party Mina every day. What time is it, Mina though?
Kazakh team claim that. Sly
what time is it?
Take up residence in a
pretty
solid compound just to the east, and we'll guard out teams like
Wait,
Game Lord
is Mina MEA?
Should be moved through by ARR. Sunken City being scouted
or is it Arabia?
By gladiators. Nobody really
it's
there
Arabia.
at all. Dark Project yet to move in that way. Excuse me, sequestered to the northwest side of Rozhok. We've seen them here
Triple
a couple
Esports.
times before.
First Pro head towards apartments. Gonna hold on to this one. I think this is a decent spot to play in terms of just monitoring those rotations coming in.
Yeah, the boy Cubes. Why is Cubes 5th? Huh? Why is my boy 5th? Then you have, where's the team with... Oh wait, Rolkus is in this? Rolkus and Crypto? Wait, this team's Twisted Minds is actually good. Then you have Nasser Esports, Starlight, J7, Xenon Expect. Look at Starlight, Jesus Christ.
The hill, Unicorn to love. This is actually the shot. So it will be Palucci going down. I think Algorithm went down first, and Palucci just got taken down by Unicorn on a very aggressive push up towards that position from Kazakh.
Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, we saw it happen for Virtus Pro, the other day from their Sandhawk position.
Well, he even still plays the game. He's played comp the entire time. He didn't like stop playing. He's been in PMPL. He's been playing Japanese Pro, which is better than North America players.
You might as well sling that net.
Again, you were
sure,
saying earlier on,
in 18 right now?
Difference between some of these teams. So just a single elimination can take you slightly closer, and for Kazakh team, that's taken them 1 point closer on their 3-point deficit to the guys from Dark Project. Major Pride though lost Nomi. This is towards Unicorns of Love, not an engagement that we'd expect Major Pride to be having such difficulty with. Mickey has to back off, a nade being placed by Monkey. This guy is the king of
I don't even still play PJ. No, he came back to North America.
Hit some absolutely nasty ones throughout the entirety of the time. We've seen some 4-man grenades, 3-man grenades coming through, but I think Monkey, in terms of efficiency, his nades have really set his team up for success.
Nade over the top.
Shout 200 IQ, nade the smokes. They're behind the smokes, though.
Ready and set for this fight. Just needs that go signal from a knock or for something. The res came through, but the shift is far and away from Potato Hill, so this fight needs to conclude for both of these teams' sake.
Yeah, this is a cruel circle actually heading up towards the northern side, towards Severny actually. And Rozhok becomes a really big focus point for a lot of teams. Everyone tunnel visioning onto that one. Could still have towards that northern side. And AAR, I think, happy to remain on that area. So a Shockwave.
Why are there so many goddamn teams inside the city of Rozhok? Look at, it's not even like with the final circle of Rozhok. Rozhok isn't even in the middle. Rozhok's not even in the middle of the circle, bro. What?
Manages to clutch things out. Nomi did go down, but it's fine.
Unicorns of Love will be swept aside first, and Major Pride stay up as 4. Virtus Pro duking it out with Kazik in the middle of town.
The next play will start, yes.
We've seen what Striker can do in Rozhok with a DBS. Give him the staircase, you're never going to push him. Purple finds out all about it, bringing the pain for Striker. 2 players, it's English and Striker yet again. It feels like this is kind of a 2-man show, or rather a 1-man show plus 1.
Yeah, he's brought his friend to the party with him, that's for sure. Definitely a very good wingman is English for Striker, but down to 2 players now. Matt Balls lose Fleeke to Game Lord. Taking shots from along the way, that's in the Wizard Tower just to the western side of Yesnaya. They take the opportunity to try and gain some traction up towards that northern side of the map, realizing right now it's going to be incredibly difficult to force your way into Rozhok. All the doors are closed, all of them are locked. A lot of teams are already in this position.
All right, chat, I'm changing my Twitter profile picture. I had it as reverse flash for like 2 weeks. I gotta go back to Aaron.
They know this south point is going to be so important to hold. If they can't protect their back flank from school, from apartments, that hill that they hold to the south of Rozhok, their power will diminish significantly because they cannot hold on the ridgelines that they want to. They'll have to expose themselves and reduce their effect from that position. So being able to divert Major Pride away is a massive benefit to them.
Yeah, I think Major Pride is going to have to take a bit of a rest from this engagement for the time being. Figure out their next rotation.
If I still play, I have 0 clue.
Europe. Find a shot over towards Striker there. Peeks his head out for a little bit too long. We know Striker likes to get a little bit aggressive.
Use on the XQ logo? No, I think it's fine.
A huge amount of damage. That's from Kanina Power actually towards the center of Rozhok itself. You can see them on the map towards that western side. Next circle should be shifting soon from Zone 3. Nexus all the way on that northern edge, rotating up from Mills Power. Had one of the longest rotations over towards Rozhok, so you can respect them going for the northern rotate, hedging their bets on a northern shift on the circle. But for a lot of these teams in Rozhok, that would be the worst news.
Wait, but the Shrink keeps both shorelines in there. ARR have the better position on the north, but there's a lot of teams who might try and take it from them. Excuse me.
To be honest, the Major Pride jerseys are the most fire jerseys.
Of Rozhok, protection from that South Dagestan hill. They can control the river crossings, and they're slap bang in the center of the circle. Blank, excuse me, this is excuse me's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, it's a really strong position up towards Rozhok Hill. You have to be careful though, because there are teams that can come through on that northern side. Find you a couple of pickoffs. We saw how well Shockwave was able to perform this yesterday on our angle. Able to slowly sweep up from the coast off those bridge beams. Terminus just has to go for the reverse. Actually makes it as well. Goodness me.
The no you from Shockwave. Narvalo on the north shore as well. Close to Nexus, close to Shockwave. Wants to reposition. Octavian will hear this, will know this rotation's coming through. Narvalo gets pretty close.
I can really kill some of these guys. Well,
stays in cover.
Should be able to kill any of them because it's
Game Lord,
PUBG Mobile.
Plot their path.
It's easy to kill people.
No one really playing right up into this shoreline on the riverbanks to the south just yet, but it's only a matter of time before these fights conclude, before that presence is felt in Rozhok.
Game of Victor finds Nexus from Octavian. Again, this is an engagement that has happened before, though, between Game Lord, Nexus, and Shockwave, and it has been one hell of a bloodbath on this side of the map. Ooh. All 3 teams getting involved. So many smokes went down last time, and it seems to be repeat as well, but this time
that was beautiful.
Cracks a nasty arc on that grenade.
Revenge from Sanok here for Narvalo, playing close as a solo for Game Lord, and now the rest of the team can move in to back him up. Absolutely tearing Nexus apart here. Akashi sails on in. Game Lord as 4 want to just put the final nail in the Nexus coffin right here, right now. Doran and Octavian, 2 players left standing. A flush from a roll down for Akashi. Maybe a swap to the backseat of the buggy and a spray over towards Octavian is in order, but would lose you ground on the pursuit, and in fact you don't really want to chase too long because Shockwave are close by and ready to pounce.
Yeah, Shockwave Seiko did actually find a shot over towards Nexus, taking down at least one of their players. Octavian slowly sending the vehicle downhill, but gets out just before it explodes. Akashi retaining that information across. Octavian will hit the deck. Excuse me though, should have sightlines towards this position as Black seals away that elimination over towards Octavian. This is the power of the Rozhok Hill.
The Nexus uniforms tattered now.
It's funny when you play TDM
We're
and
looking a lot more
buy a
disciplined
comp
over
player
at
and they
that
get
Sandhawk
mad
this
and
time
shoot your
around.
box when you only killed you like 2
Ripped to
times.
shreds. One player
Well,
remains, but Doran holds the
if
bridge that
a
Shockwave
comp player
were
is
able to
shooting
do
your
so much
box
for
in a
previously.
TDM, it means you're most likely sitting in the
Gaylord
corner camping with a cringe
trying to do
gun.
a little bit more
That's
from
the
that
only reason they would
northeast
shoot you. If you're
side.
out just running around gunning
Next
people,
circle popping
running in
in
the open,
soon,
just
and I
shooting,
imagine this
trying to
is
trade
really gonna
people,
decide a
then
lot
they're not
for
going to
the
get mad at
teams
you because
already in Rosso.
how people play TDMs to get better. But if you're sitting in a corner camping, they're going to shoot your box, so you're being like annoying, which is how it is.
Practically protected by both Kanina Power and Excuse Me now by Eddie Assault from other teams. So kind of crazy that was allowed to happen. But they have 3 players in Rosso.
I don't understand how Chinese are so good at everything. Chinese aren't good at everything. They're only good at mobile games. Any PC game, they're ass.
Game Lord still have a chance to get across the river, but it is going to be a nasty blender over towards that eastern side of the map now, John.
The question is, how hard do Excuse Me hold on the north, right? Because if ARR try and just swim across, they might be able to get up underneath Excuse Me. You can see that bank providing a lot of cover, but the difficulty is Game Lord and Shockwave will just take these shots if they spot them. Immediately sending in Game Lord, following Doran's example, and actually probably this underbridge crossing is the most viable at this stage.
That is the most unlucky
Doran's got
nade.
an aid or 2 up the sleeve, and we'll pop it right back over towards Narvalo. A little bit of vengeance dealt back for his teammates.
Doran. Decent shots here. Again, I think this is exactly like you're saying where Shockwave was playing last time. Gainlord tries to get up to sharing the bridge. Robs has to hit a good grenade here, but it's unlikely. Gets a smoke across on that top side. Limits a lot of sight lines coming through from Doran.
Trying to dominate League of Legends with Korea.
Get some good damage done
That's the one game.
The stim's already ticking up, and Doran won't be able to bandage it away.
I can't remember if they dominate.
Unfortunate, the res trying to happen
Dota
there,
as
but
well.
Akashi and Navallo both very, very low. Not sure where those shots are coming from, but either way, it's going to be a tough break. ARR in the meantime, they've gotten across and, excuse me, are not stopping this.
Just remain fairly quiet, honestly, on this top side. Have a lot of area to control for themselves. It's going to be tough to remove them from this spot. Again, so many teams will just have to crest up.
Yeah, that's what I
them,
meant.
in
Outplays.
which
They
case
chuck
you
at
expose
any
yourself
shooter
to
games.
the
I'd be forgetting about
multitude of
fucking like
teams
league
down
and
towards
games like that and
southeast
shit.
side, John. It's become very difficult here on forwards. Doran,
Oh, no.
massive spray.
1 and 2, but finally falls short. Unfortunately for Game Lord, though, they're going to be slowed down immensely.
No, best
with
Valorant
Shockwave
player
moving
is
down from the
Asian,
north side.
like Chinese
They
or
are under
something.
pressure. They need to get these
Dog,
reses
have
and
you
heal
ever
them
watched
fast.
Valorant?
The Mad Bulls might even be able to roll straight on through. And there they go. Another knock over towards Robs, and Game Lord are up.
Chinese teams are good in Wild Rift. Okay, Plasma, they're good at Wild Rift because there's the only. That's the only region. There's the only China region in Valorant comp, bro. They literally closed down the entire Europe and North America for comp.
It's going to be difficult for Mad Bulls to find any of these shots over towards Game Lord. They are really well tucked in at the moment, John.
Excuse me, still hold that central position. It's going to be really difficult for teams to try and crash straight onto it until more of these fights conclude. Shockwave tried to make it work, but seemingly slowing down a little bit too much there. And Game Lord somehow piecing themselves back together, back to full HP. Mad Bulls have not been able to stop that, and another knock over towards Akashi. Game Lord really have been through the wars here. A shot towards Aza leaves Terminus on the back foot as Shockwave diminished as they try and get the cross.
Shockwave, it's not going to work out the same way as it did yesterday for them. I think that a lot of teams saw this rotation coming through from yesterday and have analysed it, realised that it was
How they let that man get a double knock on a triple because they have to come out of the water and their guns don't instantly pull up.
This easily. Circle shifts back over towards this eastern side.
All of Asia has water, just not China? I thought it was just China comp.
Gladiators all the way on that western
Forgot China
edge.
is good at PUBG
Shots down
PC.
towards that
That's it.
making
Are they
their
good at
life
PUBG
very
PC? I thought it was
difficult right
Korea.
now.
Such a
Hold
melee,
up.
a brawl.
Chat.
In Rozok.
Actually, I'll check after this game. We'll talk about it after this game. Keep your thoughts in your head, Chat. Don't say anything yet. We'll check after this game. It's 44 people alive right now. Like, look how intense this shit is, bro.
With that as their main path into this next circle, the high ground definitely being controlled right now.
Chat, imagine dying right now, and you just get 14th place.
Crazy rotate over towards this building, and it's worked. I don't know how it's worked, but it has. And they're in. You can see the vehicle just crashing
See you later,
into the
soldier.
garage, smoking. It's should have been blown up on the
All right,
approach.
GG has a good spot. They have a free
Dangerous
rotation to the
But they're
compound.
loving to
That
make
compound's
nice
just
shot from
completely clear in
Gladiators,
front of
but
them.
will take down
No
one
way.
from, excuse me, immediately. They're gonna
Please go
for
to it.
this,
Please
rotate
go to it.
everyone
No.
in the vehicles up towards the side.
No.
It's 2-2.
And this could be it right now. ARR might be able to third party this. Kitsune's down almost immediately.
No,
Black is not
bro.
re-knocked there. Did eat some damage, and there's knocks and flushes going over to the Gladiators. 2 of them have fallen, and Black's not going to be there.
Bro.
Kitsune flushed, Matic brought very, very low. Furia rolls down the staircase as well. They want to just take this fight head on. Furia cooks the
Good,
Tixi
good.
too close though. DBS needs to be on the swivel, and it's a good knock as well for Furia again. The res is being committed to, and the Gladiators are falling short here. An underarm nade from Furia could be perfectly placed out the window and right on the money. It's a beautiful double knock, and Furia sends Gladiators packing.
Bruh. No way. Casper, you here, bro? I'm fucking... Casper.
Sniper over towards excuse me, but incredible nades from excuse me will just leave them out in the cold. And excuse me do a fantastic job to hold on towards this position, man.
ARR
Honestly, Japan finally make finals.
With 3 players, they
PGC?
could definitely push in. Striker down.
Well, finals for
Kush.
PGC is
Oh, you know,
not really going to be in the bottom tier regions. Japan's considered a bottom tier region. Majority of the time, they don't make it to the finals.
Shockwave taking punishment as Game Lord have survived.
Okay, Game
from this
Lords
bridge. First it was
are gonna
Shockwave
farm,
the other day, and
I
now
believe.
Game Lord have started to motivate themselves and G up from this bridge side position. Tapot goes down to a run over. And Havlik breaks out wide. Aces and Elementrix on this ridgeline. They should know that.
Why
there's
is
a bridge
Havlik
on the
here?
card.
This is like a horrible spot for him. Why would you play here? You have a compound inside circle. You're in the middle of the open.
Excuse me. Certainly showing us what they have.
Why would you risk that?
Looking towards the top side of the tables, not only just to get back into that top
You should just
eight,
play
but
this
to get
building
towards
and
that
the
top
barn.
5 apparently.
2 in barn, 2
They've
in this
really
building.
pulled out some
3 in that building,
performances.
1 in barn. Because barn's
Now
less
they're
likely
starting
to be
sweep across. Furia
pushed.
taking down vehicles
Or
around,
warehouse,
looking
my
to
bad,
stop
chat. I
players
call it
from being
barn
able to
because I'm
crash
fucking
on
country.
towards this position that a lot of teams realize now it is one of the best spots in the lobby. It
Japan
was
is a
at the
mid-tier
start as
region in
well.
PUBG.
Has been for a
Not
long
really.
time.
They're like
Great news. for
high
Excuse
bottom
Me
tier.
is that Gladiators just fully sent them a
Well, there's
supply
more
drop
than
as
one
well.
bottom tier
That is
region, Doug.
Absolutely pivotal for their position. Otherwise, they would be flagging. I mean, come on, right? How
There's
much
33%
better can you get for Excuse
bottom
Me on
tier,
the ship?
33%
Game Lord
mid
are
tier,
gonna be able to move
and then
up on this
33%
close
high
side as
tier.
well, but
That's
that
why it's
ball's gonna
called
make that hard.
bottom, mid, high tier. There's 3 tiers, and they're all equal.
Still is 3 right now. Mad Balls have not been able to dislodge Game Lord for quite a while. Dagestan down towards the south side of Excuse Me. And if this, I think this circle will just slowly close onto Excuse Me's spot as well. So they really don't have to do anything but hold this. And they're going to continue with their split, which is respectable. I think they're confident to hold it. And like you said, the amount of utility dropped back on towards this position. That first nade from Furia was massive.
How does
The fact
Tixi...
he's able to get the shotgun out in time, that swing is just unreal.
That's my favorite nade of the tournament so far.
Is
The
Arabia
underarm out the
mid-tier?
window Perfectly banked and just the double instant.
I'd say they're
I
mid
love
tier.
that. That was aesthetically
They've done
the
good at
most
Worlds
pleasing
before,
nade
but
I've seen.
last time they didn't do good. But that was just one time. But they've done good
Have to get ahead. I think
previously,
there's
so
damage
then
towards
it
Game
would
Lord, but
keep
now
them
they're
at
the
mid tier
ones
for
that
one more
will be
time.
holding them out
So let's
for the
say,
remainder of the game.
chat, let's say
It's like the rest of the team is
China.
gonna jump
It's
towards
the
those
first ever
vehicles,
Worlds,
try and get
right?
further in towards
There's
this
never been a
lobby.
Worlds before. China wins this
Striker
Worlds.
realizes there's an
That would
assault
put them
position.
in top
Striker
tier.
and
The
English.
next Worlds,
Striker has gone down.
they get
I think this guy's been
11th
on the
place.
floor
That's
a
a
lot of
low tier
times.
placement.
Very
They would
much
stay
unkillable
top
in
tier
this lobby.
for one time, right? And if they do it again, and they get low tier again, then it would drop them down. But just because you do bad one time doesn't immediately drop your entire, region down.
Victor has gone down to a nade, but their team is falling
Like
fast.
Brazil's currently a top tier region because they had a lot of teams in the finals and they did pretty good. But let's say next time they only have one team in the finals and they get 6th place. They're still a top tier region. Just because one time they, not every single one of their teams qualified.
So fantastic
But if it
play
happens
this far.
again, then it would then
Honestly.
move it down because they're not
Mate goes
consistent.
down. Dino should fall shortly afterwards.
You have to apply to join an organization. Usually organizations come to you, or you have to talk to them and stuff about signing your team.
And they're going to be left alone potentially.
Wait, it's a whole
as
other
three
team.
teams duke it out around one building.
Fucking
Happy
devious
J
loser.
sprays down the door frames, and 2 players from Demuerte survive. The circle all the way up to that northwest, and it will be, excuse me, yet again with prime position. Aces.
When it's Worlds or whatever you're saying, Worlds is next year probably.
Excuse me, I think Havlik got
like end of the year.
there, so excuse me, are down to 3.
Losing a player there is real unfortunate. Dagestan looks to the final players coming through from Demuerte. Beck's on a bit of an off angle himself. I think AR is going to be really struggling to keep themselves alive yet, for sure. It's just Demuerte remaining now. Dagestan want to get them out of this game as fast as possible. A couple of supply drops go over towards Game Lord, which is decent. Now, excuse me, tries to find themselves a better position within the lobby.
Did he just nade his own teammate?
Uh-oh, self-nade there from Shifu to Limbo Boom. Brings Dagestan's 4-player position to a 3-player rotation necessary, and a lot more time needed to be invested. I wonder if they think Happy J is in here, or if he's just biding his time, steps out and wants the challenge. Happy J, sliver of HP, but Shifu's too quick. But can they get this res on Limbo Boom? He's outside of the zone. They're going to need to pick him up.
He picked him up when he was on the wall? That is some 200 IQ shit, no way.
Sequester themselves on this side.
Anyways, Game Lord win.
Game Lords do not want to crest this ridge, lest they fall into the Dagestan sightlines.
And excuse me, Scott, a really strong spot here with Furia, who's been unreal for the team this game. Him and Beck have done a lot of work, but Furia on that whole practically solo versus Gladiators was something magical, something you don't see very often at all. Game Lord will have to continue to push a little bit closer.
Hold up, chat. I'll pull something up for you in a second. That Clint just hit me. Are you in chat? Is that why you said that?
Pulling the pin on another.
Bro, said the entire schedule.
Game Lord are going to be able to see these pushes come through as well. These fights are very much linearized, and in
Clint, when's the next Titans League?
Goes down, and Furious high ground is looking great, but Game Lord are unscathed here as of yet. They move in, and they're more central on this next zone that will start to close now. Shifu low taken out, and it's 3v4.
Is it C kind of low tier? Low top tier?
Yeah,
they're top tier because they have
I think Furious off the top
the poly teams. And the poly is like really good.
They get pushed down into Game Lord's sight lines. 8 eliminations so far for this lad. It's huge. And Black's remaining back as almost a sacrificial player here. Has to get some value from this high ground though. And down towards the coastal side, they know they're going to get big value off the back of this one. 2 loot crates for Game Lord. They are looking healthy on supplies here, John.
Beck keeping his head down. Black
sign up to open the May 1st.
Out any players right now for Game Lord. Look at these smokes. And Game Lord, no, it is a waiting game. You stop Black.
Can I sign up
any value here,
like
and you just play
for like the lower league?
Advantage. If Fury can get a lineup, it is great news. Akashi.
What are the chances I can do that?
On. No nades for Black, otherwise he would be able to just launch those through. You've got to imagine the excuse me's nade supplies.
Look at me, Juancho, HH.
Spotted should be around the edge of the smoke. I think Robs is more preoccupied.
And then say HH right now.
The top, back and forth. Akashi puts one over. Doesn't find any damage.
I can't believe Fury's been allowed to crawl up there.
Clint, I think for the next season you should make it where the bonus points goes up to 20. Because I feel like 10 isn't enough. You know what I mean? It's not enough for the teams to try hard in the league. You know, because 10 is like half a game if you just do good one game. I think it should be 20. Is he a full team? Sure. Alright, bet. I'm going to get HH, fucking Juancho, and Valak or someone. I'm going to force Valak to play with us. Game Lord W! Where's the GOAT Rob's at? Where's Rob's at? Rob's, you in chat, dog? You in chat? It's my fucking GOAT, chat. Chat, let me tell you the story of how I found out about Rob's. Me and Rob's. Good old Rob's, dude. He was a little iPad rank grinder. And he was in my stream. And he was like, hey, can I play? And I was like, sure, I'm rank grinding. Are you sweating? And he was like, yeah, I can sweat. And this man, on his iPad, was dropping like 15 to 20 kills a game, carrying me in a rank, bruh. Actual going demon mode. I would get knocked, and he would just walk up and 1v4 the team like nothing was happening, bro. Dude was an actual GOAT, bro. I deadass thought he was hacking at one point. He was so good. Dude, Robs, how many points are y'all away now? How do I go back to the main page? The main page of this? Can I go to favorites? PUBG Mobile. Alright, where am I at? Europe. Do they have the game scored yet? They don't have the game scored yet. All right, so that game, y'all got how many points do y'all get for that? Like 20? 20. How many kills do y'all have? Y'all had 12, 22 points. 22 points puts you at 178. Wait, that actually puts you in second place. Wait, y'all are second place right now because I don't think GG got any points, and neither did Mad Bulls. Brother Bikini, you carried for your viewers. I was carrying hard. Oh yeah, I was doing fucking custom rooms too for my viewers, and you were like farming. I remember I would just spectate you until you died.
Versus Nexus, versus Mad Bulls, taking the position ahead of them, getting out of the water, evading all of Mad Bulls' grenades as well. The fact they got into that position as a 4 is kind of like the big deal, right? Is that is a position where you get out of it, but you are injured, right?
Yeah, right.
All right, I'm streaming. Don't say anything. Do you want to play the Titans League, like the B series, to get into T1 next season for fun?
We can, sure.
All right, but we need to find 2 more. I'm gonna see if Juancho wants to play with us. It's real. It was a good time, dude. For real, the rank grinding times. Those are the days. Six, you should get a viewer in chat to play it. No, but then that just annoy me because the viewer most likely just get farmed and just do dumb stuff the entire time. I'll just get Robs to play with me. Get Robs to play with us. Wait, so Clint, how does it work? If we get like 5th, but we don't qualify to the finals, do we get like invited back? Like, what place do we have to be to not get invited back? You know what I mean? Chat, why am I watching this? Why have I not put music on yet? Yeah, not this song, chat. Rob's on anything. Dude, Rob's was farming on anything back in the day, dude. He would still farm. I don't even like talking while playing, so I'll be a bad teammate if I ever start playing comp. Well, yeah. Rob's in NA soon, dude. Rob's, do not come to NA. Stay in your region. NA is so bad right now. NA is so bad. You would actually farm NA, wait. You would actually just dominate NA. But you would like downgrade so hard skill wise because you would just get worse playing with America because everyone's so bad. Oh, chat, we're talking about low tier teams. Okay. Where's PMBC at? Where's Rob's at? I don't feel like typing, so we're gonna 200 IQ this year. We're gonna go to Rob's and we're gonna go to PMBC Global. There we go, 200 IQ right there, chat. All right, so we're talking about. Where's the finals? Is this the finals? Yeah. Okay. So Mongolia, is that Southeast Asia? I don't remember what the Southeast Asia is. There's like 17 regions in Southeast Asia. All right, so we're looking at this. Brazil. Yeah, I don't know how they got dead last, but Brazil had a team in 3rd and 7th, which immediately having 2 teams that high puts you in like the low tops here, right? And of course, Mongolia is definitely top tier. China's still top tier, even though they did bad this one tournament. This is the first time they've ever had bad teams in tournaments. And Nepal is usually really good. Well, yeah, they actually got it 2nd place. Yeah, so Nepal, I would put Nepal in top tier as well. Turkey can go in top tier because S2G. I'm pretty sure last Worlds, S2G was in last Worlds. Yeah. So Turkey would be in top tier because they got a team. I mean, SCG is consistent. They got first and fourth. Where would you put CIS though? Because Navi got second at Worlds, and then there's no EU teams in this. Wait, are there actually 0 EU teams other than Turkey? Turkey the only teams in here that aren't? Where would y'all put Thailand? Would y'all put Thailand in top tier or like mid tier? I think Thailand right now is mid tier. Like high mid tier, like very high mid tier. Like they're at the top of mid. You start your own scrims because you can't find it? Well, I can find scrims. I just don't have a team. Chat, where do y'all put Thailand at? CS is Europe now? Wait, really? CS isn't its own region anymore? Oh yeah. Oh, that would make sense. Never mind. Thailand is top tier. Do you think they're top tier? They won PMWI. Oh, PMWI doesn't count, bro. We're talking about Worlds. We're talking about actual comp. Alright, PMWI doesn't count. PMDC is the only thing that counts on a competitive aspect. Recent results. Alright. S tier events. PUBG Mobile World Invitation. Let's look at this. Wait. This is wrong one. This one? Alright. Name a Galaxy. Got like 50th in Worlds. Back to back. Couldn't even make it to Americas. 16th in their region. So, like, we've been over this. This does not count. These teams are nowhere to be. Team Seoul? Like, are we serious right now? Are we serious? Falcons? Where are they at? Falcons. 44th, I guess. 44th? Alright. Keat Stars? Where's Keat Stars at? Did they make it pretty high? 30th. Regan's Gaming. They didn't even make it. Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports plays pretty high, didn't they? Where the fuck are they at? Oh! It's fucking godlike Stalwart. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it just... Alright, so you have one good team. Name a Galaxy. They did really bad. They got... Where did they get? They got somewhere. They're somewhere in here. They got 27th. Okay, so far the only good team is Stalwart and Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports got 6th, Stalwart got 4th. No other team in here is good. You have Box 29th. You have the 4 Rivals 35th. So, like, PMWI does not count on a competitive aspect for rating teams. These are some randoms, bro. Like, literal randoms. The only thing that counts is PMDC. Because it takes the top teams from every single region and puts 50 of those dudes on the same level. And gives all of them an equal chance to qualify. Like, this is the most competitive tournament there's been in PUBG Mobile. Because it puts 50 teams into a lobby. And gives them multiple chances to make it through. So it shows who's the best. I fully believe F2G got lucky, though. Like, there's no way. These dudes are ass. Like, I don't know how. 17 kills is actually pretty impressive in Worlds. 15 as well. All I'm saying is if Vampire played the last day like they did the last 4 games, they would have, like, won Worlds. PMWI doesn't mean anything this year. Yeah, PMWI doesn't ever mean anything. There's never been a PMWI that you've been like, yo, this is a really competitive tournament, you know? Let's go back. There's only been 2 PMW guys, is there? Like 2022? It's this one. This one's had 2 good teams. And then, is that the only one that there's been? This is called All-Star Stage. After Party. Like, these tournaments aren't good. Like, this is more competitive, but it's 12 teams. Wait, what the fuck? I take everything back. This is just 12 teams. This isn't competitive at all. Because it's, you know. SCG about to win a match in Turkey right now? Holy shit, bro. It's going to take them from 14th place to 13th place. PUBG Mobile Esports. Alright, where's S2G at? About to win, bro. There's 12 teams left, dog. This is not about to win. They're going to fucking choke this shit. We're going to keep this tab up, though. Oh, wait. I got to unmute this shit.
Those bonus points helping out Major Pride quite nicely, as well as all of those extra placements that they've had from the 4 chicken dinners that they've seen in the 15 games that we've seen.
UHVP, yeah, last few you see are not that bad. They have bad start. Look at their last 5 games. Yeah, but we had to look at the overall. They did ass overall and then had a really good day. It's like very inconsistent. If they didn't have that really good day, they'd be like 14th or 15th, you know? They weren't consistent at all. Which is the thing. IHC is underrated. I think that the poly teams are like one of the best regions of the game. I'm saying like the top 4 regions. Like if you have China at first, and then you have, like honestly, let's see. Alright, so you have IHC, or not IHC, but Mongolia. I think Mongolia would be the second best region. Because SC has been dominant the entire time. And then you would put like China first. China first, Turkey second, Mongolia third, Nepal fourth, and Brazil fifth for best regions of the game. Thailand fifth, Brazil sixth. Anyone disagree with that? Goes China, Mongolia. Fuck, I forgot my own list already, chat. I had to like look at it to like remember my shit.
Friendship. A long tournament. Yeah. Gotta open the windows sometimes on the US. And this is one of the probably one of the circles we haven't seen it in.
My leg's falling asleep, chat.
To my memory.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna get another ice cream. Because that's all I have in my fucking house right now is ice cream. And I'm hungry. Freaking NA. I'll go in Nepal, compete in the same region 6, both South Asia.
Yeah, I think that we've most
so they're the same region?
The eastern side of Miramar recently, down towards
what the fuck?
down towards Picardo. That's been the
so,
approach to a lot of these
Mongolia and Nepal both compete in the same region.
As we head back over towards that western
right?
side.
So you're saying?
Typically do very well on these types of maps and a bit more consistently well. I think for the few of the games that we've seen them actually.
So if Mongolia and Nepal are the same region, if we're basing this off regions, how many regions are in South Asia?
From that team that ensures they're able to grab that one. Mad Bulls and Gladiators both shaking in their boots as they see Game Lord thunder their way up the rankings to second place. We'll be looking for a good game here. Gladiators.
Wait, so let's go to Godlike. Let's go to
now with only one last Miramar here to play. They better make it count.
South Asia? Is this it? Wait, so Mongolia.
As they like to go for control of space on Miramar and take the win off of the back of that one. And with this circle being on the western side, getting the original drop spot towards La Coteria.
Okay, so then we're putting South Asia. South Asia. All right, we're putting South Asia at second.
Any opportunity
overall.
The main thing.
And then we're putting where am I at?
Heavily now on the lobby. 3 maps to go. 1 shot at each of the maps in the rotation.
All right.
Miramar now, Sandhawk next.
Since Mongolia and Nepal are the same region, we're putting them at second. China's still at first. They had 1 bad tournament. They've never had a bad tournament before. They've won everything else. Then we're putting Turkey at third. Then we're putting Thailand at 4th and Brazil at 5th.
However,
Then Brazil is 5th. That's the ranking chat. They have mini PMPLs in Asia, and they all end up in the big PMPL with all the winners. So they are different regions? I'm so confused.
And at this stage, it's teams 4th and up that will not drop out here. Everybody from 5th.
There's so many fucking regions, bro. I fucking hate this game, dude.
On the cards,
I'm gonna get some fucking water.
Very unlikely with 160. I would say 6th down to.
Shit hurts my brain, chat.
Yeah, I think it's funny as well because if we finish the tournament right now, the fact that Excuse Me denied those 2 points, I believe it was, to ARR in that Miramar earlier today, you know, they beat that alongside Kazakh team in 8th place, which is pretty insane to say the least. So I think for ARR, a bit of an unfortunate scenario with them getting denied points like that, but they still have a lot more to prove. They are a scrappy team, and as we always know, towards the end of finals, that is as scrappy as it gets. So I want to see a nice, strong performance coming out from AR, maybe towards Erangel, maybe towards Sandhawk. Perhaps they can find their way into that top 8 towards those regional championships, because I do think that ARR still has a lot more potential in them. I think there's very good players on that team. Tapok, Aces, as well the Elementrix, all have had their pop-off moments throughout the tournament. Their consistency is left something to be desired, though.
China, Turkey, Mongolia. Well, if Mongolia and Nepal are the same region, it's just South Asia, so it would be China.
You know, they'll be a formidable team. Right now, though, they still have that extra.
Would it be Turkey
Sure we'll be seeing these names
at 2nd?
screens again.
They have one good team that's gotten 1st and 4th, but South Asia
If they can burst
has
this
a
time
lot
around.
of teams that are consistently top 5.
Currently sits
So you would put
that
them
spot, and they've
over
impressed us as
Turkey and
well.
Turkey in
Although
3rd.
Less Kazakh has impressed me personally, and more.
If we're talking about South Asia, you would put South Asia
Everyone, especially in these finals, he is, I think, still
in
the
2nd.
MVP of this phase so far, with 7.5k damage. Sat in 1st place on that stat. 2nd place is Zerich from Mad Bulls with 5.7. That is a phenomenal lead. That's 1.7k extra damage that Striker has been able to find.
He's just furious.
China, Turkey, South Asia?
Really, this guy
No,
has
you
done
put South
very,
Asia over
very good
Turkey
job
because
just
one
hunting
good
down
team doesn't
players
put
in
you
what we
above
think
other
that
regions.
Striker maybe gets his
If
team
you have
into
one
more
good team in
trouble
your
than
region
not
and
because
every
he
other team
so
is
hungry
fucking
for the
shit,
fight, but then
but you
that
have
trouble,
a
he
region
also
where
bails them out
every
because
team
he's
in your
able to
region
clutch
is
up
top
in the
tier,
end. So
then you're
he's a
putting that
double-edged
over the
sword,
region
100%
that just has one
Kazakh
team, you
is
know?
currently wielding. Circle on that western side. They're still waiting for stage 2 to come through, but a lot of teams have already made their way out. Mad Bulls is making their rotation
And also,
out to the south
what's
side.
going on right now with
They've got
SUG not even
Screen
making
Power,
it past their
who
own
have
region
rotated on the
just
northern
proves that
edge
they
of
shouldn't be
Chumasera. In front of them
in
is
2nd,
Mage
but they should be
Pride,
in
just
3rd.
off towards their western side, picking up Ladriera Hilltops, which is absolutely fine. It's a decent position to find yourself in. I think when you're rotating from Chumasera, you have to take what you can get here on Miramar, because the stage 2 shift can be fairly drastic sometimes, because we could get this heading all the way down towards that south side, and already we do have a very minimal, but you know,
Like
still
technically
can be
Brazil
quite
is
impactful
America's
amount
region,
of
but
map
all
just cut off.
non-Brazilian teams
Around
are
about
bad, so you
10%
would just say
just on that
Brazil,
western side
but
of
South
the hills
Asia
that
has
are
so
just
many good teams, so
impossible
you
to
would just say
climb.
oh, yeah,
Miramar.
it makes sense
So a
actually.
little less
So,
space to work with,
it would be Turkey
again,
2nd,
quite treacherous
then you'd have fucking
terrain
Mongolia
around this
3rd,
area.
then Nepal 4th, then Brazil 5th.
Tixie
Or something like that, whatever it
should
is.
know that Latte's
I don't
here.
know.
They definitely were there first.
Because that makes more sense. What you just said just makes sense. It's like you wouldn't say Americas, you would say
Don't really
Brazil.
want this fight either, but Unicorns
Or
of
like
Love
NA shit.
might just side
I thought South Asia was just one region. Like I thought that was like North America, you know what I mean? That's what I thought y'all were saying it was.
All of those teams on that west edge, Virtus Pro, excuse me, Demuerte, that you were talking about in the hills around Ladriera.
Oh, had me confused.
That's all gone out the window right there, Black, because that is a hard shift back over to Picardo.
Oh my, are we going back here? Are you for real right now? I don't want to head back over to Picardo. I enjoyed this area of the map. I wanted to see something a little bit new, but again, this is still kind of new. We're on the western side of Picardo. Usually we're seeing over towards that eastern side a few times. Nexus moving down on the south side of Picardo.
South Asia is
through
one
those
region?
roadsides, mainly just crossing over the sands itself. A Kazakh team trying to send over towards that high ground position they like to play, just towards that south side of Power Grid. And I think this is a position where they found themselves a lot of success from before. of having one player up on that side, just taking pot shots from a pretty tucked away position. Kitsune does spot Swave there, gets a lot of damage through.
So this is just one region?
Traded off from Zero. And that is not a good start coming through from Gladiators. Luckily, there is backup. And that was huge from Matic. Very much needed. They need to get their player back up on their feet, but he's already gone down. And that's now.
I'm so confused looking at this shit, bro.
Out of the game.
Why are there 37,000 regions in PUBG Mobile, bro? I'm just trying to figure out.
Pinched in by Dark Project and Unicorns
Okay,
of Love.
fuck it. South Asia's one region. I don't give a fuck anymore. South Asia's the second best region in the game.
Because the Unicorns of Love are suffering for their
How does he not win that?
Gladiators will fall down entirely.
You're bad.
Can get rezzed here, but you're right. Losing
I would say you're bad, but you literally just got like third in like the second biggest tournament of America after not playing forever. So never mind.
Engagement, sure, picked up 4 points, but they're down to 3 players. They sit now in second place as Game Lord.
Thankfully, NA has multiple countries as well, I guess.
Yeah, and this really means that, you know, I think Matic is a great
Canada
player. I really love him overall.
Yes, Canada counts as North America.
Some of the most aggressive plays that have worked out
I'm
in
stupid.
the past.
I'm actually
but at
dumb.
the same time, when you
Holy
lose
fuck.
Kitsune off the squad, you force now Meku into a very awkward position because Meku usually is a scouter of the team, likes to play forward, and Kitsune typically plays that off angle and plays that backstop. When you lose Kitsune,
alright, so fuck the regions. We're going specifically off of who they fucking are. Like China is China, right? Mongolia, they're their own thing. It doesn't matter. Fuck that.
He has to shift back towards backstop, playing these off angles when necessary, and that leaves Gladiators in a tough
Alright, fuck the regions. We're going with countries now on, chat. Countries from now on. What country they're from, what fucking flag they have is all that matters at this point.
Still, I do know they're Miramar, and I'll have a chance moving
I agiled them in micromanagement individually.
See what they could do with it before. The repeat performance once more, perhaps. The final Miramar of the tournament goes poorly for Unicorns of Love, and that has kind of been the story of the Unicorns of Love throughout.
Okay, that's what was confusing me. Countries. We're going with countries, not regions.
Really found their feet here, despite having some quite big names on the roster.
So if we're going countries,
just has fallen short for
China
at this stage.
Turkey, Mongolia, Nepal,
try and come back to the next tournament feeling refreshed,
Brazil.
revitalized, and then go again. There is some serious improvements that need
You
to
say
be
last
made.
place? Hey, we can't win them all. We got this next year. Trust me. We're winning next year.
And not extremely well thought out, I would say. I think a lot of times they just don't have that similar thing that Virtus Pro's got going on, is that despite Virtus Pro often looking like, oh, they're just sending towards the center. This is...
Let's go, USA last place.
You do.
Did he just knock himself?
Virtus
He
Pro,
jumped
Virtus
out.
Pro taking these rotations,
This shit wasn't even close to blowing up.
in a way that
Yo,
allows
chill,
them
chill,
in
purple.
towards
You're
the
not like that.
circle. That requires knowledge, that requires macro play, and it requires them to
Mongolia
be doing
dead second to
research
me
in the
though.
background. So yes,
Nah, I'm putting Turkey at first after last PBC because Turkey literally won.
but they certainly have done that.
Russia is where then?
And I think that's something that should be admired. And I think Unicorns of Love need to put some work in that area.
Is Russia CIS? What the fuck is Russia and CIS? I don't know, bro. They'd be below Brazil because they did good last Worlds. They got second. A single team did, but then this year they didn't even make it to the finals, so then that would drop them. Whereas Brazil's had teams in every single
At this
finals.
stage, the Unicorns of Love are just too far behind, so there'll be a little bit of a wild card potentially in the rest of today. Striker shots over towards Virtus Pro, but they keep their heads down and keep themselves in cover. Everybody now looking to move around to the east side from their original western positions, and the Gladiators are going to surround the Virtus Pro position as well.
Gladiators have a strong spot. It will be Apollo Dive from Canina Power actually taking down one of Sly Europe's teams. And
CS is like multiple countries, so just ignore CS and say Russia. But what teams are Russia? I don't know what teams are Russian and not Russian. I just know CIS.
They are pinched between
I don't know that many like specifically Russian.
Sly Europe. They're essentially just gonna have to hide.
Because I know like Kitsune and them are Russian, right? But what's GLD? And like
excuse me.
the GLD is French, right?
was a Grozer in the back pocket as well on the hold. I mean, excuse me, they fended off a push from the Gladiators. Now they just need to do it again against Major Pride. Nomi, nade in, effect down, doesn't want to
Broncos country.
res,
Let's
and in
ride.
comes the cavalry. Havlik with a beautiful nade out the side window there, perfectly on target, and Nomi trades it off onto Furia, who was
How
so
you doing,
pivotal
Donnie?
in the hold before against the Gladiators. But Havlik is.
Shit, I haven't been watching the tournament. I've been trying to figure out what the fuck a country and a region is, you know?
Drops the nade short. Not going to find the value and has to run for the hills.
I mean, Havlik once again just hunting him down. Furia will need to be picked up shortly. Someone's going to go for that res. I mean, this is technically a 2v1 that Nobi could go for. But Havlik will put him down. Now, excuse me, it feels like, you know, their finals performance, it really does reflect the way they played in the tournament.
Kill these friends? Yeah, no, they're
in the
friends.
league stage. You know, phase
I
one,
call them the
day
uneven
one,
people.
Not so great. Phase 2,
Because
day
uneven's
2,
my little
a
French
little
fuck.
bit better. Phase 3, day 3. The finals.
Russian, Ukraine,
looking
Belarus,
absolutely
etc.,
fantastic,
or
really back
USI?
on form. So I
CSI?
don't know what's going on with Excuse Me. They just need some time to.
But who's a good
charge up.
Russian
They're on
team?
about 25%
Who's the good
low
Russian
power
teams?
mode in
Gladiators
game
is
one,
like
and
the
now
only one I know
fully
that's
charged,
Russian.
ready to
Is
go on that green
Nomi
bar.
Russia?
On
But
the line
Nomi's
then.
never made it outside of like their region, right?
Trying to take all that power
Or
away.
Major
This
Pride, wherever the
central
fuck their
rock
team is.
Such an important
I
feature
call
that
their
South
team
Europe
Nomi
currently
for some
sat on
reasons
top
because that's
of.
the only player I know on
Gladiators
that
to the
team.
southeast of this next circle. The presence that could be felt from this plateau will be huge.
Uneven reps
Reflect does
France
need to get
itself.
res,
Uneven
but
is
it
France
forces
at this
the
point,
Huerta
bro.
to play down into the west. It's going to force Shockwave around into the north.
Dude, I remember there was
where they
one
could crash
tournament,
into
bro.
either Gladiators or Virtus
It was
Pro,
like
and
it was
Sly
like
gonna have
West.
oversight.
It was like
The difficult
PGC
part of
West,
this
and Uneven
will
was
be
the
on the south
literal
side of the
only
central road.
French player in the tournament, right? And they had an entire French stream, or French like casters and stuff. And Uneven's like, "Yo, this is just for me." This shit was so funny.
Tries to ruin the day of ARR. Drops out the building.
There were 4 cubes on the team that would clear
Frozen
PVC.
also
Honestly,
drops to the
valid.
ground. That's from
I think they would
Duarte.
do actually pretty good.
Taking shots over towards Excuse Me. It's actually Kazakh who's
I think
fighting
4 of
on
any player would do
towards
good,
this
simply
position,
like
but
because like
once
they would be
again,
on the same track. Are we
absolutely
talking about just like
blast versus
4
the
players
Kazakh
with no
team.
synergy are the exact same, like 4 coops, but they don't have synergy, or are we talking about 4
Well,
coops and they do have
The
synergy?
Mad Bulls need to get
Because if they're
frozen
4
up,
coops and they
really,
do
if
have
they want a
synergy,
chance of
and they know
maintaining
what they're
that
gonna do,
top
like they
spot.
call some shit, they
Excuse me, with an
instantly all do it, you know?
opportunity to jump
That would
up
just be
over them, but
unstoppable, no
severely
matter who the
diminish
player
now
is. You
down
could have like
to
4 of like the
Frozen
worst
should
player,
be resible here for
and if
the
they
Mad
all
Bulls,
are
and
on the
they
exact
might
same
want to get
page
it in
24/7, they
to
could
this
like
next
low
phase,
key
but
win.
How are you going to find your way in? Because Nexus sit ahead of you, Kazakh and Dagestan as well.
Shockwave towards that north side. Can move through, and again, we've seen how well Kazakh Shockwave can play from like a north side edge position, slowly working their way into the lobby before finding themselves that really pivotal spot in the lobby. Excuse Me, managed to get into a position but lost 2 players in the process. 5 eliminations though, it's not bad. And it's unlikely that a team from this south side would be able to crash this position or would even want to. I think Game Law is fairly comfortable in their warehouse down towards that south side. And Mad Bulls still have a ways to go. Not a massive amount of vehicles to make it happen, just 2 buggies, which means that players are quite exposed on that rotate. These are not going to take you too far, which means the majority of the push will need to be done on foot.
So Excuse Me's remaining 2 players as the circle does close in, tightens the belt of the final Miramar. Black and Beck both just looking to reposition those vehicles, make sure
Are
that
Golden
they have
and
their route
I mean a
out.
Golden
The
fucking
remaining
Game
duo
Lord?
for
Holy
Duarte
shit!
split QA
I keep
north
calling
and
him
north south on the
Golden.
west
Jesus
side of the
Christ!
circle.
Game Lord
We'll see where it
is in like a
zeroes
goated spire now. Robs, let's go, boys! Can we get some Robs hype in the chat? 3rd and frags. Let's go. He's got this. He's got this easy first place in frags. Holy damage! Jesus Christ, bro! Put your gun down for 2 seconds. You have 7,500 damage.
The Gladiator's position as well is going to be very strong. Shockwave and Virtus Pro, that fight will need to conclude as well.
Yeah, I mean, A's are going down, but you're right. Sly Europe as well as Gladiators both in a really good spot to be able to control this game going forward, John. A's are going down quite far away from the rest of the team, meaning they will have to push over towards Virtus Pro to pick him back up. And that's going to be difficult to accomplish. So Shockwave, they do get the information, but it comes at a cost.
Chat, here's what's going to happen.
Finish off A's,
I'm going to raise 5 kids. I want to have them all at the same time, alright?
Virtus Pro have got a little bit of level high.
We're gonna have like quintuplets, or whatever it's called, right? And we're gonna train them in Valorant Mobile the second they can hold a phone. All right.
I think somewhat.
And I'm gonna have the best Valorant Mobile team in history.
Is actually rolling straight on over. Aza is just bleeding out this entire time, and I don't think Shockwave can commit to it just yet, although now they'll get into the party bus and move closer to this. Virtus Pro should hear, but they have more to worry about. As ARR step close, Beck goes down. Tapok and Elementrix for ARR now to play nice and close to the Virtus Pro stronghold.
Virtus Pro getting crunched.
All right, chat. I had to get 5 women pregnant at the same time, so they all had the kid at the same time. The kids. And then we're gonna RNG chance one of them has twins, and that twin is gonna be the sub. Whichever the weaker link between the twins is gonna be the sub.
ARR looking to just heal up at all. They are right on the edge of the circle. Folly spray down towards the bus of Hayes, needs to be ready to receive there, but a little bit too far off the ridge, and Aza and Seiko will back him off. Shockwave playing really quite well here on this push. Nades in hand for Seiko, lobs it on over, a little bit split on the middle there, and it eats a lot of damage from a nade in response. Look at the health bars of Shockwave. They stay alive somehow though, and into ARR. Virtus Pro roll back over this ridge line. Snowix wants this heal as well. Has 249 and plenty of ammo to back.
Stop watching hentai. I don't watch hentai, bro.
Tapok
I read hentai.
finds Folly in the process.
I'm a classic man.
Seiko's also getting involved here. Game Lord doing a lot of damage over towards
RNG chance of twins. Losing human stuck car spawns. Hey, but what are the chances that you have twins? What are the chances? Holy fuck, I can't spell of having twins. 3% fuck, chat. We're gonna RNG roll that shit.
Milky Way still available. Hang on.
Unlucky.
Nade over towards Mad Bulls as they try and push in from that east side. It seems like the Mad Bulls have just been faltering today. We praise them so much.
We might have to have a 6-wife chat. We might not RNG roll that twin.
Them and Major Pride to an extent have just not had the impact that they did yesterday. And Major Pride are already out. Mad Bulls seem to be next on the roster to go.
Slayer hits a really disgusting link shot over towards Shockwave and slows that fight down. Will mean that that 3-way up towards that northeast side will be a bit more difficult. Robs moves in, takes a.
Is it go up to the person you have kids with this twin? Wait. I gotta find
I don't think Zerich is going to be able to hold
2 sets of twins and then 1 regular wife. So that way,
second place behind Major Pride,
the chances of having twins is insane. You know what I mean?
But Game Lord have to move further north, and Nexus are going to have their outpost that way. It's not going to matter though. Look at that. Victor just immediately turning his attention out as Rob's committed to getting this res. The Gladiators are taking shots down and actually spots out one of Dark Project's players. The crash came from Dagestan, and they're in the compound.
Yeah, they find one of the players right now, though. Game Lord equally suffering as Nexus make their approach. It's only 2 players, though. Nexus controlling 2 fronts at the moment. Doran gets forward, but remember, he's moving back off this position, which is great to see. He is being much more restrained in his approach, playing alongside Octavian instead of against him.
I take a chance we can get 5 wives, but I get 4 wives, and 4 of them are twins, right? And then 1 regular wife. So that way the RNG chances are pretty high, you know?
Control from the south as Gladiators picked up the point. Kazakh team now in the brawl as they try and move down to deal with the duo from Nexus, but unfortunately for them, they meet more than they bargained for. Down first. Striker, Kazakh in the back to a nade.
3 wives, 2 side hoes. What about 1 wife, 4 side hoes?
Unicorn in his smoke might have trouble there as well. They'll have to move off this position, but this is really well played.
Wait, babe, I love you, but I have to have sex with these 4 other women and get them all pregnant, so that way we can have a good. What the fuck? They just all died. So we can have, you know, a Valorant mobile team. Trust me, they're gonna feed us when they're fucking 19 playing in Worlds, winning Worlds every year. Trust me, babe, it's a fucking retirement plan.
It might be only 3, but these are good opportunity eliminations coming from them. Meantime, Sly Europe very close to the Gladiators' position, just tucked away right now. They don't have to leave this high ground just yet, which is sort of their saving grace in this game. Tenchik moves back around over towards the rest of his team. We'll go to support. And depends whether Sly Europe still has some grenades left in the back pocket, because if they do, Gladiators are in for some trouble.
Oh, speaking of nades, there's one in Tixie's back pocket. Tixie's been doing a lot of work here on Miramar, getting a knock over to Reflect now. Matic and Meku further towards the side swipe coming through from, I think that's Tenchik and Zashipa for Sly Europe. Reflect quite isolated on this position. As Gladiators can remain indentured on this hillside.
I mean, that's not an easy nade to hit either, coming through from Tixie. That's up top side, and now those 3 eliminations.
Large internet bill, fuck it, chat. They're gonna end up paying it themselves, you know, because they're gonna be making all the money.
8 eliminations so far, so a really good result for them. I sees them now in 2nd place quite comfortably. Game Lord behind them in 3rd. Nexus, Exo Machina makes the crossing, and Matic's going to take shots. Remember, down to 3 players right now. Circle moves further up towards Gladiator's position too, so now Sly Europe definitely have to remove the Gladiators players from that position if they want to continue having a good strong game here.
This is last chance for Nexus. They try and roll up, and 2 of them get cut out. Dagestan completely control that rotation. The 3rd to fall, and now it's just Exo Machina in a bus of his own. But be able to get to the ridge line. A lot of bullets expended on his teammates, and if he can hit the deck and find the cover, it'll be good news. But
wait, send us that rock.
Too much longer, you'd imagine. Canida Power have sight lines. Sly Europe roll straight on down and go a little bit on a rollback there, but
you're popping off,
okay. And Chick both find safety there. And look at that, Reflect from the top rope onto Meku. Leaves the Gladiators on 2. Really nice little rope-a-dope, but it might just be too little too late. The 2 players from Sly up top really not having the impact they want.
Yeah, I mean, Tenchik drops down. I think Mandarin might now be out for them. Actually still just down on the ground. Meku hop to try and get a little bit of impact for the rest of the team. AAR also around this area, and I think that Sly Europe maybe has to be worried about that. Reflect. Rest of the team looking for maybe a bit more of an advantage here. This could be an amazing nade coming through.
Oh, it might
Matic.
be. Matic places it perfectly. Look at that. Right on the money. No chance of getting away from that. And leaves Sly Europe wanting. 2 players active, but they're both behind on this trail. Matic and Meku close by. Tenchik flushed out. Reflect and Mandarin now for Sly Europe. Need to find their way down. No nade for Reflect. Not too sure about Mandarin, but he's been spotted. Matic, actually it's Fash to get that one dropped down. And there's another player up top, Mandarin. Just needs to heal.
Alright, there,
find something in the next couple of seconds.
In your opinion, what's the most successful game?
The fact that they didn't all go for that same push together has caused them huge problems going forward.
Made the most revenue,
Gladiators have held
most
on to this
popular,
spot so well, and the fact that they've held on
best
to the
comp
high ground means that all the players have to remain pretty comfortably together.
At the top of everything.
So it's worked with them, considering that their biggest weakness is the fact that this kind of 3-man split do typically get a little bit too far away from each other.
With 6 is the farther, it's hard to imagine they don't have a brain dead moment. Bro, what do you mean, dude? I'm actually the GOAT, chat. I never have a brain dead moment in my life.
Dagestan, the only team with their position currently in the next circle.
I mean, it's GG's classes them. Well, then why are they 2nd place? Why are they losing these classes right now?
Can't quite get the spray down onto Tixie as Mandarin careens down the hillside. A rolling ball of flame. Is he going to be able to extinguish? It seems like he might, but no meds to speak of. Will be a difficult move forwards. Madness spotted as they try and move up the hill, and I think that's Dark Project taken very, very low, leaving just 1 player remaining, but it is Wait. Can Latte get back to cover
King is
and
a good
stay
thing
alive
too.
as 2 for
Yeah,
Dark
but it's just
Project?
1 region. It's just China.
Yeah, I mean, I do not think Mandarin's getting much further in this game. Dagestan, you have to move forward. Dark Project equally suffering right now, John. Tapok looks to put the nades over towards Gladiators.
Ooh, big nade to Meku. Able to get that knock Mandarin with the blue zone right on his heels. A misstep on the cliff will just see you die to full damage here, and instead it's Agorazin to pick it up. Canida Power have moved across this road bank and are playing so well. Slayer out.
Yeah, it's been a slow push from Canina Power.
Mobile Legends is also up there, popularity-wise, and like
Gladiators looking for some more eliminations on this game. Can get Elementrix, that's 1 down. Looks for more in Tapok, who steps up, and Tixie. Powerhouse coming through from Gladiators has to win this one with the barest limit of health remaining. Up to 6 eliminations and 13 elims. That is huge.
Wait, did his
gets flushed away, but Tixie is still going. Dark Project try and move out, but Wait is cut down first, and in 4th place it's Dark Project. Canina Power from the south side should just have a chokehold on this.
Tixie wins this so bad.
Up top.
He wins. Pretty low.
will try and move his way down. Any more eliminations now for Tixi is really big. They are slowly but surely closing the gap between them and Major Pride. A second place would be ideal, but versus both Dagestan as well as Kanina Power, to 4-man and a 3-man team, unlikely. But he can weather the storm from on this high ground for quite a while and most likely force both these teams to fight each other first.
I mean, it would be the first time we've seen a solo take these home. With the smokes on Dagestan's position, there is a path down the mountain for Tixi. He knows that they've left, he knows that they're going to have to play up, but Kanina Power will be watching like a hawk. You need more cover from that angle, and Abolodoi knows exactly what's up. They're not going to let Tixi get out of this.
He's come through, but he can at least confirm the second place if he assists over towards Dagestan. And he knows that. Start spraying into the smoke.
Wait, Tixi's actually farming kills.
A lot of damage. And 15 eliminations found. That's massive here.
Wait,
Tixi.
If he gets the knock, it's
I
winnable.
thought he was going to get Palucci down there as well, but he's just
Oh
going to
no,
hit the deck.
don't kill yourself, man.
Are going to lose out on this game, but
He low-key could have won. I believed in Tixi, bro. He should have gone for it. He should have gone for it. I would have believed in him.
But in the end, Kanina Power played it calm, played on the back foot, and just leveraged that south side of the road perfectly.
Yeah, really, really big game from them, man. Like, honestly, a very, very strong matchup coming through from Kanina Power. And they just slowly took that game. They had a nice spot towards the center of the circle. I think Dark Project were considering whether they wanted to take that one, but headed over towards the buildings instead. And they were out in the open. I think that's the difficulty of Kanina Power's spot, is that they had to really play their cards right, wait for the opportune moment to strike, pick up that chicken dinner.
What confuses me, if that's the second time GG's done that.
It has to be Gladiators. The fact they lose Kitsune so early on, pick up that spot,
so,
and essentially just the moment.
Here's what I don't understand.
Massive
If they're watching the kill feed, they already know the top teams have died, right? They have KP. What place is KP in?
I thought he was going to get
like
Palucci
11th
down there as well, but he's just...
So let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this.
Himself, Tixi,
you have one guy down.
a lot of damage. And 15 eliminations found.
The other guy is literally one, and there's a guy in the middle of the road. You have plenty of room to play right here. There's a ridge. You can play this and peek over and stuff. Like, why are you going to kill yourself? This is a random ass team that's like low placement. You are in second place. You need first. Go for the kills. No one else matters.
And as John and Black mentioned, unfortunately they did lose Kitsune pretty early in this match, but
you're already qualifying for the next stage, bro. Just go for the win.
Because he can still bring comms to the team, right? He can still orchestrate what the game plan overall is going to be for the team, and I'm sure he was able to just put 100% of his brain capacity towards IGN towards his team. And 15 elims. I am surprised they were so controlling of that northern cliff edge, because there were so many teams around them. There was VP, there was Dark Project down south of them, there was Sly just above them, Shockwave coming in a little bit later. It felt like a Jujutsu Kaisen situation where they had the domain expansion. If you get in the AoE of the domain expansion, you're dead. Okay, you're not going further in that game. So strong performance from Gladiators, and once again a game where Major Pride not doing great. Mad Balls only getting 1 point. So Game Lord and Gladiators are racking points at the perfect time too, when the other teams are not doing good.
Absolutely. This is the perfect case scenario that Gladiators can find themselves in. You have your Mad Bulls and your Major Prides not showing up. You have other teams struggling to try and get elimination points, and you're just absolutely a shooting gallery, regardless of the fact that you're losing your IGL. 8 elims for Tixi alone, Max. This is insane numbers coming out from the players.
It's been a year that I've been talking about the Tixi supremacy. It's still a thing. If I don't see the chat spamming Tixi supremacy because I'm in the chat every time, okay? And I want to see some Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen is also pretty good. I want to see some Tixi supremacy more specifically. But 8 elims on the game, as you already said, for Tixi, an absolute banger of a performance, able to just show up as a solo. And Tapok is just reoccurringly bringing in some damage and some decent points for the side of ARR, keeping them relevant for that race for the championship. And Dorian, which I'm happy Dorian is still playing. I was scared he was going to be benched, as John and Blank were talking about earlier on the wrangle. Like, you got to scare him with the bench, and that's when he's going to perform, it seems.
Yeah, I guess the pressure is really getting to some of these players because, I mean, that was our third last map. We have 2 more to go after this one. So, but yeah, right, that was the last Miramar. Absolutely correct. We don't have another iteration of that. So it is a lovely way for gladiators to be saying goodbye to that map specifically. And some of these teams can look back on this VOD and go, okay, we made a couple of mistakes. We can improve moving forward.
Yep, improvements need to be made in these last 2 matches, though Mad Balls, the fact that they were taken down by none other than Game Lord, that's currently competing, potentially even racing for that first place, is massive. Of course, they don't go find the game, but that still can make a small little impact, a difference that can be.
Yine güney bölgesinde solo bad boy Seaborn'u göreceğiz ama güneylerden kuzeye doğru çıkmak isteyen çok
FCG 11th place, crazy.
Fireflux, Nextria, Esport, Ozorox, Regnum Karya, birer kişi
Holy shit, DA bro, I remember these dudes.
çok fazla takım var Dukes.
They were at Worlds one year.
Aynen öyle. Yani şu anda 13 takım hayatta ama oyuncu sayısına baktığında 37 görüyorsun. Çünkü Bratek oyuncu dijital.
Or is it FF that was at Worlds? Wait, I think both of them made at Worlds.
Senin de söylediğin gibi yani 6-7 tane takım elenmenin kıyısında, onlardan 1-2 tanesi hariç çoğu hızlı bir şekilde elenebilir. Çok büyük sürpriz olmaz açıkçası.
Evet tabii şimdi alan gelmeye başlayacak. Alan geldiği zaman güney bölgesindeki kalan takımların o hareketlilikleri, skorları getirecektir diyecektim. Sevian bir skor çıkartmayı başardı. Espor'un 3. skoru. Onlar tarafında yalnızca 2 oyuncu hayatta ama almış oldukları zaten 2-3 skor bile onlar için yeterli diyebiliriz. Dijital Athletics 13. olarak oyuna veda ediyor. Artık son 11 takım. Bir takım daha elendi o arada. Şahangiller Esports 12. olarak 4 skorla oyuna veda ediyor onlar da. Son 11 takım 31 oyuncuyla Sanok haritasında 4. alanda yolumuza devam ediyoruz.
Aynen öyle.
Şimdi Nax ileriye doğru geçmek istiyor. Swain Wild'ı düşürmeyi başardı. Açıklarda Wild yakalanınca skor garantisi alındı Ozorox tarafından. Seven yerde bu arada Natix tarafından
yerde Enjoy'un garantisi de alındı Related tarafından.
Rookie hayattaki tek Esport oyuncusu, kaldırması takım arkadaşının çok zor gözüküyor. Ozorox'un o bölgede ciddi bir baskı kurduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Bakalım bu kulübe içerisinde ne kadar hayatta kalabilecek Rookie. Ozorox tepeye doğru koşusunu başlattı, operasyonunu başlattı. Sis bombalarıyla birlikte çok temkinli koştuklarını söyleyebiliriz. Rookie bombasını gönderdi. Şimdi sef düşürmeyi başaracak yalnız Rookie.
Yani birebir rakibinden oyuncu alabilirse çok büyük başarı.
Nax'ın atmış olduğu yalnız bomba Rookie'yi öldürecek orada ve Regnum Karya 10. olarak veda etti, 9. olarak da muhtemelen Esport. Evet. Daha bu arada geç elenmiş Esport. 11. olarak onlar 3 skorla oyuna veda ediyor. 9. olarak Beşiktaş.
Yani şimdi Ozorox'un bu maçı şöyle 129'larda kapatsa ne olur? 50 puan. Geriye kaç maç? 3 maç. Çok zor.
Şimdi Nexia 2-1 rotasyon içerisinde. Aracın canı az, oyuncuların canı az. Bakalım durabilecekler mi? Şimdi durmayı ve evin içerisine girmeyi başardılar. Frozen ama düşürüldü Simulator tarafından. Bakalım Frozen'ın yanına geçebilecek mi? The Wolf ama Simulator'ın atmış olduğu bu atışlar muhtemelen o bölgeden Nexia oyuncusunun sonunu
They're the guy who set NA back 3 years? What are you talking about, bro?
Tek kaldı diyebiliriz ama tabii The Wolf'un takım arkadaşını kaldırma ihtimali de hala sürüyor. Fireflux tarafı canlar az. Şimdi The Wolf son dakikalarda, son saniyeler içerisinde takım arkadaşını kaldırdı.
I really enjoy watching Indians play. Motherfuckers got so much gun skill they don't need to think. They did not have gun skill, bro. Majority of India was ass. Scout was like the only good player. Scout, Clutch God or whatever was his name, and there's like one other guy that was decent. Everyone else is ass. Their gun skill is pretty ass too.
Very important point right now, which
Oh wait,
is
I
around the
missed
bubble of Canadian
important
power,
shit.
and this is a point that John made.
Words of love, what a team that can again cause the team
Place and become the champions of Europe.
Yeah, looking at the second page as well.
I mean, there's still 2 games left. It's a 23-point
looking at
gap.
the second page as well in terms of the teams that are currently placed there. You have your Canadian Power, your Dog Project, the Muerte Positive team. I mean, I admittedly never expected the Muerte to be all the way down here. Again, it is still down to having 1 or 2 pop-up the last 2 maps that we have going that can genuinely impact and change the standings. these teams have what it takes. They have that opportunity to have those one really good
They can
games.
shoot.
We're looking at the likes of
Dog,
Unicorns
if
of
they could
Love
shoot, they
versus
would at least one of them would top frag at something.
It's looking like a very
They had
possible
Jonathan was the other player I'm thinking of. Jonathan's the only player that's ever done anything for India. He got 5th in frags for 5th in frags for India. That's the best they could do.
By going out to the blue zone, they actually are 1 point behind ARR in 8th. So otherwise, if they actually got that elimination on Tixi, they would be in 8th position. And we said it could be down to that tiebreaker, it could be down to that 1 point difference. So Kanina Power might look back on that one elim that didn't get on Tixi, and that might be the reason why they miss out on the championship. So scary spot to be in for Kanina Power for sure.
Scary spot to be in indeed, but you know what? It's a good spot to be in, sitting in front of your screen, listening to John and Blank covering the last
they got 5th
of Spring 2023.
In this tournament.
I know, who'd have thought it?
There were no Chinese teams in the tournament. Top Esports was like a sub team. It wasn't their main players.
This one. I know, but it is also very exciting because it is their last.
And you had 20 people in this shit, bro.
Themselves over in the jungle on these.
How do you have 20 players in this?
Contested.
Where are the Indian teams at? Wait, what?
Time and time again.
You have 2 Indian teams here.
For sure, man. I think
looking
at Sandhawk is more of a, it's more becoming a
Damn,
consistent.
they didn't even qualify to like the next stage.
If you have the gun skill to go for it, you can find yourself a lot of chicken dinners on this map quite consistently now, with some decent rotations coming through. Heading over to the, you have a buffer right to work with, but I think Major Prize may be pushing it just a little bit now, just a little bit, right? You're pushing your luck. I think you need to start popping off, getting
we are
games going
on.
I make this one happen.
We are Brazil.
I think right now Gladiators are in a position where they're starting to heat up a bit, and they realize how much is on the line for finals, and are looking for a big win. Because even when Kitsune goes down, I think they've stayed determined, they stayed focused towards that Miramar and managed to get themselves a game that realistically it does not happen very often.
No, it's not something that you can bank on, but it certainly is a possibility, right? It's something that you can keep in the back of your mind as always an ever-present threat. Kanina Power, after that last game as well, they did very, very well, but if they got one more point, they'd be inside the bubble right now. They would be in 8th because they would beat out the tiebreaker with ARR.
A lot of these players now realizing how valuable it is to be denying these points towards the end game. It is tactical a lot of times. I think that it's very useful to go for. I think for Tixi, he knows that like, if this is Major Pride, because they don't know for sure, if it's Major Pride as that 4-man squad, there is no point giving them that 1 point because I am not getting this 1v4. So you got to respect that from Tixi. Although he is quite the aggressive player, he has a huge amount of confidence in him. Even he knows when to lay down the sword and go rest for just a little bit, which is absolutely fine because he was swinging and tearing through the masses in that lobby quite the fair bit. You know, because he pretty much got almost a quarter of the lobby, like with some of his teammates, but I think he ended up with a huge amount of eliminations on that game.
Yeah, it was really quite impressive coming through from Gladiators after losing Kitsune early. They just managed to make it work. They did have quite a good guard from anyone going onto their flank in the form of Sly Europe. I mean, who you predicted as being in a strong position, and they were. I mean, they did very well there.
They did do very well. I think that the issue for Sly Europe was just a bit of miscommunication. They had all the time in the world from that initial stage 4 to start clearing out AAR and VP. And I think if they did that...
Bro, do you know DRS Gaming? Yes, I do.
Pass towards Shockwave to take that engagement and then fight off versus Gladiators on the eastern side. Instead, they put a little bit too much emphasis over towards that cliffside spot, which you do see a lot of teams go for and a few times. So you get caught up in that fact that, you know what, this is a really strong spot, we have to go for it. But more often than not, you do see those circles move off from that high ground, and you have to go again. Now we're heading back over towards Sandhawk, and I don't think that anyone's really unhappy with this playing path, John, straight across the middle.
Yeah, it's not really going to be too hard to make that one work for pretty much wherever you want to go. Gladiators out early, predictable. It's generally what you're used to be seeing. Shockwave as well, over towards Hudson. Shockwave today have had a nice little stand-up compared to their previous performances, but they are still down in 14th, and it's highly unlikely they're going to make it to that bubble. which is still going to be fairly hotly contested. Demuerte going to break it all the way down towards Sami. And speaking of Demuerte, this is a team that in phase 1 we would have said was a top 3 contender. Right now they are flagging in 12th place, the bottom rung of the ladder when it comes to making it up towards that 8th place. 128 points to the 137 point bubble as it stands. Tournament leaders Major Pride over in Painan, as the circle has yet to pop as well. We know how much they like to guard. They're playing that 4-corner drop onto Painan. No one really stepping too close to anyone else as things start off.
Can the zone pop already? Jesus fucking Christ.
Unicorns of Love have Kanina Power on the east flank of Paradise Resort as well. It's looking fairly kind, and it's another hard north shift to follow it up, Blank.
Absolutely, I think this
same
is
zone as
one
last
of these
time.
nasty little circles that catches a lot of teams off guard. I think a fair few
This Novi
times we
montage
saw
that's gonna come out will hit like crack, dude.
that
Factual.
It was those teams down towards that south side, barreling it up towards the northern edge, and all getting caught up on that south side. I think we had a lot of focus up towards Tapmock, but it really was that northern edge of Paradise Resort where the majority of the fighting did take place in the end, as teams were forced around on the east and the west side, getting caught up in those traffic jams. So a little bit of a difficult scenario for some of these teams. Gladiators were able to find their way all the way towards that western edge before they do take these risks, and I do like that they take the risks, but it didn't work out this time around. I think that even if they are taking these risks at this point, maybe a safer approach for these last couple of games is required, because there's 10 points off the back of a chicken dinner, with Major Pride not exactly performing up to snuff. If they were to get those 10 points, and then obviously the 8 or 9 eliminations that come with a chicken dinner, because you're essentially just cleaning up, this could be the win for Gladiators in the finals.
There is a chance, and there always will be when these 4 players are into the lobby. For me, it feels like Gladiators are almost sort of like a hypercar, right? In that they have got such a high headroom, but they are prone to mechanical faults sometimes, and just not quite being able to be as cohesive as they would have liked. But today, it seems like they are tuned and ready to roll around the track as fast as they can.
Yeah, some mechanical engineering has gone into this one. They've had a few touch-ups here and there. The decals look on point, and the engine is running smoothly, purring away. And I think for Gladiators, this is really good news for them, especially as they start to come alive towards the end of the day. That final push sometimes comes at the start of the day, and then you don't really have much gas for those.
Yeah, because of the work. Yeah, so I find that funny that an organization drops teams simply because they're Russian, which is the weirdest shit. Like, who gives a fuck, bro? Like, you notice how no one gives a single fuck now? Because it was a trend to care about the war. And you notice how people don't give a fuck about Russians anymore because the war hype is over, you know? Even though the war is still happening out there. You know, Russia and Ukraine are still killing each other, but the initial hype of the war is gone. So no one gives a fuck about Russians anymore and shit.
That Kelaris actually wins out our Talent's predictions.
Anyone else find that funny?
Here for the finals,
like,
we've had some
social media is so weird.
Shocking days over the last couple, but we'll have to wait and see just where those points end up going. Unicorns of Love, 4.2 average on Sandhawk. I believe this is just from the finals phase as well. That's a pretty good record for Unicorns.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's definitely not ideal, but you know, it's starting to get a little bit better for this team, which is what you realistically wanted to see overall. I mean, taking a look at these final rankings at the moment.
Like, chat.
If we're going to take a look down towards
they even removed the entire region and shit. Like, you know how weird that is? Like, imagine the USA gets to a fucking war. Are they going to remove North America from a region? Are we not going to be allowed to play PUBG Mobile anymore? We can't? We're going to win the war?
We'll see when we finish off our angle.
Does it make sense, right?
We certainly will have to wait and see. Zadira flushed away by Dark Project, all the way out over to the east, just near Camp Bravo. Virtus Pro went very, very quickly up to that northwest side. They thought about their previous rotation. They decided they wanted to do it even faster. And you know what that's going to make happen? Is they're going to go down even faster to Gladiators' outpost from Tixi.
The fact that, you know, Gladiators have changed tactics so quickly between last
Chat.
to this one.
If I'm playing comp again, and the USA gets in a war, and they say we can't play PMPL because we're North American, I'm joining the fucking war. I'm gonna find the nuke and drop a nuke on whoever said I can't play. 200 IQ, checkmate, motherfucker. Easy, free low. W.
We know how strong Tixi can be in a 1v4. But he'll have to just double back just a little bit.
Okay, that was nice.
Off in the distance. Excuse me, lose a player to Furia. Their actual main man on the squad right now, so that is a bit of an impact towards them, and they'll hurt for the rest of the game for that one. And Beast also coming through with the UMP. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Excuse me, might have already done enough to see themselves safer into those top 8, but they are not out of the woods right now. They started this game in 5th place, 165 points, so they have got about a 30-point lead over the bubble. It's unlikely that that slips entirely away, but going down this early with no points would be devastating.
Yeah, it caused some serious problems for them, especially because you have to have
how's people right?
Massive game on a wrangle.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
a massive game, but you have to have a good one. And a lot of times we say this about teams in the finals on that last day. It's like you need to have a good game on their last day. Not a great one, but a good one. And that often can really cause problems within the team because sometimes you don't take the necessary plays, sometimes you don't take the same risks, sometimes you play too safe. And then it doesn't work out and you go down anyway because you're all the way on the edge. So it's very difficult to gauge that last game. For Excuse Me, right now, what they're looking for is certainly a high placing. But with 2 players left alive, it will be slightly more difficult. Luckily, they are towards the center of the circle. Mad Bull's currently going up against Major Pride, who have already lost a player to this push. Dino in the grass, down the slope, Effect playing on the corner.
Is this another Tapmock finish, Blank? Are we going to get 2 for 2 on the day? Still a possibility if Nexus certainly would be happy to see that one after they were able to convert finally on their position. This time around they have Kazakh team a little bit closer and more of a threat in direct contestation. More of the Virtus Pro roster spotted by Gladiators, who have regrouped now. They are controlling this very nicely. The flush comes through onto Off Hayes, leaving Virtus Pro down at 2. ARR much more central, see Unicorns and handle business.
It's a fairly, I don't know if there's a targeted rotation coming from Mad Bulls and Major Pride, or they're just both quite similar teams. I mean, both of them have players.
I'm pretty sure full pro doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure you can just buy a roster and just put your players in.
Going for this alternative rotation that both Effect, Monkey and Zerich know of. Dino sends a grenade over the top, does a little bit of damage, not a huge amount, and tries to get towards the back end of things. You know, as a solo, he can cause a huge amount of issue towards them. Getting knocked and flushed.
Rockless is in Mina, which is tomorrow.
Along the way. Goodness me.
He's
Nexus handling Kazakh early, which is great news for their position in the lumberyard. Dark Project from Cal might need to crash across. English scene not going to go down to Doran just yet.
Place for
Kazakh might be reservoir if they can get across here, but the pre-fires are still pouring through the smoke.
Doran tries to get the cross. I think as soon as they got that knockover towards Kaz, they understand that they just keep sending bullets that way. Eventually, English is going to have to cross. Unfortunately, they don't find
Where is this? What time is this played at, chat? Can someone find me the exact time?
One of the players from Kazakh. Here's Dark Project versus Dagestan, finding Limbo Boom. A nice nade over the top, or back in. Oh, never mind. The replay baited me. I thought that was going to be an incredible nade, and it bounced off the top of the door. Come on, guys.
Clint, you should do it. Let me coach them. That'd be fire. That'd be fire content.
English back into position on the east side of that lumberyard near Tapmock is going to be super important as well moving forwards. Gladiators, they've got across now. Last time on this circle, they took a position split 2 and 2 with the compound to the north of the bridge crossing, but the duo from Virtus Pro currently hold that, and they're more consolidated here for Gladiators.
Yeah, I think that looking
I have an addiction of chewing on ice.
For Gladiators, what we know is that they have made some big adjustments to this rotation, and it's almost fortuitous that we get to see this same circle again, because we're seeing exactly how Gladiators are quickly making adjustments and improvements. Sometimes they do overthink things, especially on Sandhawk early on this tournament. Paranoia was rife in this squad, but this time around they're a bit more confident in making these decisions, a bit more decisive, and I think that that is great news for Gladiators, and we're already seeing them changing up tact to be able to move in towards this crossroads that moves up towards Tapmock itself and Lumberyard, which is going to be extremely important for their end game. They were a bit too much out of the way over towards that north compound where Virtus Pro are playing, like you said, John, and that was a difficult rotation for them to make over fairly open ground. Circle, again, super similar to what we saw in that last Sandhawk. Major Pride now making their way up. Mad Bulls still have 3 players.
Are we watching a replay of match 2? Is that what's happening?
I think that's right. It's weird to me that they have 4 players, because I definitely saw Chulika Mad Bulls, because I saw Chulika getting knocked by Furia and Flush. Maybe I just misread that elimination feed, but 4 players for Mad Bulls is pretty decent. This fight happens every time. It looks like Sly Europe's going to let Major Pride in this time and just play around the edges. There's a lot of little adjustments happening, and Major Pride, I don't think they're aware of this one.
It's really great to see, as you said, the demonstration with Gladiators, but the demonstration with everyone at just how strong these IGLs are, adapting on the fly, making the correct decision. It felt like Denchik should have taken that shot. But yeah, they're just going to let them out and go around the edges here for Sly Europe, trying to keep them corralled into this compound. You know, getting them on the way out is going to be a lot easier than getting them on the way in.
Alright, chat. After these last 2 games, I'll in stream, and then I have to coach a team, and then I'll probably stream later tonight, just me playing classics and shit with my new layout, trying to get used to it.
Assuming the team is at 4 is probably the best decision you can make. Without anyone else to support him on those shots either, getting through that door is very quick for effect, so doesn't want to go for the shots just yet. So like you say, as they leave, Sly Europe can quickly consolidate forces and take some really good team shots down towards Major Pride, who right now, again, it's not a fantastic game for them and not a fantastic start on a team that had really good games on Sandhawk in the past. These northern circles have really sent them.
Do you coach it's a girls team in EU?
A major difference on this west side, Blank, is that the Gladiators did not fight out with Shockwave in the earlier game. So now there are 2 major threats on that western edge. ARR already on this junction compound, and a lot more teams playing a lot safer.
I think Major Pride fairly confident there is a team on the outside edge of here. Just trying to watch all angles, but for Sly Europe this is fine. They send 2 players forward immediately. Get an outpost towards the front. 2 players in the back can provide that information back across when they leave. Gladiator is currently in what I would call a bit of a trap compound. This is the one where you can comfortably sit here and you will not see much action. And it will be very calm, very chill, but you cannot remain in this spot because it limits the amount of information you can gather. You can see Kitsune already sending out in the buggy to acquire some of that information for the rest of the team, because they're not getting much of anything done at the moment.
Not the flexion thing, but I hit Diamond last night.
They're running, and Milky Way's already down.
Bellucci stays covered behind the rock as well, a nade in. The circle shifts out to the west, away a little bit from Tapmock, but keeps Nexus in the slice. Bellucci, in the meantime, still handling Demuerte very nicely as Apollodoy lines up for a side swipe, perfectly positioned, and this should be Happy J going down as well. I think they know he's on this rock as well.
I can't wait to see the
women down at Worlds. Bellucci suppresses the angle.
I should have codes soon to join the room. Should I like stream the rooms for y'all guys? It's 4 games. I can stream like the game like 2 and 3 for y'all. But we're watching this. Okay, MPL. This is just
from Sly Europe. That was that trap that they set, and this time it's perfectly.
Listen, this is winnable. Winnable for Gladiators. Or Golden.
Cut them down and send them back to the lobby. Excuse me now. Versus Mad Bulls. Chulika. Tries to get around the side, but Frozen's already down here.
What's the flush as well? You can see that.
Bro got dick, bro. Frozen your shit at the game, kid.
You just want points where you can get them, so probably wise to go for that flush.
I'm actually down. We'll have to be like 8 or 9 a night, but I'll play. Alright, that sounds good to me too, because that'll give me like a 4-hour break to play Overwatch.
If they can get out of their compound,
I gotta feed my Overwatch addiction a little bit before I can delete the game.
They were sat 23 points behind Major Pride.
I would have deleted Overwatch by now, but I'm way too good at the game. So like, I don't know. Just haven't deleted it yet.
It's really good stuff. Gladiators don't need to get too many eliminations, but a strong placement will be fairly essential for them. Look at this circle right now. Kanina Power coming in from that eastern edge. Nexus happy and Tapmock for the time being. Just trying to close down.
Where do you think Australia should be?
From the eastern side will be most likely ideal for Nexus at the moment. Gladiators need to figure out a way out from this compound. And the direction which they take will probably define how they'll be playing the rest of the game. Because if they want to crash on towards ARR, potentially they go for that central play. But it looks like they're going to head further towards the northern edge. And if they can pinch over towards Shockwave and DP, you know, this could be a very interesting game for them to play sweep on that northwest side.
Yeah, Folly is there for Virtus Pro. The Remnants play on that one. It looks like Gladiators might draw.
Do that. I have no clue what reason they should play him.
Sideswipe position over towards the rest of the players there. Kazakh team eliminated on the east in the meantime. Kanina Power will be able to handle that. Sly Europe taking heavy punishment for Game Lord and Mad Bulls, vice gripping them together. Mandarin and Reflect now last standing. A little bit dangerous here for Robs and Akashi, but yeah, they spotted. Nicely found. Mandarin flushed away. Akashi able to take that one home.
Hey, thank you, Goku.
As now we get into phase 5. The shift keeps Nexus and ARR inside.
Be happy about this, John, so far. I think you're looking at this game, it's going to be pretty difficult to take down a lot of these players. Right now, Nexus have a bit of a run ahead of them, though.
Will be tricky to make their way in. Mad Bulls suffering, falling down to Game Lord, who are really pushing them out of the top 3 right now. It is absolutely personal at this point. Game Lord want to take that 3rd place, and maybe even the 2nd if the Gladiators slip up. But the Gladiators are in a very strong spot.
Dude, Harvey, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, again, for them, it's really just rely on some of these teams towards that backside, not taking them down. Latte sends a nade over the top, but Aza, once again, this guy is absolutely phenomenal from Shockwave. Unfortunately for him, there is shots coming their way as Gladiators finally look to make this push inwards. Take down the remaining players. Latte has to hit this shot on towards Aza, but he's doing such good work over towards them. Ivaneska looks to pick up some of the players.
What is Matic doing here? Meku and Kitsune are going to move in for some backup. They want to third party this, and I feel like maybe with 3 of them here, this is the right call now. This northwestern side is absolutely being given the run of at this stage by Gladiators. Meku needs to hit the deck, needs to get cover, needs to find something. Aza's trapped against the blue, and the tree provides sanctuary. Matic close by. The DBS is dangerous, though, and Aza falls, just about cinching it back together. Folly for Virtus Pro could third party here, and that would be a disaster for Gladiators to lose a player right now.
Yeah, after making such a strong sweep towards this northwest edge, John, for Gladiators, this is now looking like a really good game. We see a lot of time when they start to poise themselves like this, when they get this stance down, it is really hard to knock them over. Again, though, playing in open area, that is the difficulty. And Folly has to crawl a little bit further. The circle's not ticking too hard, though. Matic comes down in the vehicle, does not spot him. 2 picks for ARR, 2 picks for Gladiators.
I can play as gold to Conquerors as a diamond player, so him being gold is fine.
This area. Folly can still cause a big issue, though.
Certainly can. Tixi is completely seen right now from Folly's position. Meku's position should be known. Kitsune also, I mean, that is such a huge opportunity, but Folly just wants to survive for Virtus Pro, seemingly. Kanina Power taking heavy punishment. Victor will go down last for Game Lord, so their strikeout will be a little bit stronger than
not really. I don't really watch much regions outside of North America and like Worlds.
Spotted. There we go. Okay, the thorn in the side is removed, and now it is very much a Gladiator circle.
Yeah, that's a really big pick-off from Matic. Needed to find that. Folly doesn't take any shots over their way. Will quickly pick up whatever loot he had on board. I think he had 3 HEs, which is going to be really important for the end game for Gladiators. They will have to crest over this ridge side, though. And again, that's pushing in towards Nexus. as well as ARR. Dagestan in the compound of their own. Kanina Power still going strong though. 4 players still alive, looking to crash onto one of these buildings. Do not spot Unicorn to Love, who is just peeking his head out quite massively.
Nexus getting cut down on the route out of Tapmock. The lumberyard
Chat
will no longer be their safe house. And as soon as they step out, they are burnt down to the charcoal. Nexus really going to struggle here. So Dagestan as well. ARR looking like they're going to have to leave Kanina Power parallel on that route out. And sure, you have to play over this ridge line. But who's going to contest you for Gladiators?
Yeah, they have so much space here. Tapok, though, is moving out. A really aggressive push over towards Tixi. And Tapok could quite easily go down here if he's not careful.
Matic going to reposition towards Tixi almost immediately. They do not want to let this one go. The ridgeline's still in the favor of the Gladiators, but I think they've realized that Tapok was there. Shot out, that's Vash actually falling. Thought that was over towards Tapok for a second there. But the Gladiators move down their ridgeline. They isolate the high ground, and they know ARR are going to have to leave. This wall will not be much cover for them in the coming moments. Tixi puts the pin back in. Might go again, but that corner wall is going to be such a good lineup. Elementrix just taking shots. Palucci goes down to a flush.
It feels like ARR has absolutely no idea where Gladiators are currently playing, and they don't. They have no clue.
Tapok around the edge of the wall, low, needs to be careful. Tixi might be caught at a broadside here if he's not too cautious. Matic actually rolling down. Okay, yeah, they're not even going to waste any time. They just move out to the only position that they can go. The Molotov in from Tixi. This is bold, this is brash, but it is what you expect from the Gladiators. They want this top spot blank. They'll fight for it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner, and the Gladiators have another huge game to put them within striking distance.
Did Berta say back-to-back chicken dinner?
Spot. Wonderful stuff coming through from Gladiators off the back of that second place in Miramar to this game on Sandhawk, picking up the chicken dinner with quite a few eliminations. So difficult to move them off that position as well. I mean, they had so much space, and ARR just had no clue, absolutely no clue. Didn't even think to check that position. And again, I think that is where Gladiators shines the most, is when they're able to control so much ground for themselves on that north side.
Yeah, there was just nothing that either Kanina Power, Nexus, or ARR could do in that scenario. Still good performances there, but what a close to this tournament. It's coming down to the final game to decide the champions. It's coming down to the final game to decide the top 8 that move forwards to the regional stages. And I could not be more excited for an Erangel. I am so hyped
My
up.
legs.
I'm gonna have to go over to the desk though to
I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go fucking grab some food.
Guys, before we set up the next map, let's talk about this one specifically, because Max, I can already tell you're very happy with how the results went in that game.
I'm loving it. This competition at the top is great. We were like, oh, Major Pride, they got it in the bag. They don't be having it in the bag anymore. They've been dying out early every single time. The hope is almost lost for them right now, and Gladiators has been sweeping. And as you know, they're a very streaky, momentum-based team, and they've been looking hot this second half of the day, Janiro. And are they going to slow down in this final game? Because this is going to be a massive opportunity for them. They needed about 20 points to really close that gap with Major Pride. Job done. Job a good one here in this game. And Kanina Power, sure, getting some points. As you said, this is a very strong team when it comes to Sanok, so that's going to push them up in that top 8. They were just 1 point behind it. But Gladiators, are they doing the comeback here to become the champions in the final day? It could be happening.
Yeah, well, that's $1 million question, but then we're looking at Major Pride again, one of the games where they haven't actually managed to get a single point. This is very out of character, if I do say so myself, when it comes to Major Pride specifically. Historically, regardless of the fact of getting placement points, they will still get 1 or 2 points in terms of elimination. So that safety net that they have built themselves over the last 2 days seems to have completely been dwindling, and it is, in fact, going to be coming down to this last final game of Erangel to see how that's going to be playing out, which is a pretty exciting position to be in. But when we're looking at Gladiators and their performance in general, double-digit eliminations once again. This is not the first or the second time today, so that does help them as well in terms of their standings. Kanina Power, I mean, I think you're absolutely correct, Max. We've said it multiple times before. A team that we expect to be showing up on Sandhawk, so the fact that they've done so, especially in these kind of very necessary circumstances for the fact that they want to push themselves into the top 8 is definitely a treat. And now it's down to that one final map to see if Kanina Power can hold on to that position or if it's gonna let go and it's gonna be a little shuffle.
I think that with the 15 points they just got this game,
Wait, I fucking
would say it's
shuffle. The top of or
did I miss the points?
1 point behind it, but glad
I missed the point. No, missed the point. Never mind.
Teams in the middle of the pack that I think that might be enough to secure their spot for the championship, but who knows? Maybe the top teams are all going to die instantly, and that's a lot of points are going to be put into the middle of the table. I mean, anything could happen. Already, my expectations were.
So we got Doritos, we got some Fritos, and then we got Cheetos. What the fuck do they all in and O's? What the fuck?
It's all over the place.
Fritos, Cheetos,
It's all over
Doritos.
the place. And Messi, your boys from Gladiators, they just like, okay, this fight, we're just going to engage on it. We're going to third party, pick up all the eliminations, and then have control of the best position in the circle. Gladiators, yeah, I mean, do you have to say anything at this point? Gladiators, that's all you have to say, because they've just been so damn good today, and especially my boy Tixi and Matic in particular have been on fire.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened between yesterday and today when it comes to Gladiators and what switch has been flipped to get these incredibly consistent results here today, but it's been an incredible performance from their end, and it does make everything a little bit more interesting in terms of coming into today. We were like, okay, Major Pride have a bit of a safety net, quite a cushion, they'll be all right. But Gladiator said, no guys, you're wrong.
Did he get the elim there? I saw Tixi rush. He really wanted to try and make sure they didn't die to the blue zone, and it cut a little bit too soon, so I'm not 100% sure. But I think there's a chance he might have got it because the Blitz were really close, so maybe he did.
Well, Matic and Doran once again showing up on the MVP reports. I mean, Matic specifically getting 5 elims. I feel like this has been a little bit of a theme that we were seeing with Gladiators. There's always going to be that one member of the team that gets 50% of the eliminations, which is great because it's very, very much heavily carrying the rest of the team for that one specific game.
I love it. We've got like some keywords for every player. Got the Tixi supremacy.
This is an insane point gap, by the way, bro.
Now. I don't know if you have any ideas to bring to the table, Janiro, but we'll have to think about it.
Cannot put me on the spot like that.
It's fine. You know what? We got a game to find it after that one, but they've been looking absolutely clean.
Tickleton? Dude, Tickleton's the GOAT.
He could have played spoilers on them from Virtus Pro, but Matic spots him out from the corner of the eye and just strikes him down almost instantly like Zeus from the heavens. So, yeah, impressive from Gladiators as always, and I want to see if they can just climb up in that first place. And I feel like Nexus, now, you see that Doran's been popping off. Keep him in the game every single time for your future tournaments. Like, this guy has been absolutely on fire and might be the one reason why they qualify for the championship, the fact that he's been playing these matches today. So the best decision so far from Nexus by far.
Yeah, I love how you're making it very poetic, and we're gonna kind of stay within that theme, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be the last Erangel from spring 2023. For PMPL.
Alright, chat.
So let's have a look at historical.
Do we eat the Fritos or the Cheetos next?
On it quite well, and these are the teams that we're expecting.
Which
once
one?
Again, Max will be showing up today. I love how Major Pride is still in these performances because yes, they have historically been performed well, but today is just not their day.
The thing is also, I'm looking at these stats, right, and I'm just looking at what's been happening today so far. Major Pride not doing too good. Mad Balls a little bit better than Major Pride, but still not insane. When I'm thinking about the race to MVP, that's been heavily focused on Effect, onto Nomi, onto Zerich. Could we have another contender potentially climbing
Fritos?
up?
Alright, bet Fritos
I'm
next.
thinking of a Gladiators player that just steals the MVP award away. There's so many questions right now I have, Jiniro, about who's going to be in the top 3, who's going to be in first place, who's going to make it in the top 8 to go in the championship, who's going to be MVP. The thing is, it's so close this season right now that I have no idea. You can speculate and have some good idea overall, but it's down to the last game. We've been saying it throughout the last 2 days now, and it's come down to that.
I love how you're saying you can speculate and you can talk about it a little bit, but let's start off with this fight up against Gladiators in terms of the differences that we've been seeing. I mean, double their damage, triple their limbs. The survival time is just 4 more minutes as well. Gladiators today have really had a good one.
That's just... I can't believe the production just did this to Major Pride. You can't just put them on the spot like that. Like they're down bad right now.
You know, they put Major Pride on the spot, and that's because they wanted to save you from me putting you on the spot. But I'm still gonna do it because we got some time left, and I'm gonna have to ask you particularly when it comes to those top three teams. You said you didn't want to predict. You have a little bit of speculation. Share the speculation because I would love to see what your brain has.
I don't wanna. I'm gonna curse the team and I'm gonna get blamed for this for like a whole year. It's not gonna work out.
All right.
Do you really want me to do
Top 8, go
right
to
now?
the next stage.
No, if to be fair, like that's a really good point. Your predictions for the finals have just kind of like been going down.
They just need one game, bro. What the fuck?
My prediction. I have one in mind. I will reveal it after the game and we'll see if it's in line.
Do you think that because you have it in mind that you're already cursing them as well?
The thing is, I haven't spoken.
It's just a 1 game point gap.
Okay, and that's the important part that we need to bring up is that I haven't brought it up into reality because.
All right.
Don't say it, it's fine. You know, the curse doesn't take effect, but it's so clear. I'm looking at the rankings right now.
It is really close. It's really scary looking at it and thinking, because if you're currently in the position of Major Pride, you're sitting there and you're thinking, wow, today I woke up and I had it in the bag. And now I'm going into my final game of PMPL Spring 2023, and I don't even know what's going to happen. Is it going to be in the bag? Am I going to be able to get the elims? Am I going to be able to be the first place? It's a scary place to be in for sure.
Yeah, I think this would be an absolute highway robbery right now if Major Pride don't get it with how many points they had at the start of today, and they've just been taking massive L's every single step of the way. Like, I want to look because right now Major Pride are standing on 221 points. Major Pride started off the day with 207. That is, with the level of play we had from them this entire tournament, that is potentially the worst day they've had this entire tournament so far. On the last day of the finals,
I need a drink.
That's a rough way to go down.
Absolutely, but I do want to say thank you to Monster for sponsoring PMPL EU because we've gotten this far. We have the final wrangle of Spring 2023, the game that will definitely decide it all, and who better to close things out with than Blank and John.
Goodness me, it's all come down to this, and who'd have thought that the Gladiators would be able to fight back? This is the PMGC team that came through from the end of last year, denied the glory there, and they don't want to be cut out of it again, Blank.
No, they don't. They want to take this as far as they can. I think they've done an incredibly good job today, honestly. There's been some real good pop-off games coming through from Gladiators, but it all comes down to this now. Honor angle, final match. Can Major Pride hold on to their top spot in first place? Can Gladiators overtake them with another good game? It's a tall task, but I think with the way they're playing, maybe they can pull it off. And can Mad Balls get back up to that third place, remain in that top 3 after their hugely dominant performance in Phase 1 and consistency through Phase 2 and Phase 3? Though I would like to see the game remain in third place. I think that they've had such good adjustments, and coming off the day with their first chicken dinner and remaining up here despite all that, they certainly deserve one of those top 3 spots if they can close it out strong now on a angle.
It's very much all to play for around those top 3, but as we always say, it's about that bubble in the 8th position, which is the last team that will make it to towards the regional stage, which is going to be the next phase of their progression. ARR currently sit in 8th place, 100.
Got the ice in my cup and didn't put any fucking water in my cup, so I'm just carrying a cup of ice.
5-point difference, and very much surmountable in a single game.
After my entire reason to go in the kitchen was to get some water.
37, so they currently sit with a 13 points difference behind the bubble, which is a little bit unlikely to be able to hide.
Did they not show scores, bro? What the fuck? Why would you not show scores for the last game?
Even just research and practice, I think Sly Europe can be a real force to contend with over in those regional championships.
Wait to melt it and drink it? Yeah, I'm not waiting that long, bro.
Position, 7th place. It's a bit scary. 142, only 5
All right,
points
here's the
ahead of
scores.
ARR in 8th place. But yeah,
3-point
a lot
gap.
can change here, so we'll be keeping a close eye on where people end up in this game, where people go down, and what can be done to maybe salvage their position in that leaderboard.
Circle out to the west to see our final phases in this tournament. ARR split around Gatka, wanting to fend off everybody close by. I mean, it's really nice to see there's a team there on the bubble that is just going to have to put that shift in. Major Pride breaking out early, maybe looking to head up towards North George. They've read that Gladiators.
Alright, we gotta eat the fucking pack of Doritos last. Doritos are the best.
Over towards Ferry Pier. At this point, is it really a backup drop? I'm not even sure.
Yo, this skin's fire. What the fuck?
I think they think that it's going to give them the most available path into towards the circle. It will give them the most consistent path into the circle as well. North George, as we know, can be quite awkward to make your way out of. Major Pride actually go over towards North George, and maybe this was the reasoning behind it, is the fact that Major Pride were looking to take down Gladiators in that early game. Even if they just caused some casualties, Major Pride, I think they're confident enough to take down 1 or 2 players, and 1 or 2 players is enough to stop them from getting the amount of points that they need during this game to actually overtake them. So what a good read from Gladiators, a necessary read as well.
I mean, the plane path didn't lend itself to North George, and they have been going to Ferry Pier quite a while. You do wonder, though, if Major Pride go in and they find a full roster of Gladiators, what they're expecting here. Dino and Monkey, they weren't going to be looted. They wouldn't have the nades to take that fight close range. And if you go down, you've just given them 2 of the 3 points they need to close the gap between the 2 of you. So, I mean, sure, you could diminish their point scoring total, but I feel like the risk is not worth the reward.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the sense that I think it is, though, right? Because I think Major Pride are definitely confident in their close quarters combat, 100%. And right now, it is a big leap for Gladiators to really consistently put up this performance versus Major Pride. And I think for them, if they took down 1 or 2 players, like I said, you know, that might just be your game done. Right, but again, 218 to 221, it is a big risk from Major Pride, but with the way they've been playing today,
Cheetos are disgusting unless they're spicy Cheetos.
Their best bet
Regular Cheetos are just fucking ass.
Try and mangle Gladiators as much as possible, and if they get away with the full squad wipe, even better. But yeah, an interesting start to our game. Major Pride's gambit does not pay off, but it does mean they get a lot of good loot over in North George.
I mean, it was unlikely that the Gladiators were going to be there. It might be that they're waiting for the Gladiators to enter this area later on, and they want to have the guard there. They moved to it very, very early, and they would have known what was going on. So it's still a very good loot spot for Major Pride, so they should be.
I get smoked by them real quick.
Out by it. We'll see who's contesting them on the north side. ARR still, well, actually, I was going to say still split on Gatka. No, they're 2-2 now as moving to those compounds.
Cheetos are better than Doritos? Hell nah, bro.
Slap bang in the center.
Plain
a
Doritos
really
are
powerful
peak.
position to control on circles like this, especially with all the teams coming in from the east.
Cheetos are mid as fuck. Takis are way better than Cheetos.
On that eastern side, in the Podka. Round Mansion, Game Loading Yaznaya and Nexus making that rotation over Kameshki side towards Shockwave at the moment. Fair few teams that we are worried about just slightly. And Muerte, it's going to be really hard for them to even put up a decent performance going forward. But again, they can show us a nice little ending to their day. Kazakh team as well as Sly Europe moving off towards that western side. Not a lot of teams already in the circle. Everyone playing it fairly safe compared to the rest of the day where it's been all guns a
My favorite chips are ghost pepper chips. Or not ghost pepper, habanero chips.
Certainly has been
There's some fire habanero chips out
a
there.
ringer for all of these teams. Nobody going down just yet. Nobody stepping too close. But Kazakh and Sly Europe are now rotating on the same path. 2-2 split for Kazakh as they rotate 2 vehicles. Sly Europe will be able to cut off that in the middle and maybe look to take some shots here out towards Kazakh. Not going to be able to quite land the damage there. The regroup can come through. However, ARR are at the top of Everest already.
Nexus heads straight over towards Shockwave's position. And I kick him while they're down, I think, here with
Kettle chips are top here. Okay, kettle chips are the peak type of chips.
Towards Shockwave. If they can get a good amount of damage done, get some clean and easy points over to Shockwave, who have not been having a good day so far. With Terminus down as well. This is a good start for Nexus. Solidify their position on the leaderboards. Any free elimination points now is good for them.
Absolutely, you'll take what you can get. 161 points to start off the game. You want to put up 4, that's 165. Highly unlikely that the bubble shifts up that far. So starting off a game like this would be phenomenally useful. Snowix forced back into Severny, and Nexus can start to establish the stranglehold on the position to get the points they need to maintain safety and head over to the regional stages.
So Machina sends off Snowix, drops the stim in,
Bro,
some fairly decent loot as well. Look at that, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, a load of utility on board. Exo, that's mean, don't do that.
What the fuck? Honestly, big booty Latinas over Takis, Cheetos, or anything else with no fucking shit, bro. Any Latinas, preferably big booty Latinas. I need like to be suffocated by her ass. That's so fat, you know what I mean?
But they find another one. I can get back on the bike, get it going again. For Nexus, still need to move further over towards that western side. In the meantime, towards the center of the circle, Gladiators move from Furry Pier towards that northern side of Gatka. You see ARR currently up towards the top side of Everest, holding on, getting as much information as possible. Already Kazakh have an outpost in Unicorn.
See how well they can utilize that asset to try and take care of ARR, because it's not going to be easy to take them off the top of Everest. If you even want to at this stage. I mean, ARR keeping their heads down. A zone up towards Georgopol, and the Major Pride rotation is looking cleaner by the second.
Alright.
Pays off here.
Major Pride has a good zone shift.
Not a lot of teams going to be trying to contest this one too early on. They can sit out of dodge for quite some time. Again, you do have to cross over that bridge or head down towards Box Compound and make a crossing down there. Either way, you get
Definitely, what are you doing?
action. Some of these other teams towards Crates will be a little bit
Definitely go back to Fortnite, kid. You're not welcomed here.
Done, but realize this is no longer the hot shot position for themselves. Kazakh team also close on their heels, just behind them. Gladiators heading up towards Hospital on their rotate. This was that initial couple of shots coming through onto Shockwave as Nexus kind of secure their position in the leaderboards. It won't be a top 3, but it certainly will see them through to the regional championships, and I definitely think they deserve to be there with the kind of improvements they've been making and sudden change in performance, which they have transferred through to the finals now.
And the fact that they've kind of nailed down that roster as well. No swapping for this final day. It'd be good to see more of them this game and in the rest of this season. Teams tucking in now to South George. Only 2 teams on the north side. The remnants of Shockwave, just Snowix there, and Monkey might be able to spot that for Major Pride. Nexus want to challenge out Major Pride potentially.
You know me, so one guy.
Take them down is, I mean, Nexus is definitely one
Bro's
of them.
cracked.
Yeah, they are feeling really good today. You can see Gladiators off in the distance there, making their rotate through. They head towards that western side of South
Definitely.
George.
Are you going to move to Valorant when it drops?
On the western road itself, so that's going to be a bit while before they can actually get into position. And this is a nice spot for Gladiators to take nice and early on. Get looted up, get some more utility on board. Already, these players are looking fairly good. The pump action shotgun is maybe something that wants to be replaced here from Meku. An M4 or something like that would be desirable.
Oh, he's found something already there. There's a Scar and UMP. Fleet K rolls straight on into ARR, who descended Everest and into the warehouses. Aces was traded off, and Tulika gets vengeance. Retribution for Fleet K, but they're still down to 3 over towards Crates. However, they have secured that position and will be able to isolate it. Well, I say secured. Becca still very much causing trouble for ARR, but remember, ARR are our bubble team. There's a lot of R's in one row, but blank, it is all important.
Yeah, if AR go down now, it really opens the floodgates
for
for a lot of
attack
these other teams,
FPS.
considering just
You're
how
not good at any
volatile
FPS,
it is on that side of the leaderboard. It's very easy for some of these teams to push their way up past them. Becca moves out, takes a massive amount of hits, and actually the smoke causes some problems on his rotate across. Tulika had the nade in hand, but a little bit too late on the send out. Becca takes
like my worst not there. Yeah, no shit, bro. Of course your worst is there. You're just purely gun skill.
Closer to the circle, centers up towards Crates. This will be a focal point of the match, and Major Pride most likely will have to make a bridge crossing or just try and bash their way through the Nexus players on the eastern side. I think taking the bridge crossing will be very detrimental to them, so they're going to have to crunch through over towards that crossing just to the north side of Everest. A little bit of a difficult rotation, but certainly one that they can make.
You watch the NFL draft, Sixless? Does it look like I watched the NFL draft, though?
I mean, at this stage, you're very, very close to the Gladiators. You just hope that they take a dud fight and go down and try and survive out as long as possible to get some placements if you can, but it is a risk that you won't be able to perform it the same way. Looks like they will post up on that northern shore for the time being. Virtus Pro spotted. Sly Europe picking up a lot of those points. Unicorns a lover there as well. But Folly goes down, and that's to the scopes of Mandarin from Sly Europe. Virtus Pro eliminated.
Like I said, Sly Europe need to do a little bit better here to secure their position within the lobby, and they know it. They know they're fairly close to a lot of these other teams on the bubble. Not entirely secure. Can be some other teams that do leapfrog them. So 2 eliminations already secured.
How about you? What you doing? PUBG Mobile.
It's going to be great.
Coaching
going
teams.
Forward. High placement should see them safe.
Look at what Gladiators have done here. They've sent out the west side of South George, and they're rotating all the way around, potentially to try and push up towards Everest. Canina Power still hold the top of it, but there is potential here for the Gladiators
for you to watch.
change
Americans
this one
watch it? No.
Yeah, I think if you go for the Gladiators push right now, which is up towards Everest side, you wonder if there is a team playing up here. Muerte currently taking shots towards Dagestan. Keep has to drop out. Will fall down. 4 eliminations found. And Dagestan now out of the game, which means...
Who's playing? Yes, he's playing in Arabia.
Make it anyway, but that will be as far as they go now.
Yeah, that's 3 teams now locked in to be in the bottom 8. Shockwave, Dagestan, Virtus Pro, all 3 of them started this game in the bottom 8, and we will no longer be seeing them. I've been impressed today with Dagestan. I feel like they've had some really good pushes. They kept themselves together in the Rosok we saw earlier and stayed alive. Virtus Pro.
Bro, my fucking team forgot to send me codes.
In general, though, we know that we can expect more from this roster. We'll see more from them, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Meku met with a Gorzin and a Bolodai repositioning. Kitsune not really in a position to give instant backup, but Tixie has got an off angle here. The next circle not yet closed. And ARR wants more central on this circle blank. Meku gets away.
I think the Gladiators...
Matic and Tixie in first and second now.
Difficult decision for them to make because...
Game Lord shift! Game Lord shift!
Position up there, but Matic sends further out up towards where the box compound
I mean,
is.
fucking Gladiators, just fucking G's. The G's are fucking me up, bro.
This is a really hard push for Gladiators to make, and I think the best thing then for them to do right now is, with that information passed back from Matic, is potentially prepare for a third party on top of Everest, which is still inside the circle right now. A lot of teams make their way in towards Hospital, around South George, and Major Pride remaining outside at the moment. They are going for the numbers game. They can secure themselves a high placement and just hope that Gladiators do not have a good rotate up from Ferry Pier, where they know they drop. They will most likely stay ahead. And this is really banking off the fact that Gladiators don't have a good game.
But Major Pride, if they go across this bridge, Game Lord will have sight onto it. It is treacherous. Game Lord been outperforming themselves in these finals, showing us just what the French are made of.
The French are made of.
It is sterner stuff than perhaps we expected coming into this tournament. They had such a strong performance in last year's spring tournament, but fell off in the fall.
Why y'all want Major Pride to die? So that way
GG wins. PMGC. Coming into this one, a lot of people know that they had the power, but didn't really expect much of them. That story has changed.
Major Pride. All group, but looks like they're getting ready for their push across. Look at the loot, some more buildings. Hit back in the buggies. And it's going to have to be a speedy rotation across the bridge. You can see that.
God, PUBG is so boring. It's a strategic game more than a, action game.
This is last chance saloon, and they're all out.
Major Pride, no eliminations so far. Gathering the storm. The charge is on. Across the bridge they go, into the Valley of Death. To guard their top spot, will they find the salvo that they require? Through and through. They slice the terrain, spin out on a buggy, but somehow go backwards into the compound, and Major Pride make the mad dash. Monkey cut out, finally knocked, but does he have the cover? Look at the health bars start to burn as Effect falls next. Monkey's out, and there's a side swipe from the top of Everest. There is no cover, but No Me stays alive. Major Pride, they looked good, but all of a sudden it comes crashing down as Canina Power curtail them.
That is so sad because you knew exactly what they were doing. They were looking to cover themselves from crates. So they head towards the backside of the compound. What they do not expect is there is a team, several teams on top of Everest who all can take shots towards that position. Game Lord sees this and will equally try and make their push out this way.
Wait, if Game Lord wipes them,
take them over towards Game Lord themselves.
I'll double edit pump boom. What the fuck are you trying to say, bro?
Top three. They're underneath Everest right now, looking to push their way up, but a little bit directionless at this point in time.
Duarte trying to move in now. Crash Kanina Power off the top of the mountain. They set their differences aside before to take down Major Pride, but that will not last. The piece breaks as Duarte pull the trigger, and a lovely shot around the side from Discrim. He's got more in the back pocket as well with that DBS. Two of Kanina Power fall, but where are Gladiators? Where's the third party here? Finally they step up to the back lines and they will open fire onto Kanina Power, who are getting crunched away. The top of Everest stays in the circle and everybody is going to have such a tough time trying to move forwards. Palucci goes down next and the Gladiators can move in towards Duarte.
This is a really good play from Gladiators. They set this one up perfectly. Matic passing back that information earlier on over towards knowing that Duarte's on the other side meant they could just wait for this battle to finally commence and then just pick up a beautiful third party off the back of it. I think Gladiators have played this one out really well. And it was difficult to send them off this post side because they could just sit in the back in relative cover and just force Kanina Power into this engagement between them and Duarte, instantly roll back up again. And they started moving as soon as they heard those shots, all getting into those vehicles. Albeit a little bit difficult to get across the terrain there in the cars and make it speedy as possible, but they made it fairly fast in towards that spot. Horrible zone to be playing in. If Gladiators can finish off these final couple of members up towards the top side of Duarte,
react to one of my montages.
Just shooting season for them.
Gladiators now 1 point behind. 1 point behind first place for their chance at the title here. An honor to be sure, and one that they so desperately want and demonstrably deserve. All they need is to stay alive, to get 1 point onto Duarte, to shut down anyone who tries to move onto them.
Kaz from Kazakh. Nades cross towards Dark Project. Many of his teammates all starting to falter. Should be a fairly decent nade. Only does a little tickle of damage though, and Dark Project can quite quickly get out of dodge from the back of this one. Game Lord did find themselves a nice little position underneath Everest, kept themselves safe.
Oh my god!
The overlook ahead, and Dark
They just
Project
got
will just
beamed
fall
out
on
of the
their
car.
tracks there
They
in a
died
12 point,
instant
0
rotation.
eliminations. That's them in 10th. And they'll be going down.
Yo, thank you for the
Will
rate
not
of
be
5.
seeing
Appreciate
us
you. Hope you had a
over
good
the
stream.
regional championships, despite the performance here in the finals.
Kanina Power at risk as well. 151 points. They have been eliminated. At the start of this game, it was 151. With the point that they got here, it will be up to 152 points. That is most likely our bubble. ARR are still going with 3, as they're locked into a combat with Mad Bulls, who Game Lord are trying to take down. But with Game Lord losing another,
Oh, that's nice.
it's going to be pretty tricky. Major Pride finally out of it. And now it's all gravy for Gladiators. We'll have to see if they can make up that final point. Shots over the top, Tapok forwards, Tulika down and frozen in the fight. Zerich will be able to get the trade off, but Becca and Elementrix both burn on in, streaking their trail towards the top 8.
Oh yeah, Nade's from a completely
It's from
different
the
team.
backlines coming through as Nexus want to try and spoil the day.
2 eliminations from Mad Bulls opens the door now for Game Lord to stride proudly through in that 3rd place. Not likely to catch them up. Excuse me, do have a chance though. Can they send this game even further? The Game Lord firmly jumping up these rankings each and every time though. 8 teams remaining. ARR takes a massive hit from Nexus.
Becca banks the nade wrong, but unfortunately ARR will
This long game,
fall.
yeah.
Have they done enough to stay safe? They are ahead of Kanina Power on this spot. They are in 7th after that set of eliminations. With 4 points, they have leapfrogged there, which puts them a lot safer. We've gotten rid of 9 teams now, Blank.
Excuse me, still has a little bit of a way to go.
Dude, you ever see the stretches that you just like start like vibrating, you know what I mean? What's the top 3 region for PUBG Mobile? China, Turkey, kinda, and Mongolia,
So tough to call
Nepal,
here,
top
even
regions,
on the
Brazil.
bubble. But the circle wants Gladiators to win this.
Or
Black.
countries. This is
All
big
day,
countries.
every day.
Regions is weird.
It's just shrinking onto them time and time
They're
again.
like 40
and
regions.
Duarte are happy to stand in their shadow.
Nexus jump out, but immediately there is just a salvo of bullets going their way. Very difficult for them to leave now. A huge amount of oversight. Unicorns of Love causing absolute havoc and mayhem. And Excuse Me is going to try and take down this push coming through from Nexus, but they make it through. Not before Kitsune gets a knockover towards Octavian, though.
Looks like Duarte might want to pull the trigger here.
And the whole world plays shit? Yeah, no
I'm
shit.
going for the step up. But
Two more
Gladiators
Visa
have
content. Visa is
consolidated
ass now.
to that east side. You move forwards and it's just such open terrain. Nexus are finding out all about it. Kitsune raining down hell from above as the Muerte join in the fight. They know that of each other's presence up the top here. But do they want to take each other down? Looks like Muerte might want to go for it. Tixi has fallen first, but he's right at the backstop, and there is a trade-off almost immediately. They say, hang on a minute, that's not what we agreed on. We're going to back you off here. Muerte playing on with 2. They've got 8 eliminations, and they're still going pretty strong right here. You talked about Excuse Me, with a whole host of points. Sly Europe go down. 5 points on the game, and that will not be enough to see them in. I think that keeps them out in the cold here. And only Muerte in those bottom spots, along with the Unicorns of Love, are left. Matic getting knocked, and now
I forgot about Korea and Japan.
Gladiators.
Korea and Japan aren't
to
good
put
this
another
game.
nade over, but he's low, and he's just securing his team.
Meku on that top side. Underneath, it's Game Lord. Excuse Me's main competitors here. Have to take them down. They have been so tucked in. One of the only successful rotations underneath Everest so far. 10 eliminations right now coming through from Excuse Me. Happy J almost cresting over towards 1,000 damage so far. Doran finds at least 1 from Game Lord. Furia moves up.
Excuse Me. Excuse Me, were 21 points behind Game Lord at the start of this game. Game Lord
Wait,
have
yeah,
3
are they
points
good?
on
No, they
eliminations.
were never good.
And
They
they're
don't
up
even
into
play this
5th
game
already.
anymore because it's banned in India.
As strong
They were
as this
shit.
performance is from Excuse Me, they might just fall short. But the Mad Bulls definitely
Korea is a good
dominate.
region, but they choke, so therefore they're not a good region. I was saying it is a good region, but they do bad at globals, so it means they're a bad region.
Is on top side. And Muerte tried to take it to them, but they're just a bit too strong. And the circle moves away. They'll have to come down the hill now, John. Robs.
Oops. My bad,
Still
chat.
alive. I
Still
think for
banned?
Excuse
Yeah.
Me, it's so sad to know that Rob's being over this direction is really the thing causing the most problem. Mickey, from Unicorns of Love, in fact, finding him. Meku goes down. Disaster strikes. That's Rob's down too.
They've been up here for
Cool,
quite
so
a
they,
while.
no, they're
trying to
playing New
sneak
State. It's like
into
the
back.
knockoff of PUBG.
Kitsune on the deck in the smoke, but a nade might find him. Mihi trying to cook it as well, but he's caught with the pin out. Kitsune doesn't quite get the light up that he was looking for. Muerte, they can engage onto this now, but they've sent Happy J and Malloy down. That's how they lost the last player of Game Lord. Tixi and Kitsune dodging this ordnance pouring in from Mihi and Zero. Unicorns of Love with their last hurrah in this tournament. There's no way they make it in.
Jack, you know what's crazy?
Get everything
Is that
from
Kitsune's
here
like a
on out.
5-time
Tixi
regional
keeping his
champion.
Team safe. More nades over the top. And they'll need to find a way down the hill. At this stage, though, the Gladiators have already done enough. They will take that top spot with the points they've already earned, with the placements that they deserve here.
I mean, again, Gladiators are so quick with their decisions, with their rotations, with their
Double
tactics.
nade.
A beautiful nade comes through from Mickey, but I think Gladiators are still happy with the game that they've had so far. Just one player remaining, it's Matic. He has to go for the
He's dead.
classic, but the nade might just do him in, and that'll be them going down.
Discrim stays up there. The Gladiators fall in 4th, but it will be not a worry for them. They have done the work. They've put the shift in. The Unicorns of Love trying to slow Duarte's roll. Duarte have
Bro,
had
got
a
molested.
big
Jesus
game here.
Christ.
They are 3 players, 11 eliminations, make that 12, 0 under threat. They've already gotten down the hillside as well. No, they actually regrouped all the way up to the top as, excuse me, try and cut them out. 12 eliminations with a top spot is it the chance for Demuerte to not be knocked out here? I think it would be a miracle to make it work, but it's on the cards. 13 points, and they are just around the corner.
There's the team who just
13 points so far.
Navi dropped the
Need
roster.
one more elimination here to get up to 14, and then with a second place, that'd be 20 points, which would sit them 148. The start of this game would put them ahead of Sly Europe in 8th place.
We'd counted Demuerte out. 14th place, there it is. With the points that were earned by Canina Power, 152 is the mark. Demuerte spotted though by Furia, a massive force to be reckoned with. They need more. They need the chicken dinner here, but it will be denied right at the end. Demuerte try their best, but excuse me, cut them down in the end. They have their bid for the top of the tables, but it's Gladiators making the work look easy. They lift from the top of Everest.
Absolutely, Gladiators emerge from the Coliseum with their heads held high. That is a difficult match to go against, and the Pride Alliance of Major Pride just do not scratch the one bit. They don't lift a finger to them. But it's, excuse me, that's the big surprise here for me. Maybe in the top 3 at the end of the day. And is Demuerte a 12th place team, John?
Only one way to find out. Let's head over to the desk.
Thank you, John and Blank, for covering all these maps today. You guys get a well-deserved break, but Max, we're not going to talk about the Muerte, okay? We're not going to see if they're a 12th place team because we don't actually know that yet. Instead, what we're going to talk about is, excuse me, having another great game. Question remains, will that be enough to secure themselves a spot in the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, top 8 for excuse me, I think that is definitely going to be the case looking at it, so we'll have to see. But here are the overall rankings, and here are unfortunately the teams that will not be going into the championship. And Demuerte just barely missing out. The performance of a lifetime this was for them, Janiro, but the chicken dinner just barely slipping out. How close is it between 9th and 8th? They don't make it. Is so close. That feels bad, man.
That is a feels bad, man, indeed. I mean, you had such a strong phase 1, and then you're coming into it, and it's like, that hurts.
2 points. They're going to be kicking themselves.
But if we first know they lost first place.
Sly Europe just barely surviving into that one. I'm sure Blank will be over the moon to see this team play in the European Championship. ARR Esports, Nexus Gaming, Mad Bulls slipping away from that top 3, and excuse me, also in 4th position. High contenders that definitely can represent Europe in a really strong fashion heading into the championship.
Okay, can we just go to the top, please? Let's go! Gladiators! Okay, Max, I know you are absolutely hyped out of your mind for this one. Gladiators have had such an incredible performance, and they're our champions.
Gladiators, let's go. There's a reason why the short version of the name is GG, because they just take in good game after good game at the end here of these finals. And they're such a momentum-based team, Janiro. They just started feeling hot after today, and the moment they started getting those big chicken dinners, those big pointer games, they just were not going to slow down at any step.
Were you literally against 8 teams for championship?
And look at those averages too, just under 6 average eliminations in the finals here. They've just been looking so strong.
You have the EU, right?
Major Pride, Mad Bulls looking
and
really
you go
strong,
to
but at the end, you do
Western
not want to overlook
Europe,
Gladiators. There is a team with so much history when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, and now they're proven once again that they are the true kings of Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, the last couple of days coming through from Gladiators, especially today. Today, I don't know what happened, but after that interview yesterday with
and it's the top 8 teams from Turkey Spring and top 8 teams from Europe Spring.
I mean,
all the people playing
that. Joking, he wasn't completely correct either, but the performances that we've seen have been absolutely outstanding, and that combined with the fact that Major Pride had a very quiet day, potentially one of the quietest that we've seen from them throughout the entirety of spring 2023, it gives them the perfect conditions to thrive and be the ones to walk away.
Alright, chat. These should be responsible for 6. Well, I'm spectating the team I'm coaching. Crazy Tro unfollowed you on both my accounts because I was following you on both of them. Thank you, Tro. Yeah, Tro was weird like that. If you have 10 teams, honestly, they should have more teams than Turkey because Turkey's like cheeks other than just one team. Was one where I hadn't seen you live in a while? True. Chat, do y'all hear double? Y'all hear double sound right now? Tell me if y'all hear double. Alright, can you hear my music though? Why don't I have the middle part right now? Yeah, hi? Alright. So you hear no double, you hear the game. Everything sounds good, right? Music way too loud? Yeah, no, just turn it down. Alright, chap. So I've told them to take fights early game. That's what it said. Hard to hear you. Do I need to turn my mic up? Is this better? My mic better louder? Like, how are we talking right now? I like how they're chasing teams down. Because I've noticed in girl scrims, a lot of them play... I've noticed in girl scrims, a lot of them play scared and like try to play for placements. So if you play aggro on them, they don't know how to react. And basically what they've been doing is they've been playing aggroing people and they've just been farming them. Look at the MVP, Coops. Yo, that was sheesh. The instant knock push, I like. I'm here for it. Okay, the pull up was a little too far on the top of the hill. Pulled up a little too far, Bambi. Oh my god, my fucking PC's full of storage because I've recorded so much Overwatch. MVP. Alright, Chloe got knocked. They need to fight this team in front because they have to go that way. But they don't know there's one looking inside the zone. Which stream Six watching? This is... I'm watching my phone. This is EU scrims. EU girl scrims. Alright, let's do this rotation. They're gonna rotate back, and I assume... Is there a car back here that they know of? Wait. Just let the car go. They need to loop all the way to here is the best option for them right now, because they can scout it from this side of the hill and see if that's clear or not. You're glad you're coming? Yes. Alright, they are doing what I said, which is good, but they're not doing it correctly. Unless they're taking a different spot. They see that person on the hill right there, actually. How'd they get split so hard, though, is the real question. I didn't see. That person getting knocked down. They just need to cut ties and leave at this point. Unless they want to go for kills. Kills is fine as well. Because they have a knock. If they get the knock on the person at the top of the hill. Good shit. Alright, now you just play aggro. Good thirst also. Alright. They'll get at least 2 kills here because the other person will get thirsted. She just hit boosters. She doesn't have any boosters. Unfortunate. Alright. Very cracked? Yeah, she's pretty cracked. Alright, they take the spot in zone up top here, and then you can rotate down the city if they see a clear spot. She needs meds though. Does Alice have any meds for her? Alice doesn't have any meds. They don't have any meds, fuck. Ah, that's rough. They need to take you to the city though and see if they can find some loot. I think Alice has bandages though. What are your opinions on BBC? What? Is this female team? Yes, this is a female team. Is your payment feet? No, I don't like feet, bro. Feet are weird. People who like feet, it's like weird. Chat, would you suck your girl's toes if she asked you? And if you don't have a girl, imagine you had one, would you suck her toes? The little aggro do right now though. Well, they have info on all 4 players and they have 1 knock, so it's fine for them to play aggro. Because they have all the info in the world. They just didn't have the meds. If they had meds, I would honestly want them to take that fight and see if they can wipe or get more kills. Because kill points are heavy right now. So let's say, as a duo with 13 teams left, the chance of them getting 4th place is very unlikely, right? 4th place is 4 placement points, alright? I would rather them try to go for those kills and, you know, secure 4 total kills as a duo than try to, you know, get away with 0 kills and then, you know, go for placement. Because it's very unlikely that a duo is going to get higher than like 5th or 6th in a late game. especially this early in the game when there's this many people alive. It's very unlikely. So I'd rather them go for frags. I've told them that if you're in bad positioning, just go for kills or stuff like that. Or if you're a duo or trio in a bad spot, just try to go for frags. Ah, so close. Alright, chat. Listen, any team knows the EU. Rip the car. They only have one. Actually, wait, I forgot the vehicle works. She needs to be careful with that solo over there. They're not peeking her. Wait, how did you... Wait, turn it like left maybe? I don't know. How did you get the back through but not the front? What? Ah. That's pretty impressive that you got the back through but not the front. Wait, how did the front just go... What? I'm so confused. Okay. Alice with the beam. Alice got the kill. They are not inside zone. This is rough. I mean, you can play the top of like the mountain like under L. Like on the right side of the E, at the bottom right side of the E, you can play that. It's playable. But there's a team at the top right of that mountain that's gonna look at them. This is a rough rotation. This is a... Where are they going with this rotation? Are they going for the fire? Wait, that dip to the left, holy shit, might be fine if they park their car a certain way. Ooh, I would have stayed there at that dip. And I would over-rotate here. Bambi, you need to play that dip right there. Or that dip. That dip works as well. You're gonna get naded, but like you're gonna survive longer. You can get shot from that side. There's just nowhere for them to play either side, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it's just rough everywhere they go. Hold up, let me go. Alright, so I was thinking this dip was like the best play, honestly, and you had to park your car and just look at the hill. Because everywhere else you just get shot at. And it's just like, there's nowhere really for them to go. I mean, that spot's fine if you have the car there you park and you smoke it out, so that way that person at the shot can't nade you. This team's just gonna chill here. Honestly, yeah, this dip right here would be the best spot because this team's not gonna peek over. Because if they peek over, then they have cover from here and there. So then they would just be chilling here. They just have to worry about nades. That's about it. This person is solo with 4 kills. Alright, we're watching them. Hi Hanson, what's up, Joe? What are these scrims? E-girl scrims. Or girl scrims. Sorry, chat, they're not e-girls. Art, fucking body, Jesus Christ. 6 kills? Yo, how many kills did they drop in? Yo, no one got no ammo though. Oh, the overpeak. Oh, and gets the knockdown? Yo, who is this? Yo, check the device check right now. Alright, good smoke. Wait, you didn't even grab the ammo or anything. Wait, fuck the ammo. You have a god tier rotation right here. What the fuck? Okay, you're over rotating now. Chill. You're over rotating. You over rotated. You had high ground. Okay. Alright, how many kills did Bambi and them get? They got 7th. They got 8 kills. 8 kills. 7th's good. Dropping a cool 60 piece in the lobby, bro? Nah. They're not that bad. They're pretty... Some of the girl players are cracked. Viper, why are you like this? Relapse, shut the hell up. Relapse, add a pro in front of your name instead of re. It needs to be Prolapse. I mean, Relapse got a point here, bruh. I mean, he got a point, bruh. He kind of cooked you on that one, dog. It's like no competition now.
Basically, we took a knock on a hill and we decided to push, but I put my buggy too far forward, and I think Chloe did as well. So we only had 2 buggies left. So we went to find cars. I found a car for Alice and gave it to her. And then Chloe and Cassie did the same. But we were so split up because then another team was driving behind them, and then we came back to help them, and it all got messed up. But it's because of the lack of car situation. So if we never put our cars too far forward and our cars were okay, then it would have been fine. One small problem led to everything else.
Chat, why are y'all fucking roasting each other? It's not even that deep, bro. Chat, why do E-boys never have their profile pictures? You know, like mine's fucking... Mine's a profile picture in game, but you know, usually it's Aaron Yeager. But I feel like all the girls always have their profile pictures as them. Like a majority of them. Did they have themselves as their profiles on there for like confirmation purposes? I'm not sure, bro. Does it look like I play E-Girl Shrimps? Maybe. I've played Rose League one time, and I got that team DQ'd, but they were fine with it because they didn't care about Rose League. And then I've played some E-Girl Shrimps before on an alt account, and like I purposely had to stop killing people because I was just going too ham. I was just going way too ham for a minute, bro. And then I was like, yo, I gotta throw real quick. And then I died to the dumbest shit on purpose. So that way they wouldn't expect it, you know? 200 IQ chat. Voice changers could be used. Most voice changers aren't that good, though. But you also need, like, face identity or some shit like that. What if you need, like, a fucking... I don't know. I just asked my team, bro. The fuck? Alright, Chad, you want to see pros in here? Who do y'all think's a dude in here, huh? How many dudes are in here? There's gotta be one dude, at least. Just one dude in here. Wait, she has a jersey on. Wait, she doesn't have a jersey on. I take that back. I thought it was a jersey. I thought she had a jersey. Chat, hold up a second. 1 second, chat. Never mind. I thought she was thick as hell. Is it Mina? Wait. Chat, y'all remember Mina? Revy? Is this her? She's supposed her name was 2 M's though. Or 2 N's. Mina. Yo, Shasta, thank you the follow. I said I gotta go grab food for the next 8 hours. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, why are they a 3-man? Bruh! Who missed the goddamn room? Oh, well, they didn't miss the room. It just said they missed the room. Or one person missed it for some reason. Yo, super hype. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, Shasta. Not a ego bitch. Watch yourself. Slap you in the next life. Dude. Viper, you better be careful, dog. Chat, what music should I play while I watch? Hold on, we're gonna play all of X's unreleased songs. Alright, chat?
Still sunrise, nigga. Still a D-side, nigga. I think it's about that time. We tell these niggas. I've been to nobody. Remember fall.
They have a team contesting them, what the fuck? Bammy had a bad drop. That is unfortunate. Wait. They got the refrag? Wait, Chloe, go for the red. Alright, let me turn my music on a second. Listen for footsteps. Okay, so they know where the person's at. They know they just jumped outside. Wait, you gotta bait each other. There are 3 teams here? Okay, they got the double. Okay, they won their fight. Dude, what the fuck is happening here? The other 2 teams are fighting. Okay, the Ruby person is the only person up for this team. She's throwing a back down the stairs. Very good shit. So the nade. If they get a knock on that person, that's a free kill because that person won't be able to get revived. This is really hard because there's a person, like multiple people. Okay, so this Ruby person ran away. I don't know if they know that though. They need to try to execute on one of the solos, which will be the hardest thing to do because they all kind of cover each other. The best person to kill would be to this one, but I don't know if they know this person's here. They should be able to hear this person running around now. Okay, so the other team's playing aggro, which is actually really good for them. Bambi and them just need to be able to cover and watch. I also just need to win a 2v2 under their building without getting shot from the other side. Okay, one of them got mollied. Wait, there's a full first aid right there. What the fuck? Watch out for your backside. Well, she's fine from the backside. This person knows that Bambi and them are there. Alright, the best thing that could ever happen is this person pushes across and goes to group. Okay. Unfortunate. Okay. Okay, they got two. That's good, Bambi didn't see it. Oh, why'd she try to crawl off? No, she could have got revived. That's unfortunate. They need to push this person, or go for the revive. Wait, she's running back. They can see her running back. She's running on the outside wall. They should have called that. She saw like a glimpse of her. They need to not let her rotate to get the revives. Come on, you see her. You saw her, right? There's no way. Okay, Bambi cleared him. W Bambi. Dude, if Alice didn't crawl off the roof, she would have been fine. Bambi with B? Yeah, Bambi's pretty cracked. Bro's got 0 meds. There's no meds in the entire building. Someone said you... Did no one tell her that this entire building's looted already? Bro, none of them have meds. Oh, they have a full first aid. Okay, full first aid's enough for them to run somewhere. Oh wait, they have meds? What the fuck? I thought it said they had 0 meds. Okay. Watch someone else for now since they're not fighting. No, I'm not watching anyone else. I'm just watching them and see what they do. Because this is the team I'm coaching. This ain't EU finals. I forgot to change my title. They got a bike. Wait, that person in the back card 1 HP. Hold up. She could get a free kill here. Wait, isn't that a dossier right there? Play Bones? Or Night? I want to play some Night. Alright, what song we listening to by Night? We're gonna listen to my favorite song by him. Ooh, cold chill, holy fuck, dude. Alright, skin car is what they see. What is this Ruby person doing so close to them? Laying prone here? Okay, they only have... What the fuck? There's like one team around them. Wait, why the fuck? How's everyone over this side? Did you frag off me at 10:30 last night? No, I got 0 kills. I did 230 damage though, I got a knock though, so it's okay. Okay, so they got 3 vehicles now, they're chilling. Shit, this song's so gas, man. Our best rotation for them is to cross the bridge and work toward the gas station. Alright, then I stop gas station to check, I guess. We park the cars on the wrong side of it. Alright, so this is actually good for them because it shifts across. They need to check across, then go. If it was me, I would go from here to gas station and then check inside circle from gas station on this hill on the left side. Let's see if they do that. They might see a car in front of them rotating, not sure. It's a car on the right side. I still don't know if they saw it. Let me expect that Bambi so she's got it. Bambi definitely hears it. Dub song, Dope Secret? That's what I'm saying, bro. Alright. They need to check the compound to the right, see if that's clear. Where's their plan to go here? Okay, you want to go here. Shelter? You want to reposition your cars, low key. Pull your gun out! Pull your gun out! Thank you, bro. Face checking this without your gun is actually insane. Alright, they need to go reposition their cars immediately, bruh. Alright, so Bambi either parks her car at the shack and then plays the shack, or she parks her car inside. She used to park her car inside the thing. Also, reposition your car to drive out, not back. Okay, she's actually doing that. She's smart. But she's smart as fuck. Alright, I'll be back. Then I'll be back. She should take the DBS. Actually, let me ask him. Yeah, none of these motherfuckers have DBSs, bro. It's weird. What? Why's my hair middle parted again, bro? This shit looks whack. We do this. And then boom, no more middle part in my hair. Alright, so they kept 3 cars alive, I think? Wait, they should shoot these people in the fucking open, what? Oh, they're in a dip. They can't really play here though. Wait, they should farm. Maybe they should farm. Wait. Got this. Me first. Bro, they got 2 kills stolen from them. Wait, they have a lot of room to play with now. Alright, so this is an interesting play. I guess you can take it. Alright, Catpad, do not peek this. Don't peek it. I know you want to. Don't peek it. Please don't peek it. Please don't peek it. Stop. Smoke up, smoke up, smoke up, smoke up. You have 1 smoke. Pop 1 smoke. I take everything back. Peek that shit. Peek it all day long. Peek it all day long. It's actually freeload for them. Wait, they win that fight. Easy, right? No way. They double lost it? Fuck. That's unlucky. 2-piece them. She don't have this team pulled behind her. She's gonna die right here. She needs to pop 1 smoke, her last smoke. Bro, nasty. That's what I'm saying. Alright, let's see what this play is right here. Okay. Unfortunate. Steps to gay. What? 7 kills, 6 plays? Yeah, 7 kills, 6 plays is good. It's fine. 6 plays is like 2 points. So in 2 games they have 17 kills. Oh, let me ask what they got game 1 because I didn't watch game 1. So game 1, they got 9 kills with a 5th place. So they're doing fine. They're doing really, really well. So 17, they have 26 kills. 26 kills in 3 games. That's pretty good. Just like the 2-piece in the cup ruined it. Yeah, it was a 2v2 at the shack, and the other person got them low. And so what had happened? I'm talking to them GC right now, but what had happened was, when they crashed, they had knocked one, and they thought it was only one of the compounds. So the other one went outside to grab the car and move it. But there was two, and when the other girl pushed in, she lost the 1v1, and then so the other person took the 1v1. So they just lost two individual 1v1s basically. Play Travis Scott STB interlude. Somebody play this somewhere. Hold on, give me a second. Why does it look like you have no sheet on my mattress? Okay, look, I don't have a sheet on my mattress. Because last night, when I was sleeping, at 3 a.m., I woke up and the sheet didn't feel comfortable to me, right? So I ripped the sheet off my bed and then replaced it with one of my favorite covers, and I lay on top of my favorite cover the entire night. 200 IQ.
Smoke some, drink some, pop one. 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 Yeah, so smoke some, drink some, pop one. Smoke some, drink some, pop one.
What is it, Molly?
Smoke some, drink some, pop one. Smoke some, drink some, pop one.
Play Anderson and Danton? No. Chill, we don't know about this banger. What is he? I don't know. I have an addiction to eating ice. Travis has a few good songs. All right, bro. Okay, we're gonna play the most bangers from Travis. Who's that?
Smoke you, let her lick more. Wanna hit the jack, then what you call for? All that out your name shit, that ain't called for. Who that creepin', know the 10 is dark. 5%. All that fall in love shit, got it Kevin Hart. All that speed and fast shit, we might tell apart. All that copper rat shit, I might clip a sarge. Keep bouncing that ass, you just might get a wart. Yeah, if she bad, she get a pass into the tour. I flip through the family, that pass is like Janet. Outside, don't panic. Gotta switch, gotta change up transit. Still jump around, move fancy. And I still don't like shit fancy. Up late, feeling real chancy. The outside really trying to hear me. Yeah. Who's that creeping through my window? Before you come outside, I got the info. Took it to the end zone from the end zone. Know I love to smoke, you love to lick more. Wanna hit the jack, then what you call for? All that out your name shit, that ain't called for. Who the fuck is this? Let somebody baby mama inside of the bed. While I'm tryna tip. Shawty say she holding, got a razor in her lip. Mix my cup and twist one up, I love that ratchet shit. She like iced out wrist. Iced out wrist. Fuck don't kiss. Fuck she fuck don't kiss.
Play more stuff after I've been listening to that Travis song. Holy.
Jump right in. It's leg room in this pen. 10 miles to the crib, you know that's deep. I think it's someone out there watching me. Who's that creeping through my window? Before you come outside, I got the info. Took it to the end zone from the end zone.
Holy shit, bro. Alright, who landed near them? No one? They get this entire side free, basically?
All that out your name shit, that ain't called for.
Play Suicide Boys? I have like 400 like songs with Suicide Boys. We can play an Banger by him. This is another bigger song. Yo, Molly with the EDM card, thank you! Appreciate you.
my bed, I got them turning out. What would you do if you heard I got it going on? I had to burn, I left skirmers, I had to deal. Gotta watch for 12, around my town you might get killed. I'm on my mind, yeah, I'm high by the rim. You copping live, boy, I got it all on film. You gotta watch out where you rock it, shit get real. Drink too real, I can't be fake, don't know the feel. Gotta take a long drive up the hill. Get too wavy, move like Navy SEALs. I'm too wavy, think I need to live. Chicago, baby, she just
Goosebumps is probably his best song. Goosebumps is a banger, but I think 5% Tint's his best song. See, Sicko Mode is a good song, but Sicko Mode was so overplayed that it became a bad song for me, you know what I mean? And then Butterfly Effect and Highest in the Room are two banger songs as well. Butterfly Effect might be his best song.
Worry about those comments. I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah.
Does she have spike traps? Why does she run like that with spike traps?
I need the Heimlich, throw that to the side. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side. I get those goosebumps every
Like ASC, but Highest in the Room. Dude, Highest in the Room is peak.
I'm flying, sipping low key. I'm sipping low key in Onyx, find a rider. When I'm pulling up right beside you, pop star Lil Mariah. When I text kick game wireless, throw a stack on the Bible. Never Snapchat or took Molly. She fall through plenty, her and all her guineas. Yeah, we at the top floor, right there off Duini. Yeah. Oh no, I can't fuck with y'all. Yeah, when I'm with my squad, I cannot do no wrong. Yeah,
they run so weird with spike traps.
Don't get misinformed. Yeah, they gon' pull up on you. Yeah, we gon' do some things
All right.
Yeah, cause we
Butterfly Effect chat. Banger.
For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main. M&M's, sweet like candy cane. Drop the top, pop it, let it bang. For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main. M&M's, sweet like candy cane. Drop the top, pop it, let it bang. Drop the top, play hide and seek. Jump inside, jump straight to the lid. Take a sip, feel just how I be. On freeway, but no, ain't nothing free. Been laws, been lanes, been busting bills, but still ain't nothing changed. You in the mob, soon as you rock the chain. She caught the waves, just thumbing through my braids. Heating up, belly, I just heating up. Did you love it? Now that needed is a buzz. Feeling stuck, you know how they keep me up. Icy like a hockey puck. For this life I cannot change. Hidden hills, deep off in the main. M&M's, sweet like candy cane. Drop the top, pop it, let it bang. For this life I cannot change.
4-5X top 3 for you? Alright, hold on. See, Sicko Mode is such a banger, but it's so goddamn overplayed, bro.
That's how we already know when it's here. My dog will probably do it for Louis Bell. That's just all he know, he don't know nothing else. I tried to show him. Yeah.
Okay, they got third party.
Yeah. 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 Gone on you with the pick and roll. Younger flame, he in sicko mode. Nathan's here with all the ice on in the booth. At the gate outside, when they pull up, they give me loose. Yeah, jump out, boys. That's Nike boys hopping our coast. This shit way too big. When we pull up, give me the loot. Was off the Remy, had up at boost. Had to hit my old town to duck the news. 24-hour lockdown, we made no moves. Now it's 4 a.m. and I'm back up. I just landed in. Chase B mixes pop like Jamba
What the
Juice.
fuck? The map switched out for me, bro. Unlucky. Rip. Alright, well they had 3 really good games. They had like 60 total points. Or 50 total points. Which is pretty good for 4 games. So I told them an average of 8 points a game is what they should be shooting for. And they averaged 8 kills a game, basically. So that's good enough. Alright, chat. How you doing today? Doing good, Queen. I'm about to end stream actually and play some Overwatch and then play PUBG Mobile later tonight. So, GG's, boys. You will be missed. Alright, later, chat. Appreciate you. Love all of you equally. Maybe some more than others, you never know. Appreciate y'all watching.